start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
All the
Oh, there's Courtney.
Yeah. Hi. Where's it? Okay.
no photographer.
Yeah, no photographer.
Okay, well. Hello, everyone. My name is Quinn McCarthy, and I'm an MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our first panel of the day, the business of sports. Our panelists today are Jessica Gelman, Chief Executive Officer of Kager, Sam Kennedy, Partner and CEO of Fenway Sports Group and the CEO of the Boston Red Sox, Christine Dorfler, Chief Financial Officer and EVP at the NFL. Our panel today will be moderated by Abe Madcore, Publisher and Executive Editor at the Sports Business Journal. Today's panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for Q&A. Please submit your questions via the Cadence app. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Abe.
Thank you very much. How about giving it up for Quinn and his team for the great work that they do? It's good to see everybody this morning. How are you all doing? Good? Got a great panel. Give it up for the panel,
Best
right?
panel. There you go.
And give it up for Jess Gelman and her leadership with Daryl over this great 20-year run.
I like these people the most. That's why we're on
That's why we're on it. We're going to have a lot of fun. Like he said, questions, ask them at any time. I'll look here and we'll get them part of the conversation. So let's get right to it. For years, I've been in this too long, but it's been a lot of, not doom and gloom, but years ago there was a sense that sports had hit its peak and sports is, kind of not going to continue to accelerate the way it has. And we've seen just the opposite. And so I could just jump all to the whole panel. Like, where is the state of sports business today? And what's driving what you think is its accelerated growth? Christine, I'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think sports is booming, right? And not only, my lens is always through an economic lens, but it really starts with the fan, and fandom and demand is booming across, certainly across the major sports in the U.S., but across women's sports. You look at you look at new expansions, right? You look at how that's driving valuations, and it all starts with fan demand, and I think it couldn't be stronger.
Did you think sports would be at this echelon circa 2026, say 15 years ago?
I did not. I mean, I was on the media side of the business
Right.
for 20 years, and you kept, from a media lens, we saw the viewership, we saw that, but what we didn't see is how it would continue to grow and drive value, right? The media rights are going up, and you say there's got to be a tipping point. It's got to plateau at some point, and that was always the lens from a media company. But then the viewership and the demand for the content boomed. So, right, the value goes up.
Yep. Sam, thoughts?
Well, I have to pander to our host here, the founder and creator of this conference, because through my lens, I actually think the state of the sports industry, like Christine said, is the strongest it's ever been for a lot of the reasons that Christine articulates, but also because of the people in the industry. When I started in the sports business in the early 1990s, it was a much smaller industry, riddled with nepotism and small family-owned businesses. And if you look back over the past 3 decades at the talent, the innovation, the creativity, the diversity of the people who have been able to crack into the sports industry, it's extraordinary. And the people that work in the sports business are so different. The profile of the people that work in the sports business are so different than they were 20, 30 years ago, and that's taken us to new levels. And in my mind, this conference, and again, I'm biased because I'm friends with Jess and grew up in this market for a long time, but this conference has sort of been parallel alongside the growth and the change and the development of our industry for the better. So it's a really exciting time for the sports industry. And thanks to Jess and Daryl for bringing us all together and keeping this thing going.
Jess, at Kager, you see a lot of trends, a lot of fan trends, a lot of, I would say psychographic trends. Where do you see the state of the business right now?
Well, to me, it's the most exciting for a couple of reasons. The first and foremost is globalization.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we might not have seen coming to the extent that it has 10 years ago. And you look at, Netflix even just coming in a couple of years ago in sports, even though they, quote, claim they were not. But they have such a global fan base. And the NFL games that were the first one on Thanksgiving or Christmas last year, but it extended far beyond, and people don't necessarily know this, but like the rest of the world doesn't really know NFL football. I went when I was on the Patriots side of the business to China in 2008. Right. And they knew Giselle. They had no idea who Tom Brady was. And so this evolution that has happened specifically in the past 10 years, and our biggest export, the United States, is probably, or not the biggest, but one is Hollywood, but it is also now sports. And so that change has been very significant in terms of why I would say U.S. sports has grown, but then also like and you have a lot of work in Europe, you have teams in Europe. Obviously the expansion the NFL is doing in Europe is very significant. But now the European teams or in other parts of the world, they're not run as professionally, or the professionalization that has happened over the last 20 years, they're not run how the U.S. teams are run. And that is going to really be changing, especially as U.S. owners are going over season buying teams. So those two components. And then the last thing that I'll say, I want to go back to Christine's point on the fandom, because Corbin and we have two young boys, and how they consume sports is, we used to, well, I still do, sit down, I watch the whole game, I want to see the stories play out, I want to see the person who didn't make a catch or score in the first, quarter or the first half, and then how do they perform at the end. But the consumption of just being able to watch the highlights or see it on social or whatever it might be, that is creating more fans and different ways to consume. And we're reaching across, obviously beyond just men who have been the historical consumers, and really engaging women and this younger generation.
Would you say, Jess, that they're as avid sports fans as our generation?
Define avid.
Want to watch, that's a fair point, but average generally are 4.5 on a scale of 5 in terms of how much they engage, how much they consume, how much they interact.
I would say the fandom is more avid because there's more ways to engage.
Got it.
So not only can you watch, historically only like 5% of people can go and attend games.
Correct.
And what we were watching, even maybe 15 years ago, was grainy stuff on TV. Now we have, huge TVs, and you have Cosm that you can go watch it live in a fun environment, which is part of the cool experience of going to a game. And I would say more avid because you can track, and I think the data side on the performance, the sporting side, provides the context to help understand how cool and how significant what these athletes are doing. And we're just, I could never do that. At one point in time, I was a college athlete. I played a little bit of professional basketball. But when that's the awe. Like, I couldn't do that. Wow, look at they're doing. And it's so far past. And I think as we kind of understand with more data, it's really compelling.
It's just got to be measured in non-traditional ways, right? The measurement is complex. It's no longer you can judge things based on a Nielsen rating,
correct.
right? The algorithms are much more complex.
So, to their point, couple things. We spend a lot of time on Gen Z, Gen Alpha. We were at dinner last night. A lot of the conversation was some concern that they don't follow sports as much. Second thing we pay attention to a lot: where's the growth? So where's that next kind of line item in the Excel spreadsheet that can drive some of these businesses? Where do you see growth within the respective industry or your respective business? Sam?
Well, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, I would say, for those of us who are in the sports business, because when we started, no email, no internet, no HD TV, no social, no nothing. And sports is now positioned to explode, in my opinion, in a world where I really think people are going to struggle with the fundamental question of what's real and what's fake. Mm-hmm. And we are so well positioned to be the last bastion of real. I was just at a technology conference with 25 to 35-year-old founders, and they were in awe of the live experience that we have at Anfield or Fenway Park or our PGA Tour events or Gillette Stadium, because it sounds crazy, they know it's real. They go there, they show up, they're a human being, they see other human beings performing these incredible tasks in sports, and they know it's real. And it sounds so simple and so basic, but the content that we have in professional sports is so extremely valuable, not just for the broadcast networks and the streaming platforms, but for humans to consume in person, a shared experience together as a community. We've seen an explosion in our business that has not stopped since the pandemic. I think one of the big lessons learned from the pandemic was human beings are hardwired to be together, to celebrate common experiences in a passionate, emotional way. And that is, I think, just happening in real time as AI and I call it human efficiency software, so it doesn't upset my mom, the English teacher. She hates artificial intelligence, the name artificial intelligence. I said, oh, Mom, it's efficiency. It is only going to make sports more important and resonate more with our fans.
We did some work with the NFL a few years ago where we were trying to understand who are the fans who are actually going to the games. And one of the bigger trends that we've seen is the people coming in for games. Like it is certainly the local market, but more than any other point in time, people are willing to travel. So, I mean, at that time, it was like 15% of the people going were non-home fans. They weren't even fans of the home team. And that's really, that is a very significant shift. And part of it is what you were just saying. We're in this, like, we'll call it experience economy, where people want the experiences. And that's one of the things that, I mean, the number of investments in venues and renovations is because people have a higher expectation of what is happening when they go to the games. And the owners are making the investments, and the NFL, obviously you are doing a ton to help support that. But the premiumization, which we can talk about. But I think overall that shift is very meaningful.
Yeah, growth from my perspective, and Jess hit on it, is globalization. I mean, you look at what F1 has done, what the Premier League has done in this country. From an NFL perspective, it's a top strategic priority in terms of how we're trying to expand globally and become a global sport, which is difficult, obviously, when kids, boys and girls, don't grow up playing American football. And for the NFL specifically, the other area of growth is women. Getting footballs in the hands of girls and women. I have a 16-year-old daughter who goes to an all-girls school, and they are launching for the first time flag football as a varsity sport, and they have 75 girls trying out for 30 spots.
Right.
I mean, there's an incredible demand, and we have to figure out a way. We announced a pro flag league last year at Super Bowl, and there has been enormous demand, mostly on the women's side, right? And so how do we take advantage of this moment in time where there's such growth? And so that's I think an explosive area as well.
So keep paying attention to how many states sanction flag as a varsity sport. Incredibly important. But to your point, define globalization, and any of you chime in. Is it just having games in global markets? Is it trying to recruit global fans? Like, how do you define I
think it's all of the above. Yeah. I mean, if our strategy is singular, the games get a lot of attention. We'll play 9 games. We'll play in Australia for the first time. We'll play in Paris and Rio and a lot of different markets, which is terrific. But if we come and play the game and then leave,
right, that's not a strategy.
It's not enough. We've got to figure out a way to grow a year-round fandom in these markets. Flag is a part of that, right? There are NFL flag programs in 15 countries. Players are a part of that. And developing players in countries around the world. We have 80 NFL players who are foreign-born. We need to continue to grow that through flag academies and player academies, and to generate sort of that interest and fandom that's on a year-round basis. The games aren't enough.
How many in this audience, raise your hand if you started watching the World Baseball Classic this week? Raise your hand. Okay, pretty good number.
Good.
Those hands will increase. I hope you've been watching it. But that's a globalization strategy, because really you've had, with all due respect, MLB's had less success, in my mind, putting games over in other markets. You had a great one in London years ago, but you couldn't do Paris for other reasons. But WBC is the big part of the strategy, right?
It is, and I think Christine nailed it. It is all of the above. It's particularly hard in baseball with 162 games and 183 days to play lots and lots of games overseas. But that's where, again, better to be lucky than good in our business. Think about what technology has done, right? When I was growing up down the street, I went to Brookline High School. I'd never heard of Liverpool or Manchester or, any global football club. Now you're watching every game live, beautiful HD on your phone. You're following Virgil van Dijk as he leaves the training facility and he goes to dinner with his buddies. I mean, it's extraordinary for those of us diehard sports geeks, nerds, crazy fans. Like, I used to wait outside with a note card at Fenway Park in 1987 to slide a note card under the player parking lot fence to try and get an autograph on a note card so I could keep it. And, today I can see what, again, Trevor Story is doing on the weekends with his wife and kids and his hobbies. I mean, it's just extraordinary how connected we can be to these athletes and these. I probably sound like a stalker, sorry, but it's really extraordinary how we can connect with our teams, with our clubs, with our athletes. And that is part of globalization as well, because you're able to connect it just in ways that we never, ever could just one generation ago.
Well, I think the lens that we have at Kager that's really interesting is we work with almost 30 plus sports teams and organizations, including the NCAA here in the United States, and there's the exporting of that content and they're trying to reach fans, but then also we work with folks like On Location, who is just did Milan, they did Paris, the World Cup is coming, and that's a huge part of what they're doing. And so it's also not only bringing the world to the United States and the differences in the experiences here. So AC Milan is one of our clients, as well as Club America. So you have Italy and Mexico, and to see the differences in those venues. And I went to Qatar for the World Cup in a couple years ago, and they were amazing. Those were all built. All those venues were built very quickly, but it pales in comparison. I was just at SoFi. Kevin Demoff gave me a tour of the venue for NBA All-Star, and I mean, that place is unbelievable. I've never seen a venue like that. And so as people are starting to come to the United States to see what the fan experience is here, which is huge screens and easy flow of getting into the game and high quality and different types of products. Many of the venues around the world, it's just you come in. Frankly, it's a lot of what the United States was 20 plus years ago, where they're just starting to think about different types of pricing. So the experiences, people who are coming here and can afford to come here for the World Cup and the Olympics in 28, they're going to say, oh, these are things that we can export, we can be doing. So the globalization is going to go both ways. I will also say again, because of the number of clients that we have, that the NFL clients that we have, the data play on that side is one of the areas that I personally am the most worried about. I mean, we have been needing to deal with GDPR in Europe and manage that, and we're good with that. But I think for the sports teams that don't understand the risk of the customer data that they're collecting from outside of the United States, where there's different rules and different regulations, it's gonna be like a really interesting. We have to have the infrastructure here to deal with the globalization, and we're not necessarily there yet.
Let's talk, because one of the areas of global growth, revenue growth, is these organizations knowing more about all of you than you probably would care to know that they know about you. But in terms of data and understanding the consumer, and then being able to do personalized, bespoke offers and activations for them, huge growth opportunity across all your businesses.
Yeah, I mean, no question. I mean, the more we can understand the fan, not just from everything tends to be from an economic perspective, you think, oh my gosh, media. Media makes up such a large component of the business. But as you think about media, you think about it all starts with the fan. Viewership, consumption, and consumption not just on broadcast television and streaming platforms, but every way, Jess touched on it earlier, every way they're engaging with our product, whether that's on social, whether that's through a digital app. however that can be, understanding the fan, it all
Buying
has to
merch,
start with there,
you
right?
know, it could be, and then you're able to learn and take all that.
Yeah, the economic model will come from that, but it doesn't start with economics. It starts with understanding the fan.
Of what capacity at Fenway? 33? How many?
37. 7 seats.
Sold out Fenway Park, 37,000. How much information? Give me a number of fans you think you have a good quality amount of information on.
Several million, but again, that's been built up over a long period of time. But I think one of the things we have to do a better job of in our industry, and I know Jess and Christine will agree with me, especially Christine, given her media background, like we are alive at a time where we have made it so hard for the consumer to access our content, and specifically our live video content. It's just complicated and confusing and user unfriendly. And we're all working together as an industry. But I just know I'm a parent of a 22 and a 21-year-old, if we are more than one click away, and maybe a half a click away, we're going to lose people to competitive entertainment forms. So that's an area that I think our industry really needs to come together and figure out how to make the consumer experience have less friction, because we have these antiquated ideas like home television territories in our businesses, which makes absolutely no sense if you're trying to appeal to a college sophomore in 2026 who just wants to watch their football game or their soccer game or their baseball game or their volleyball match where they want it, when they want it. And I do believe that our consumers will pay their fair share. They'll pay the right price. But in my opinion, we've made it really hard and difficult through this antiquated system of linear and now trying to preserve linear and get to streaming. And it's a problem that we haven't solved. So for all of you brilliant people out there in the audience, this is a problem that we have to attack and quickly, or it's going to be a problem for us.
It is such an important and good point, because what is happening today in each of the leagues, we work across all of the different U.S. professional leagues. They're aggregating data across all of their teams, and then they're sharing it back, and they're adding new information that is really helpful. In each league, the NFL, the MLB, NBA, NHL, MLS, W, they're doing that differently, and we get to actually see it. We get to see the data because we're connecting it to the teams that we work with, and they're each doing it slightly differently and with different purposes. But your point, and this is really important, that information is siloed to what they can get. Right. So the media side, I know you're not with the media anymore, Christine, but I think it's really important because the Amazons, the YouTube, the Netflixes of the world, they are getting so much insights into what the fans want. Right. They're seeing what people are replaying. They're seeing maybe if they're for Amazon, what they're crossing over and purchasing while they're watching the game. Whatever those pieces of information, to my knowledge, are not being shared back to the leagues, back to the teams. But if it was, it would make that experience for the fan that much better. But this, war for information and data, we are doing some really, really cool work with the NCAA. And obviously, it's in a positive way. It's challenging what's happening in the NCAA right now, and they have to evolve really quickly. And so we've been working with the NCAA. I think this is our third year. We've grown their customer database by 70%. But the bigger thing is the depth of the information that is being collected. And what we've been doing, and lots of folks are doing these data clean rooms, but we have done it with the NCAA, and we've created specific metrics, information that would be valuable to universities to share. So, for example, in the data clean rooms, what are the championship games or types of sports that they're going to that school might not know? And so then they can upsell and cross-sell with the. So they're not actually sharing the names. It's, that's the whole point of the clean room. It's being connected in the back end. We're the clean room connecting it. Or people who want premium experiences. That type of information, so that the university or any of the partners of the NCAA can go and get the right product that customer wants. So figuring out that how we're going to translate and share the information in a way that is, from a privacy perspective, will break down the walls, but we're not there yet as a industry. I mean, probably outside of sports, obviously, too, but that's a really important step to create that better fan experience.
Yeah, we talked about that last night, and it's interesting as you think about understanding the fan. We didn't touch on stadiums as much, but premium experiences, right? Yep. I mean, as you think about it, I think the stat is something, NFL owners have invested something like $30 billion in stadiums over the past. $30 billion? Yep, over the past decade or so. Yep. And those dollars have to be put to use in meeting what the fans want inside those stadiums, which is very different than it was 10, 20 years ago. And so investing in stadiums, premium experiences and otherwise, they don't look like they did 10 years ago. I was down in Buffalo, or up in Buffalo and down in Tennessee. It's a very different experience, and premium experiences and understanding what the fan wants inside the stadium is important as well.
We were at a dinner last night, and everybody at the team side said if they could do it all over again and building their building, they would over-index on more and more premium, because more people have more money to spend, but it doesn't need to be really ultra premium. It could just be another element that they're not normally getting, but that's a premium experience. So you're going to see that rush of premium. What she said, keep your eye. Nissan Stadium in Nashville is going to be a very important venue in the ecosystem.
I disagree.
You don't think?
No, I think premium. First of all, I think premium. It's getting commoditized because yes, you need different levels, of course. Yeah. Like that's always part of it. But I think that again, that's fine for the next 5 years. But this younger generation, they have different wants and needs, and it's not necessarily premium. They want.
But premium can be defined in a lot of different ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I don't think premium always means you're in suites and front row with club access, but it could be a lot of different segmentation.
Yeah. Okay, I like that redefinition.
Yeah, and I think that's what they were talking about. I do want to, Sam, outside of a Red Sox loss, after a game, your inbox is getting flooded with what's the biggest complaint?
It is the competitive fortunes of our various clubs and now leagues. The Red Sox passionate fan base with 14 million people strong in New England. We're sort of used to what the dailiness of baseball can bring. And I truly believe that the more passionate or angry our fans are, the better. Not just my optimistic view of the world, but it just tells you that you're in the right market, you're in the right business. Go across the pond to Liverpool, and for those of you who don't know Billy Hogan, you're going to hear from him next. It's at a whole new level. Becomes life and death in English football. But that's what you want, and that's what Fenway Sports Group has been about. We've tried to elevate iconic brands that really matter. We want to win championships, and we want to do things that are really important in those communities. And what goes with that is a whole lot of passion, sometimes anger and frustration about your competitive fortunes, but that's what you sign up for. And it's just been, feeling a little nostalgic up here today. 20 years, we celebrated our 25th year of Fenway Sports Group last week down in Florida. And it's just been a magic carpet ride with the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. And you have to be willing to take that joyride along the way.
But real quick, if they go to Fenway and they leave Fenway, I'm just trying to get to the in-venue experience. What do they want? Ingress, egress, better food and beverage, wider seats, start times? Like what would be a thing you'd hear?
They want all of it, but what they really want is a win. Because it's amazing, our exit polling, what you get on the way out with a walk-off home run on a Tuesday night with crappy weather versus, a game where we're shut out on the other side and we don't score any runs. So the competitive fortunes are number one. That said, you cannot just rely on winning and losing, as these guys know way better than me. You have to put the dollars into the experience. You have to be in the yes business in your venues. You have to have friendly, hospitable, warm customer service reps treating your fans exactly as you want to be treated. Pretty simple golden rule. We strive for that across all of Fenway Sports Group. We definitely do not bat 1,000, but that's the goal. Treat your fans how you want to be treated, and you're going to have a pretty good outcome.
Great. I want to shift gears. A couple things. 20,000, I think, in Brooklyn for Unrivaled. 17,000 in Seattle for PWHL. There'll be 19,000 at Madison Square Garden coming up here for PWHL. What trend lines are you watching in women's sports that the audience should pay attention to?
I mean, I'm very bullish on women's sports. I think just at a first for perspective, the NWSL 5 years ago, I think Angel City was acquired for like $1 million, and Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, just bought the expansion for I think $135 million in 5 years. And so from the perspective of people watching, I mean, it's well documented now, I believe, that the WNBA outdraws MLS and NHL. So that is very, very interesting. That change has come really, really quickly. And I do think the players and social media and awareness of the athletes has been a huge driver. What women's sports, and we work at Kager with 4 different women's sports teams, and that's new, by the way. That's really in the last 2 years. And it's really important because there has been a significant disadvantage for women's teams because they haven't gotten the best times or days for games because they're not the primary tenant. They maybe, as the second tenant, haven't had the data rights to the ticketing and who's coming into their venue, so they haven't had the first-party data of who their fans are. But what we're starting to see is real investment and the ability, because there's more money coming in from the fans, they're willing to pay, and the women's sports the experience is evolving really quickly as a result of that. And the Seattle Storm are our first WNBA team that's on our platform. We've had the Utah Royals from MLS, but that organization is a leader in the W, and the ways that we've had to support them very, very different than an NFL team because they don't have all of the resources in terms of the average strategy and analytics group at an NFL team is like 8 or 9 people. NBA somewhat similar. You're dealing with like 1 or 2 people. By the way, it's the same thing in college athletics. Very few people. And so that's where we'll talk, from the perspective of AI and having tools and systems that can help accelerate that ability to get to the next level. The women's sports should be able to go where it may have taken the NFL 10 or 15 years, and we've been working with the NFL for 10 years now. The women's sports hopefully can accelerate in 1 or 2 years to kind of meet the moment. But there needs to be the investment around it. This is on that side of the house, right? So I look at, for example, the Indiana Fever, when Caitlin Clark joined that franchise. Now they're part of also the Pacers organization. So they were able to take that construct and that base of what they were doing in the NBA and throw it all at the W, at their Indiana Fever team, and they were able to grow. But they weren't necessarily prepared for that. And that's kind of what we need to ensure that the women's sports teams, as we see this acceleration, they are prepared. And I think what you're trying to lead with flag for women, and as you said, I think the interest is high.
Definitely. Higher than on the men's side. Yeah, for flag.
For women's flag.
Absolutely.
And of course, flag will be an Olympic sport in LA 28, and
hopefully in Brisbane 32.
In Brisbane 32, the commissioner was just talking about that last week. And I think, you're an investor obviously in Tomorrow Golf, and Tomorrow Golf is doing a women's league as well.
We are, and just to double click on what Jess said about sort of exporting the U.S. sensibilities and capabilities and experience in sport, one of the huge opportunities we have at Fenway Sports Group is the Liverpool women's football team, which is an extraordinary opportunity, and you have not seen the time, attention, investment, the focus, which is really interesting because the quality of play is so high. So I think another example of being able to export some of the experiences. Don't get me started on my passion for women's sports. Parent of a national champion field hockey player. I think field hockey is a sport to keep an eye on. All you have to do is go downstairs, look at volleyball.
Right, volleyball.
Linda Henry, our partner at Fenway Sports Group, is an investor in the W, extremely passionate about women's sports. It is going to be a rocket ship and something that we all need to be paying attention to.
Sam makes a great point. If you haven't, or if you will later, check out the volleyball competition and the numbers around that. Incredible. Great growth in volleyball.
I think, again, we get to see a really interesting lens with our work with the NCAA because, I mean, it's 90 championships. Right. And obviously, about half of them are women's championships. And the biggest challenge for the women's sports is awareness that the event is even happening in that market and making sure that people come to it. Right. Because it hasn't historically had the media attention. Softball is sold out every year. Volleyball now is in a large stadium. That this year was the first year. Women's basketball is going to a stadium, I think in a few years, maybe 2 years. But those are very significant changes in terms of the growth and interest.
And women's wrestling. A lot of energy around that there is as well. So under 10 minutes, we're going to go a little quicker here at the end. They're familiar with that. Some of you who've been on panels with me are familiar with that as well. So private equity in sports, Christine, good, bad, or ugly? Why?
Good.
Why?
Yeah, I think it's good because it creates a liquidity opportunity for owners to be able to reinvest in stadiums, reinvest in fan experiences, reinvest in the game, and reinvest in their local markets. I think it's good.
Other points, you two.
Very good. As someone who works for a few private equity investors in our deal, Redbird, Arctos, Dynasty, they just bring a level of sophistication, professionalism that is helpful to those of us in management, and agree with Christine on what it's going to do for valuations. I think you're going to see the rules change and change dramatically as valuations for control positions continue to go up. Sports, we're going to have to adjust in our industry to allow for larger stakes in our individual leagues. That may be controversial to say, but I believe that is the direction of travel that this will go.
For professionalization and what that means to the fan experience, I like it a lot. I think there'll be more standardization and expectations. My worry is the ticket prices. To meet the expectations and what that means for the fan and the everyday fan. That's a concern that I think we all need to acknowledge and honor. So how do we, one of the great parts of sports has been and is the community association, which you said at the very beginning. So as we have private equity owners recognizing, hopefully, that they are actually, fans of this market and want to be in the market and reinvest into the market, because that's what makes the team owners so powerful, what they're giving back. And I see it across all of our clients, obviously with the Crafts and what they have done here in Massachusetts with healthcare and all of the different elements of that is really important. And so if we can, as stewards on the business side, leading, help encourage and support that continued integration, I think we have to bring that, and it is a business, but it's so much more than that.
Yeah.
And so they're not viewed draconian or barbarians at the gate or the boogeyman.
No.
I mean, sometimes
passive.
If they're passive,
and that's where the sort of
key.
regulation and boundaries have to come into play. There's not a private equity firm making a coaching decision here.
Right.
The controlling owner still controls the team.
That's right.
Buy, sell, or hold college sports overall.
I'm a buy. What I don't know is what college sports will be. There's obviously what's happening with football, and I think figuring that part out, because it is professional at this point in time. The athletes are getting paid. The expectations are very different. Basketball, I think, is still kind of maybe semi. A couple of the players are getting paid, but they're getting an education. You take those out, we have to, sports is so critical for all the lessons that we learn from playing. And I mean, it's like 100,000 athletes that are playing college sports. We have to solve and continue to support that part for the Olympics, for the future. The U.S. college system trains 80% of Olympic athletes, including international ones. And so it is important for all of us from a growth of sports perspective. So yes, we need to figure it out. I would say that's probably one of the biggest things that I would like to personally try and figure out, because it's important for all of us. So huge buy. It is going to get figured out. The Supreme Court doesn't agree on much, but they seem to agree on this. And credit Charlie Baker for getting the settlement done. I mean, my goodness, he's like, feels like someone who gets criticized a lot in the media. Charlie Baker got something done that no one thought was possible, and especially a buy for baseball and professional golf, which are two sports that we are obviously heavily invested in. Basketball and the NBA and the NFL have been extraordinary beneficiaries of big-time college sports. Baseball and golf have that opportunity now with the athletes getting paid. The biggest brands in the world sometimes are colleges and universities. Huge opportunity for us in professional sports for that pipeline. Yeah, and I want to double down on Charlie Baker. Obviously, he was the governor here in Massachusetts, and I think most popular governor ever. But what he has done and how he has brought together the ecosystem of college sports, and then used his political capabilities to galvanize much broader, it's really spectacular and super critical.
So now I just need a one-word answer. Buy, sell, or hold World Cup.
Buy.
Okay. Buy, Sam particularly. Buy, sell, or hold automatic balls and strikes.
Oh, definitely buy. Buy.
You're a big fan.
Sorry, one word. Buy.
Have you seen it? How many have seen it? Raise your hand if you like it. I like it. I think it's quick and easy. All right, you see the time. A lot of students out there, they want your job. What's your advice for them to get a job in sports business, besides reading SBJ and listening to the Morning Buzzcast?
Learn. One word answer.
You can elaborate a little bit more on this one.
No, I mean, I would say
she
learn.
follows the rules.
Like, you got to learn, you got to listen, you got to learn, and you got to grind. And
I love it.
And learning can come in a variety of ways. Sports is such a broad industry. There's so many indirect inputs and outputs, and so learn, be thirsty, and continue to grind.
Yeah, add to that, do that, definitely. Build a network of your network, your personal network of friends, colleagues that can help you, that care about you, not the company you work for, not the league that you're in. Some people that care about you and want to help you in your career, and they can be in the sports business or outside of the sports business, but rely on them for guidance and mentorship. Hugely important.
Great answer.
I mean, if you're here, then you have a passion and a vision of how you want to consume. Like, you will be the people who will be figuring it out for the future. So sports analytics was not a thing when I entered the industry 25 years ago. And so, created, a lot of people have driven and changed it. So whatever it is that sports is going to become, it's going to be driven by you. So go and find those things. Just because this is how it's been done does not mean that's how it should be done.
And now we're back to the one word. Finish this sentence, please. The one change in sports you would like to see is, Jess?
A female commissioner of a men's league.
Okay. Sammy?
More positivity from the media.
Ouch. That's not intended towards SBJ, of course.
Don't think that's going to happen.
Right.
I would say more hyper-focus on the fan is the start of everything.
I mean,
And Sam, Red Sox record this year will be?
Better than last year.
Okay. Will Sam Kennedy ever be praised on Felger and Maserati?
No chance.
No chance. I didn't take all our time. We have 1 minute left. Any final thoughts or words we didn't hit on? Well, they're around if you want to see them. They're great leaders in the sports business. So thank you all for being here today. Have a great day.
Great job.
I think we're supposed to get a photo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Felipe Rosas. I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce our panel, Where the Games Grows, Venues, Market, and Global Strategy. Our panelists today are Amy Latimer, Chief Business Officer at Aqueview Group, Billy Hogan, CEO of Liverpool FC, Amy Brooks, President of Global Business Development at the NBA, David Adelman, partner at Harris Blitzer Sport and Entertainment. Our panel will be moderated by Yael Grushka-Cocaine, Vice Dean for the MBA program at Darden School of Business. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. With that, I will turn over to you, Yael.
Thank you. Thank you, Felipe. Can everybody hear me okay? Yep. Okay, good audience this morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for my amazing panelists here. I'm excited to moderate this conversation, and I know you're here to hear from them. So I'll make sure that we get to hear from them as much as possible. I'm really excited and fascinated by today's session. We're going to focus on where the game grows, the venues, the markets, and the global strategy related to expansion. We're going to ask ourselves, how can team, ownership groups, leagues design venues and generate diversified revenue streams by integrating real estate development? How can established global leagues successfully enter new markets dominated by maybe strong local competitors? And how can ownership groups reinvest historic teams and unlock both spot relevance and commercial upside? So a lot to talk about. Let's start by talking a little bit about real estate control and franchise value. And I'm going to kind of ask you guys to chime in. I'll have specific questions for each one of you, but we're going to start with a question that is kind of for all of you. Across markets, ownership groups and leagues have taken a very different approach to real estate surrounding the venues, from direct mixed-use investments to partnership-driven or public-led models. How important is the control of the surrounding real estate to the long-term franchise or league value, and should the teams and the leagues actively pursue development around their venues? And if it's okay, I'm going to start with David. So David, do you want to get us started here to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Historically, and it's great to be here with all of you, historically, the land around your venue was really important just for one thing, parking. Really, I mean, that was it. And I think over time, everyone was like, well, we need to activate this. And so control is really important. You know, in my view, we're doing something in Philadelphia that we'll talk about, but, you want to make sure nothing bad happens around your multi-billion-dollar investment. Okay, so that's first and foremost. Let's protect it. And then number two, what can we do to enhance the value? Look, there's a lot of ways. The franchise value goes up now if you look at what the Braves built, right? Just amazing, and the revenue that produces. And you think about fan experience, pre-game, post-game, what happens there? Can you do something for that? And then, these sports teams and venues are just an economic driver in general. And can you do something to activate it more than, 8 games if you're a football stadium, or for us, 40 games and hopefully 50 games with playoffs for basketball. It really is about control for your destiny, for your revenue, for your fans, and maybe for the municipality.
Beautiful. Billy, anything to add there? You have plenty of experience on both sides of the pond related to this.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of what David says obviously is accurate. I think the difference maybe in the conversation that we had around Anfield in Liverpool was, a historic stadium over 130 years old, and literally in a neighborhood. So I think that, there's sort of different, when you talk about kind of what are the development opportunities around a facility, it kind of depends on where the facility is to start with. And in our case, we had neighbors, literally neighbors to work with, and the local city council, which we all would be working with to look at. But I think the general premise of the question is, is it important to control the footprint around your stadium? And to say the answer to that is absolutely yes. And then it's just a matter of how do you work with your local community, and again, in our case, the neighborhood, to make sure that you're doing that in concert with the people that are impacted by, the games that we play and the concerts that we host and everything else that we do. So, those two pieces kind of need to live in harmony to make sure that you're driving the most value out of it.
Great. And Amy B, I know that you have something to contribute here.
No, of course.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
At the end of the day, what a team wants to do is build an emotional connection with the fan. And as David mentioned, it used to be, let's have an arena in the outskirts of town, a lot of the time, with plenty of parking. And I've been to all of our buildings, and you've seen what's changed over the last few decades is they've all moved to urban centers. And there's a reason for that, because they've become modern day town halls. This is where people gather, and there's so few opportunities for people to gather today. And it used to be, okay, let's lease our building and we'll let everyone else. And people realize, wait, you can have live, work, play. You can have dog parks. You can have places where people go to the office and eat, and you can have other live music venues and create this economic juggernaut really around that's beneficial. And we have so many examples in all leagues. I mean, it comes to my Clara Wusai is speaking in the other room, and like, look, what was Brooklyn before where the Barclays Center was? And look how that entire area has transformed, and it wasn't easy. So this is a really exciting thing, and I know we'll talk about that, but it's also a global opportunity.
I like how you described it as a town hall, David. That resonated with David. I could see him nod his head. So I like that vision that these
Yours
venues
will be the town hall.
Amy, I'm going to shift us a little bit and talk. We talked about the surrounding areas and that importance of that. Let's talk a little bit about the arenas themselves, the modern facilities. Across new builds and renovations of older builds, we're seeing rapid changes to the arenas themselves, the design and the economics. What features from your experience, and I know that you have had quite a bit, have become like must-haves these days, and what elements are becoming financially or operationally unsustainable?
Sure. Well, I do think an integration with the mixed-use development is really important. Right now, there shouldn't be the sort of the curtain or the wall that there was before, because now the whole idea of this is dwell time and share of wallet, increasing that, right? So if you're taking the game and the experience outside, you need to make sure that the arenas are prepared and that experience is cohesive. Look, I think we really need to, and people are starting to think about more, and we'll talk about it, is that we have as many concert dates now as we do event dates for a team. So how are we making sure that it is flexible, you understand lighting and sound, and being able to have that immersive concert experience? Front of house, and making sure that you continue to think about the back of house now. So it was locker rooms, and now there's artist compounds. Right. Like, these are things that are equally as important in thinking of your back of house. So everybody is looking for a technology. We're trying to make it faster, better, more efficient, and that'll continue. But I think the last thing is that we really need to think about, and this conference is perfect for this, and leveraging data. I'm not sure we spend enough time anticipating the future needs. I think we're playing a lot of catch up and maybe living in the moment. And how are we building these facilities to think about, what is 4 or 5 years down the road, and being ahead of what our guests want. So if there's a challenge for the young entrepreneurs out here, and you get every executive in this place raising their hand to come talk to you if you can help solve the 360 of understanding who the fans were and anticipating their needs.
Great. David, anything to add there about must-haves these days in the arenas? I know that you're involved with quite a few new...
Deep in it.
Deep in it.
Look, I think what Amy said is true, that, I look at, obviously we're building in Philly, but we also own the Prudential Center in Newark, and that's only a single team venue, and yet it's the 9th highest grossing venue in the United States. In Newark, New Jersey, competes against Madison Square Garden, UBS Center, and the Brooklyn building, right? And so you think about, what are you doing to make that building user-friendly for all types? And it's not just concerts we're doing, it could be, other events, motocross, you name it, there's like all these eclectic things that you're doing in a building. And to make it work, to make it user-friendly for those promoters, those users, is really important. And thinking about the future, the fan experience is definitely evolving. I think it used to be about, just give somebody a beer and a hot dog and you're good. That is not someone's expectation right now coming to a venue for a sporting event. The quality of the food, and Amy and her new place over, they do it very well. How you provide food service, premium experience, that is really, to me, where the future is.
Are there any features that you think are becoming, or that will become, unsustainable financially? Anything that you're seeing that will not last?
this is an opinion of mine. I think so certain things, like there was this big race in arenas to have the biggest scoreboard ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You will see something different in Philadelphia. I have a vision that I think it should change. And so I think like bigger is not always better. I think changing the in-arena experience, changing how people kind of feel in there, the energy. I think the production. I'm very fortunate that Comcast is our partner in the new building. Comcast owns Universal Studios. I took 20 people to see their new $7 billion Epic Universe because I wanted to understand more about holograms, lighting, sound, and technology. And because to me, like, that's where the future is.
Amazing.
Can I add
yes,
just one
please, Amy,
thing
go
like
ahead.
that we're seeing as a trend is, when I was growing up, I was a Sacramento Kings season ticket holder. Back in the day, you would get your Kings dog and you would just eat it in your lap and talk to your neighbors. And premium seating and the notion of community in different spaces has completely transformed. I mean, I think the Chase Center is probably our top example in the NBA just in terms of the mix of people who have access to clubs. Roughly 35% have access to some sort of club. And again, there's different levels, but it provides people with the chance to build community in their own way in different ways too. So I think as we'll see that trend continue.
I love that. I'm going to pivot, keeping with the theme of the facility. Billy, you mentioned Anfield. 130 years old, I think older than Fenway. Is that true?
It is.
Okay.
A lot of old buildings in the UK.
Yes, that is true. A lot of old buildings in the UK. How has FSG approached the redevelopment and the expansion while preserving the identity? So tell us a little bit, how do you deal with a place that is that old, a building that has that much legacy?
Yeah, I think and a lot of similarities actually between Fenway and Anfield in terms of two iconic buildings. I'm biased, but I would say two of the best in sport. The big decision when FSG acquired Liverpool back in 2010 was there were already plans, there had already been permission granted to build a new stadium, actually just across the street in a park which sits behind Anfield. And the question, which was sort of famously asked on our due diligence trip, on our first due diligence trip by John Henry, was why would you ever leave this place? And I think all of us who have been in new builds and been in old builds, there's our older buildings. I think there's always a sense of sort of how do you capture the soul of a building, and a place like Anfield has a soul. And so moving to a new stadium would have meant obviously trying to create something new and different and all those exciting opportunities. But the question then became, can you redevelop it? Can you bring the sort of modern amenities and what we've been talking about in terms of hospitality and premium and access and game day activation and frankly fan services to a building that's 130 plus years old. And ultimately we were able to do that through what was essentially a sort of two-phased build where we took the main stand. Originally Anfield was just under 45,000. We took the main stand and redeveloped that and went to 54,000. And then we just 2 years ago completed Anfield Road redevelopment to take to 61,000. So it's now kind of moved into the modern era. But when you sit in your seat at Anfield, the hope anyway, is that it still feels like it felt, 20, 30, 50 years ago. But, you have the ability to go outside and get a pie and a pint if you want. So, I think that, new build and redevelopment, again, just have to be thinking about, Amy's point around where are we headed, as opposed to just what's the here and now and what do you need in the here and now. And that's something that definitely in both of those developments, was a big thought around not just what's going to work in football today, but what's going to work in football and concerts and all the different events that you're trying to, drive through a multi-use facility. So really, really exciting project, and ultimately now, hopefully, people can get to Anfield someday. You can experience what is still feels that traditional build, but it's got the modern amenities.
Amazing. And maybe going back to Amy's point around community and the center of it, there's an appreciation from the fan base for the effort that went in to preserve that legacy and that building that they connect with so deeply. Sticking with you for just a second, Billy, and you've just undergone some effort and investments in training facilities as well. Can you tell us a little bit how you thought about the value that those separate training facilities brought to the organization?
Yeah, I mean, at least all sports are different, obviously. obviously, but in football, the training ground is sort of sacrosanct. It's where, women, men's where they live, really. They're spending, 8, 9, 10 hours a day there.
I think everybody has a better appreciation after Ted Lasso. I'll
There you go.
just say it.
So this is not 100% accurate.
No, really? Yeah.
But there's a couple of different things. Number one is just the modern game has changed so much, and that's across sport. Where and how do you service the athlete, so to speak, in terms of medical, physio, nutrition, recovery, you name it. And so what was previously our facility just frankly couldn't cope and couldn't deliver what it needed to. So moving the men into the AXA training center was something that was kind of a game changer for us, and it's also an important part of the sort of recruitment process, because now athletes, they're looking at what does their entire journey look like. And so, yes, you're playing at Anfield, and it's all the great things I could say about playing at Anfield, but you're spending 70-80% of your time at the training center. And so what is that experience like? And then from our perspective, being able to then take what was the men's facility, and then we actually sold the men's facility and then 2 years later bought it back. Don't ask about the ROI. But
I should. I'm a business school professor, but that's okay.
We bought it back because we wanted a premium facility for the women's team as well. And I would say, with respect to our neighbors down the street at Manchester City, probably the two best women's training facilities in the WSL. And again, that game is continuing to grow, and I think there's a huge potential future for women's football globally, but particularly in England. And so I think that's something that we also feel is a really important part of that recruitment process and bringing new talent to the team and getting to spend their time in these truly world-class facilities.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We've been talking a lot about the fans and the communities, but talking about the players and the teams and how important it is to retain the talent is equally important. David, can we move to talk a little bit about the Sixers Flyers JV excitement? I know that it's you're knee deep into it right now and everything is evolving, but can you tell us a little bit about what was the most challenging maybe aspect of the change in the ownership model related to this new investment?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, historically the Sixers played in a building owned by Comcast and the Flyers, so it was a landlord-tenant relationship. And we sat down with Comcast and just said, we see the future differently and want to do something in our best interest, that can participate in, being in the kind of ownership of my day job. I'm in the apartment business, so I understand the landlord-tenant relationship really well. For those who didn't follow it, it was a pretty contentious process between us and Comcast. I had a vision for where I thought our arena should be. They had a vision. Fortunately, and I know Adam's on the next panel. Adam was a big help in kind of bringing us together, and it actually, for the benefit of the city, and Brian Roberts is a Philadelphia guy and a friend, and we're doing something really special. And to create a $2 billion venue in Philadelphia, a place that's home for Brian and I, and do something for both teams, and then in the middle of all this, we get awarded a WNBA team. So now you're building a venue not just for concerts, basketball, hockey, but then we want the women to have their own facility, their own locker room, all of that as well. So when you think about putting a lot of assets in a building and structuring that, it's different. But the real benefit is when you have a global entertainment partner like Comcast, and you get their experience outside of sports. And now even, I've been sitting down, NBC Sports just signed a long-term deal with the league, which has been really great, but their vision for how you as a fan should see a broadcast is different than what it was. There are these drones now in the arena that are coming in to broadcast the game. It's wild to see. But even when you're watching on TV and the technology that Peacock and the league came up with to identify players. So for us, I feel very fortunate to have a partner that brings something to the table that's different than us. Like I said, I use the Universal experience, but they're in the business of creating experience and memories for families, right? And what is sports? To me, that is the ultimate memory of, a young child going with his parents to a game, or her parents to the game, and you remembering your first win, your first loss, your first whatever, your first jersey that you bought there. We want to be there for all of that, from your young experience as a fan, all the way through growing up.
And so do you think that the move from being a tenant to being a shared ownership, is that going to affect the Sixers? Like, is that going to be felt for like how the team kind of thinks about some decisions internally?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think one, doing fan engagement surveys of what do our fans want, and now when you're a tenant, you only have limited control over what you can provide them. But now, as the owner and the creator of the venue, you can take your fans' experience and we can deliver that to them. So I think it's all about having a seat at the table. It's all about being involved. It's all about creating something for them that might be different. The hardest thing, when your earlier question about the future, if you think about the timeline it takes to build and operate one of these venues. So Steve Ballmer did an amazing job at Intuit. Okay, it just finished its second season. But if you think about that, it was conceived about 8 years ago. So I keep telling our designers that the building we're opening hasn't been thought of yet. And like, I want that like unshackled approach to be able to think of like, what is the future, right? We're going to open in 2030 in time for the W season. Like, again, I want people to see something that they haven't seen yet. And when you're an owner, you can do that. When you're a tenant, you can't influence that.
Fascinating. So really important to kind of think about that dynamic. I'm going to stick with you for just a moment. You mentioned the Prudential Center and its success in your previous comment. What were some of the critical decisions around that transformation there that took it from a hockey-centric venue to something so much bigger and comprehensive? And kind of how did it get to be as successful as it is?
One was, I think we went out and became good listeners. So I think about Amy's boss, Irving Azoff, and a legend in the music business. And it was like, well, how do we get Harry Styles to come to Newark, New Jersey instead of MSG? And we listened, right? Like, what do the tour operators, what do the managers want? What do the talent want? And so we became known in the business as a very user-friendly venue for music. And that culture, as I've gone around to tour, for our building, because you said it earlier, like Amy said it, like, the building has to be more than just sports. If your experience in sports is great, that's one thing. But how about sound? Okay, lighting. All of those things change. Oakview Group built this awesome. If you ever go to Manchester, Co-op Live, it's insane. And it was built for music first. I think it can do basketball if needed.
It can.
And
let's hope.
But the music is the sound, the panels, incredible. But what we learned on tours was, and why we think Prudential Center is so successful, is the people who work for the concert promoters, the people who are loading the building, like, all of those things matter. If it becomes a pain in the ass for someone to get their shit in the building, like, they're not going to want to play there. And so we tried to create a great experience from the manager, the promoter, and everyone along the line who participated in it. And then word travels fast. I mean, I think everyone knows in sports, if your building is not easy for the equipment manager or other things, like, word travels, or if the food isn't good, or the locker room, the world, it's old and decrepit. Like, you're going to hear those things. And so for us, I think the Prudential Center, and we just announced we're going to start a $300 million transformation of the building over a few seasons to just keep it current.
And I like that we're constantly touching on the themes that this is an entire ecosystem, and it's not just the fans or just the games themselves, but there's so many other parts of this, from the equipment and the food and the training facilities all the way to the communities around us.
Don't underestimate the value of the family room.
Okay, yes. I don't, and I love that. And actually, Amy, I'm going to pivot to talk a little bit about the Moody Center deal. Is that okay? Can we talk about that?
Absolutely.
So OVG served as the developer, the financier, the operator, and the primary, basically, risk taker in that deal.
Yes.
Of what has turned out to be the highest grossing venue of its size, okay? Right. Can you tell us a little bit about the challenges, or how did you go about structuring that deal and the relationship with UT Austin?
Yeah, to echo David's comments, I think it is listening, right? That market was prime for an arena. I think the partnership with UT was critical because it hosts men's and women's basketball. So again, you need to be able to flex and make sure that you're taking care of their donors, which is a little bit different. Like, it's almost like premium-esque in the sports world. How do you make sure that you're delivering this unbelievable college experience and then transitioning to the concerts. So I think what ended up happening is this combination of with OVG and with Live Nation and with UT came together as sort of this perfect storm. And I do highly recommend, I appreciate the Co-op Live. So anybody that doesn't make it to Manchester, please go to Austin. When you talk about heart and soul, they are so reflective of that city and thinking about the artist spaces and the athlete spaces. It's actually inspiring and it's fun. I mean, guys, this is what it should be, right? So there isn't a blank wall, there isn't an area that's underutilized. So I think what ended up happening that the combination of the three, the energy around it, and the way the cities embraced it, and the economic impact. And we haven't talked about that, but this is so important to all the cities to have these buildings filled, to make sure they're having visitors, you're getting national, international events, and you've got to have a first-class facility in order to get those events. So I think OVG, it was a risk because it was the first. I think you duplicate it over and over again for the success of Moody.
Okay, fantastic. Well, Moody's a fascinating one to watch, especially that relationship between the collegial level and the investors. Amy B., I'm going to move to talk about, you represent here the NBA, the league, a league kind of level perspective. So thinking about the league and the vested interest that it has in ensuring the fan experience that you've brought up before is seamless as possible, from the physical venue all the way to the in-arena components. How do you support the teams in their arenas and kind of help them bring that vision to life?
Well, you hear the passion. This is one of the most heartfelt projects the team will ever do, is to build this, because it's about their fans and the community, and that's why you're here. As a league, we're here to support that. And so we support teams really in three ways. One is sharing best practices. So I'm always listening, and I'm sure you are when you go. I went to Co-op Live. Oh my gosh, incredible arena in Manchester. The Artist Village could be like a tour of its own.
Yeah, nobody wants to leave.
Yeah, no, exactly. But so best practice sharing, data, which is very relevant here. Okay, so that's everything from surveys to really understanding costs and opportunities. And then we're also just trying to get in terms of relationship building as well, and make sure that we're out there enabling a team to have the right relationships with government and community. That, I know we'll talk about Europe in a moment. That is critical there because there's an education component. I think people here in Boston recognize what the sports teams bring to this town in terms of economic. You know, we just came from our All-Star game in Los Angeles. It delivered $500 million in economic and media value over a weekend, right? Like there's real economic opportunity around these, but there's some education of governments that has to be done too. But at the end of the day, I just go back, like we're trying to build emotional connections. And so whether it's, you know, the Intuit Dome, which David mentioned, like the technology that they're using, enabling people to interact, the old dot races, you can now control the buttons from your seat and participate, right? And you go to, one of the things that's, to me, the secret sauce is just building community in unique ways in arenas, and that's very hard. And like, I love what the Spurs are doing, and they've borrowed it, but they're doing with a post-game chant in the arena and involving the fans. So there's all sorts of things like this, and we just have to help be a catalyst as a league.
And
I just want to add, because
you know,
I'm in it right now with the league, and Amy's colleague Erin is, you know, who we're spending a lot of time with, presenting our plans and, you know, their input. And you know, I feel fortunate because the NBA has made my project better, and you know, they've also allowed us to challenge. You know, I hate that in business, or you know, it's like, well, that's how they've been doing it forever. So like Aaron will tell you, I'm a pain in the ass. I'm like, just because you've been having the TV cameras in that location killing a bunch of premium seats for 30 years doesn't mean that's where the cameras should be in the future. And we're having a discussion about moving the TV cameras because no one's, I'm like, my view is like, the worst thing she could do is say no, but like, let's push for an evolution, you know?
But this is innovation, and this is how you innovate, which is great.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and I like that the league plays such a key role in that because it's really somebody who has a much broader perspective and can share experiences. You mentioned entering international markets, so let's segue into talking about international expansion. When you do that international move and consider expanding, how do you think about it? What matters? Is it the team level, the league level? Is it the venue, the cities? Like, how do you kind of strategize around that?
Yeah, you want to seek out a fan opportunity and a commercial opportunity. And we'll let's use Europe as an example. David just mentioned the Prudential Center here and in New York, in New Jersey, of course, in the New York area. There's 4 major arenas in New York. We just had a game in London at the O2, which is beautiful. There's not 4 major arenas. And there's probably 2 to 3 world-class arenas in Europe. So just translating that, park that for a moment. Then you look at the sport of basketball. We see an opportunity to create a new sports and entertainment ecosystem, sports and entertainment. And there's a few reasons. It's the second most popular sport in Europe. There's 270 million basketball fans in Europe.
Yep.
71 of our NBA players are European. They're some of our best players, 5 of the last 7 MVPs. And yet, in Europe today, basketball is 1% of a $45 billion sponsorship and media sports landscape. So it just doesn't make sense. So as such, we see opportunity, and I won't explain it too much, but our plans are to start a league there and preserve the European traditions while bringing some of the things that we've talked about in order to be a catalyst to the sports and entertainment ecosystem. So what you heard Amy say, teams, they play games, but it's not 365 nights a year.
Right.
But it's a catalyst to concerts coming and other things and mixed use and all of that. So we see this as a tremendous opportunity to create something where all fans of clubs in Europe will have a chance for their team to win in this ecosystem again. And just to explain it briefly, our goal is to sell 12 teams as permanent franchises and then have 4 teams qualify from their domestic leagues and the Basketball Champions League so that anyone, and you probably hear Adam Silver talk a bit about this next, like anyone can win. And that's part of it. Have fun, build emotional connections, drive community, drive commercial success.
Amazing. And building on this, and this is kind of open to all of you in some ways, and maybe we'll start with Billy, thinking about that, the connection or the tension between a brand that is local and that has a rich local connection but has kind of a global appeal. How do you do that? How do you play to your strengths locally to ensure the local audience, that community, your fan base, the heart of your fan base is kind of with you?
Yeah.
And then also you think about the global perspective as we think about this international expansion question.
Yeah, no, that's something we're grappling with on a daily basis at Liverpool. I mean, from our perspective, obviously, as we talked about, Anfield is sort of the not just the physical but the spiritual home of the club, and Liverpool, the greater Merseyside area. We are a key part of that community, and talking about the economic impact and what you do not just on the pitch but off the pitch in the community and our foundation and everything that we're doing in Liverpool. But at the same time, we also have the challenge of how do we embrace, engage with our wider global fan base, and we've been the last couple of years the most watched Premier League team in the league. We've got over 200 million social followers.
It's a lot of responsibility there.
It's a lot of responsibility. So I think the key thing from our perspective is to try and utilize our digital channels, which we haven't talked a lot about. It's more physical, but using our digital channels to engage across different cultures, across different markets. And that, I think, talking about what's the future of sport and where are the future opportunities, knowing who your fan is, having that 360-degree view of them, and at the same time being able to offer them the appropriate content at the appropriate time in whatever language, whatever culture it makes sense. So, yeah, we've got an amazing team of people that work for our digital and media team at LFC TV, and 1.7 billion engagements across social media last season, and we'll see if we can beat that this year. But it's it is something that for all of us in terms of keeping that local connection, but also engaging with whatever the size of your global following is, and then hopefully finding new followers as well. That's part of the reason why we go on tour. We're coming here in the summer. It's a huge opportunity. Everybody thinks about going internationally. We think about coming to the U.S. In terms of the opportunities here. So I think for all of us, it's something that we're constantly grappling with, but certainly at Liverpool, something we're doing on a daily basis.
And just to add very briefly to that, soccer and basketball are these global sports, and just for some proportions, in the NBA, roughly 2/3 of every team's social media followers are outside of the U.S. So you talk about the Celtics here, they have hundreds of millions of fans outside the US. And so you're catering, obviously you're starting with engaging your local community, but that's what's transformed over the last few decades is you're engaging everyone.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, just on that point, we went this preseason to Abu Dhabi. We played the Knicks, so they did, and it was wild for me to see basketball in another country. I've seen it in London when we went there like about 7-8 years ago, but in Abu Dhabi, it was us versus the Knicks, 2 games, I think 3 days apart. And the fans wearing the jerseys, but then like the in-game experience trying to bring they had our game day announcer kind of run it there, but it's very different culturally. And seeing it in like what lands, what doesn't, the t-shirt canon was probably like a very foreign thing there.
They still want their t-shirts though.
Everyone
Everyone
wants
canon
is a very specific thing.
It's free.
I will say the league did an unbelievable job, and that partnership is wild. And kind of the demand, the building was sold out. It was just, for me, a very cool experience. So when you see that go well, it certainly makes sense to kind of expand this whole European thing.
Well, I'm going to kind of ask a question that came from the audience that relates a little bit to the global tension, but it's maybe a broader question, but very astute, around how do you balance the rise of this premium experience that we've talked about, but also pricing out core fans? Like, how do you think about that strategically?
Yeah, I'm very passionate about this.
Please go ahead. Good.
Only because I think, and a lot of projects I've looked at recently, I think there is there's this block that everybody's like, here's premium, right? And it started with maybe 3 or 4 products, and now it has certainly expanded. I think this is, again, knowing your customer, really having that, lack of a better term, I call it food chain, but having that stack of those premium, and that you do have something for everyone, and you can bring them along, and that you're making this premium promise to them, which is driven by price, but it is, what is the commitment you're making? What is the hospitality experience? What is the service level? What are the amenities? I think that you could have something for everyone in a premium experience and not cross over. I think what ends up happening is a lot of people have products that are duplicative, and it becomes really hard to differentiate, and they each have a different story. And I actually think part of the future is not having 1,000 people in a premium experience. You're better off having 3 at 350 and curating that and meeting those needs, again, anticipating those needs. So I think there is a way that you can deliver. It'll be like Disney, like the price isn't going to matter because they feel so good about it. Like, you can't control what happens on the court or the ice, but the rest of that experience is so curated.
While preserving that core fan kind of audience.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a critical sort of decision-making process for us at Liverpool. I think one of the fortunate for us anyway, we've been sold out since 2011. We've got 25,000 people on a closed waiting list for season tickets. It's a matter of getting ticket, not necessarily needing to sort of sell the ticket. But one of the things, as Amy said, I think we do have a much more significant premium position now, thanks to the expansions that we talked about earlier. Our friends at the Red Sox and FSG, we were sort of able to bring premium over to the UK, and I think if you look across Europe, generally speaking, the premium experience is behind what is here in the US. But I think also at the same time, looking what we would call the general admission tickets, which is kind of a ticket with sort of nothing else, right? There's no premium kind of element to that in terms of lounges or foods or access, whatever that might be. And really trying to understand how there's an incredible amount of pressure on all of us across sport in terms of, in our case, match day revenue. And at the same time, how do you continue to keep driving revenues, but at the same time be sensitive to the pricing point around the local fan? And I think that's something that we spend a lot of time on and think very seriously about. Also, I would say the other component of that is to the younger fan, and how you ensure that people can get access to get into the stadium, because that's a big part of, for our challenge is, the younger fan can't get access to those tickets. So, we're looking at how do we create pockets of space for the youth fan and sort of teen and young adults. So, yeah, I would say, speaking on behalf of all of us, probably something that we're, constantly looking at and constantly sort of grappling with.
And actually, you brought up the younger fan, and we have a question specifically about the younger fans, and we heard younger voices in the audience. So how do we think about, I mean, I love basketball because it's a pretty concise game, and it kind of goes by pretty quickly. I'm an impatient person, my mom always told me, and my dad. But the younger generation seems to have even less and less, ability to sit still and watch, and kids, by their nature, kind of wander. How do you think about the game when you think about family activities and having younger fans? How does that kind of start to influence some of the decision making that you're putting in place?
I'll start. I mean, it starts with your previous question about accessibility too, and so you have to offer personalized experiences to people, so families, and it depends on the kids' ages, right? So both in arena, whether it's a theme night, or watching on TV, and we've done some things in partnership with Disney around animations. Again, it depends on the age, but it's about customer segmentation, and I can't believe we've made it this far on this panel without talking about AI, but like, here we go, AI.
I think we should be congratulated.
But that is gonna allow us to personalize. What we have to recognize is fans come to the arena for different reasons, and they watch on TV or their phones or anywhere else for different reasons. Some may be just following the X's and O's. Some are at the game looking who's sitting courtside. Others are taking a business associate. Others are taking families. And for those people taking families, you have to offer them the most exciting experience, whether the team wins or loses. Especially that's how we look at it at league level. It's going to be 50% wins and 50% losses, right? And so we have to be able to offer engaging, and this goes back to best practice sharing and all of that. And my daughter Audrey's here today. Kids want very different things and have shorter attention spans and all of that. And so we have to keep innovating around that. But it goes back to your previous question about just market demand and accessibility, and can we offer things adjacent to these games and experiences too, to engage them.
David, anything to add there?
Yeah, just two things. One, I think that traditionally, the general admission fan was kind of an afterthought, and it was kind of, you're at the top level of the arena, and maybe there'll be some food up there, and that's it. The building we're designing, we purposely were like, our current building holds 21,000 fans. Our new building is going to be about 18,400. So bringing it in more intimate. It also allows the upper level to be closer to the action, so they don't feel so far away. And just to double click on something very important to my partners, Josh, David, and I, that we make it. You don't price everyone out, right? So how can you give them that pre-game experience, post-game experience, food costs? What do you do for fans to create the affordability? And we're committed to having a section of food and things like that will be affordable and give that experience. But even the memories come from that like pre-game experience outside. We haven't publicly released our plans yet, but we're gonna have a pretty cool fan plaza, and with video boards, things like that. Like, I want that'll be part of the memory of the day, right? And so I think, especially for kids, like we're trying to think about that, because you can't get every kid on the court for a warm up, right?
A free throw,
right? So, but you want to do something during that day that they think about.
We only have a couple of minutes left. Shockingly, that went by very fast, but I do have a rapid fire kind of round of questions, okay? So it's going to be very quick, and it's going to be kind of one for each. So David, I'm going to start with you. Biggest value driver over the next decade or so, what do you think is going to create more franchise value? The venue, the team, or the surrounding district?
Probably the surrounding district.
Okay. Amy?
The team.
The team, okay.
It's all interrelated, though.
Okay.
It's absolutely all interrelated.
I'm going to ask you another rapid fire question, okay? Most overrated arena trend. What is one arena or real estate trend that you think is overhyped and is likely to disappear?
I'm not a huge fan of all-you-can-eat tickets.
Okay.
It's a hotly debated topic.
Okay.
But I think there are better ways to deliver more quality to the fans than that.
Okay, fantastic. We'll watch for that one. Amy L.
Can I just say, I think the mixed-use development outside, it can be a double-edged sword. Mm-hmm. I think if you're not careful, you could build something that isn't active on non-event days. So I think you have to really be thoughtful about the curation of, yes, when you're driving these events, that it is welcoming, but you want it to be a destination on non-event days. So if people sway so much about the events and they forget about making it part of the community, you can, not that it dies or goes away, I just don't think it'll be successful.
And a quick question for you. Next global sports hotspot, which international city or region do you think is going to become like a major sports growth market?
Oh, I'm a big fan of Spain.
Ooh, okay, lots of opportunity there. Billy, I have a rapid fire question for you. Thank you for traveling all the way here from the UK. I know that you were here, but you're now back traveling.
Yeah.
Do you have any other plans while you're here in town?
Actually, I got a chance to catch up with some friends last night. Yeah, we've lived in the UK for 12 years now, so it was nice to be back. And actually, a couple of them are over here hiding in the shadows. In fact, one of them, who's finding out with the rest of you, his name is Ted Duffy. And part of the reason I'm here is because we are celebrating Ted's 50th birthday this weekend. So I think he's over there, and I hope he's embarrassed. So I would just like everybody
There's a high
just to
likelihood
say,
he's embarrassed.
Happy birthday, Duff. That's all we have to say.
Can
1,
everybody
2,
say
3.
happy birthday, Duff?
Happy birthday, Duff.
Well, thank
That's
you.
what I'll be doing.
Happy birthday, Duff. 50 is a good club. Welcome to the club. Please join me in thanking our amazing panelists for this talk. Thank you, everybody.
There you go. Well done.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you, everybody.
Runs a tight, yeah. I might need to bring her to the airport. I'll come around and I'll find it wherever this place is. Back doors.
Do you know where the? Come up here.
I'll get it back. Oh, come on. Don't worry.
Come with me, because it's only when you and I are going to get you.
I'll go first.
Grab it back.
Hi. My name is Ashima.
Good job, yeah. We've got Scott, Professor in she just had her third kid, so she's not here, right? So, and she was good enough to take us around and tour us and all that stuff. Same thing.
But you were like, raise your hand if you can do this. And I'm like, raise your hand. Oh, no. There we go. Great. Thank you. Did you have a good time?
Yeah. Are you all good? I'm good. You going to be here for a little bit?
All right.
Hello everyone, my name is Felipe Rosas. I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce our panel, The Future of Youth Sports, from Playground to Pro Pathways. Our panelists today are Addison Pfister, VP of Team Operation and Organizational Growth at the Boston Celtics, Kevin Martinez, VP of Corporate Citizenship at ESPN, Megan Rapinoe, soccer legend, activist, author, and podcaster, Zach Wiener, co-founder of Overtime Sports. Our panel will be moderated by Adrian Wojnarowski, General Manager of the Saint Bonaventure men's basketball team. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. With that, I will turn over to you, Adrian.
Great. Thank you, Felipe. Good morning to everybody here. Thanks for being in here. Tough going up against the commissioner, right? but we appreciate everybody here. This is a great group and proud to be here with this gang. I'm going to start with my former colleague at ESPN, Kevin Martinez. Kevin, you lead the Take Back Sports project at ESPN that's focused on reclaiming the joy and accessibility of sports for kids. With the increasing competitiveness of youth sports, how do you shift the cultural norms among parents, coaches, and communities while still respecting their competitive ambitions?
So it's a Herculean effort because I think there's more behind that question, in that we at ESPN, about 10 years ago, we worked with Kobe Bryant on a program called Don't Retire Kid, because kids were dropping out of sports. And we knew that there was kind of that fundamental cadence that was happening. Then the pandemic hit, and then kids started to drop out at huge rates. So right now, 38% of kids play a sport. It used to be 60% of kids. So we believe that there is a hidden problem here that we need to kind of talk about in a larger perspective. And I'll be really honest, I lead corporate responsibility. My job is to build the business reputably, but at the same time, find societal needs that we can help solve problems for. And so what we see is the opportunity to really kind of reach in and say, okay, so if you're not playing sports, when you are playing sports, you're 14 times more likely to be a sports fan, right? If you're playing sports, you're more likely to have the skills and tools that you need, particularly as a young woman, to learn leadership and critical thinking and have coaching that really understand the value proposition of like where you need to be in life. Having those coaches is really critical. So to the point of Take Back Sports, what we did this year was we launched a program called Take Back Sports, which is a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek kind of sports center moment to make it fun and exciting, but to deal with the issues. And so it's an initiative that we're going to carry for multiple years. It's going to fund all of the assets of youth sports for us. We're a major funder with the leagues and other organizations, but it's to try to really capitalize on the stories of making sure that, most importantly, sports is fun. I know we all know sports is fun, but if you only have 38% of kids playing sports in an organized fashion, I want my nephews and nieces and my friends to be able to experience that, so they will be able to move forward and enjoy that fun and know what comes from that fun. And so we want to bring that back, Take Back Sports, and we want to do it in a way that is philosophically in partnership with a number of organizations to be able to really address that. The leagues, the teams, corporations are now coming on board, because the minute you say it, anybody has a child or kid or that they're traveling them around, they're dealing with the cost of entry, they're dealing with safety and security, they're dealing with coaches, they're dealing with almost all of the block grants for sports are drying up because they're not getting federal money. So that means recreational sports are now going to be hit at a higher level, not just travel teams, but what's happening in your national parks and rec, what's happening in your local market, boys and girls clubs, those things are drying up. So we want to make sure that we come at this in a very kind of strategic and sophisticated way with partners. We're not the authority here, but we've been given the opportunity to use all of ESPN's platforms for the first time ever. I'm very proud. I have a little chills here, because It's the first time that it's resonated as a business proposition with our partners. And for the first time, the Walt Disney Company, which we are owned by, is going to come on board and use their assets to talk about sports at the Walt Disney Company. So we're very excited about that.
Megan, with youth sports becoming more specialized and more outcome-driven for kids, how do we preserve the life skills, the discipline, teamwork, and just being yourself that sports are supposed to teach when the system is increasingly centered on professional outcomes?
I'd be rich if I knew that. That's you guys hear me?
Yeah, that was me.
It's a really hard problem, and it's sort of like everybody's at fault and no one's at fault at the same time. I mean, I do have a question for the collective delusion of parents where we know the statistics are 0.001 go pro, and yet 10 of the kids have a specialized coach. Like, guys, what are we doing? But the system is incentivized to do that, and sometimes that's the only pathway. I think it goes beyond parents, and I understand the pressure that parents are under, but like, your primary responsibility is to your child and raising your child and being honest with your child. And in a way, I feel like parents are putting their kids in a situation, whether that's sort of parents collectively, whether it's in the team or in the town or in the, for the most part, all of these things are run by a collection of parents, whether it's tournaments or teams or clubs or directors of, whatever. We're putting our kids in an environment and signaling to them that if you don't go pro, then you're a failure. And so then all the other things in sports don't really matter. It doesn't, they aren't incentivized for the kids, and they aren't clear pillars and like core pillars of why it's important to play sports, which are that it is fun. First of all, move your body, it's fun, conflict management, team building skills, all of the things that we love about sports. So I think a lot of parents know that their kid has 2 left feet, but they love playing. And so how do we create an environment where, like, that's amazing, great, do all the sports, and not sort of implicitly lie to them that this is the way that you have to do it? Because I think for kids, they're just sponges. They're just taking on the information that is being presented to them, or the vibe, or what's important, or what they're seeing. And obviously they have so much more access to information, social media, and much more online culture. And it's becoming like, unless I'm this, then I feel bad about myself. And then sports isn't really all that fun. So I think there's a huge responsibility at the feet of the collective parental and sort of organism that is the coaches and the teams and the organizations and all of that, to really rethink how we're framing sports to kids, because the best ones are the ones that never have coaches. I never had I'll tell you, just take anybody that's a professional athlete right now. It's like, maybe it's a little different than when I grew up, but it's like, we're not doing that. We were the best at every level by far until you get to the pros, and then you meet your peers. And that's really clear. So how do we take care of the rest of the kids so they can just chill and have fun and become a sports fan, and ultimately work in the front office and be a fan and buy season tickets and do all the things that we love about sports in a way that is setting them up for success, and not to feel bad about themselves for not being something that they never were going to be.
That was a great way to put it. That professional athletes were the best at every level, dominated, and then get to the pros where they meet their peers and then find kind of where they fit into that spectrum. It's a great way to capsulize that. Zach, a couple questions. When you look at the data coming out of OTE and Overtime Academy, what are you learning about how this environment actually shapes long-term outcomes for teenage athletes? And how do you balance the market incentives, the views, the personality-driven content, the brand partnerships, with the responsibility to build educated, resilient young adults?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is just acknowledging the ecosystem that we are in, and whether overtime or OTE existed or not, and before it existed even, social media was having a gigantic impact on these kids. And it's obviously still true today. I mean, we had Jason Tatum, who's returning tonight in Boston, really exciting. He came to sit courtside at an OTE game, and obviously global superstar. There are fans at our games that are more excited to meet high school athletes than they were Jason Tatum. I mean, it still actually even blows my mind. And obviously, that's actually part of our job at OTE, but this has been true for years and years and years. So creating Overtime Elite was just the acknowledgement that this is going to happen with us or without us, and that, sort of to your point, these elite athletes have a lot of oftentimes bad actors around them, and they need a different set of information, and they need to be told the truth. And candidly, I don't think that a lot of people in the general high school sports ecosystem are necessarily doing that. So our ability to hire the right people around them that are going to tell them the truth, that are going to provide financial literacy, media training. We have a full-time psychologist on board. You know, I think those things are really, really important. And yes, the data coming out, we have been blessed to send players to top colleges, to the NBA. That's been amazing. But what like warms my heart, honestly, is the growth we've seen of these young men, and then on Overtime Select of the young women, to see the humans that they are turning into. That's a big focus of what we do at Overtime generally.
Allison, we're here on your home court in Boston. Listen, you're not just with the Celtics building great young players, great teams. You've raised one of the best college basketball players in the country. Your daughter Sarah Strong is having a phenomenal year at UConn. So as a mother and a former professional player, and I know this is your month, March, right?
Yeah,
one of the great, people don't talk about the great March upsets in history, right? Harvard over Stanford. What have you learned about how the current youth and college ecosystem actually works and feels from a family perspective?
Wow, that's a good question. When I think about my role as a parent, and Sarah kind of progressing up through the ranks, we were very intentional about, I don't even know what the right word is, but slowing her exposure to the world. Number one, she had a goal that she wanted to, play collegiately and potentially play in the WNBA, but we understood that there were many inputs that had to, number one, a very long shot, but number two, just a ton of inputs that had to go right, and habits that had to be formed along the way for her to even realize the first, and that was making the high school team and playing collegiately anywhere, but let alone UConn. But none of those factors included making highlight tapes. None of those factors included broadcasting her on social media from my perspective. None of those factors included, reaching out to local businesses for sponsorships. We were more so focused on, and none of those factors included playing on a circuit where there is maximum exposure. Again, this is a very unique case for our daughter, but it was about Sarah's playing with her high school friends. They were on some random community organization team. We even made her play soccer so that she would completely disconnect from basketball.
She's Spanish at heart.
She is Spanish.
She's a Madrista.
So it was a complete focus on not focusing on the things that you would think would help her be and achieve her goals of being a college player and a pro. And I will add as well, she grew up in Spain for the first 10 years of her life, where you're playing in a club. She played soccer at the same time. I grew up as a 3-sport athlete because you have to be well-rounded. So it was really a focus on not focusing on the things that you think you would need to focus on.
Zach, back to you. The overtime has emerged as a response. It emerged as a response to a youth system dominated by rising costs, the fragmented recruiting circuits, and now these NIL-shaped pathways. When you examine that sort of ecosystem, what were the core incentives that you guys felt were fundamentally misaligned with what's best for today's young athletes? And in building OTE and the broader overtime platform, what new incentives or guardrails are you deliberately designing to shift those outcomes?
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about money. I mean, it's a very real thing. And before we started any of our leagues, the first thing we really did was actually talk to these athletes and talk to their families to actually understand their perspective. We did not just build overtime elite, overtime select in like a lab, just expecting that we knew what was best for them or what they wanted. So I think getting their input was really, really important. Also other stakeholders, agents, other leagues, et cetera. But on the money piece, I mean, OTE has gone through a transformation that I'm proud, I think shows the responsiveness to the ecosystem. So the first year that Overtime Elite existed, we paid athletes salaries because A, that's what the athletes wanted, and B, we thought that that's what they deserved, and they received equity in overtime. And we were very, very, very transparent that this is not the path for everybody. This, at that point, will remove your NCAA eligibility. So we will pay for your college after paying you all this money if that's the route that you decide to go, but you should know the pros and cons. And some athletes took that approach and then went to the NBA, and some didn't, and we still continue to support them. And as we were talking about backstage, the rules have changed enough that some of those initial athletes that signed professional contracts are now playing college basketball. What a world. And I'm very happy about that. You know, I never wanted to take away their NCAA eligibility. I just wanted to compensate them because we were going to build a business with them. Now things have evolved and NIL has become huge. And so now none of our athletes are professional athletes. They're like any other high school athlete, except they sometimes get paid via NIL so they can retain their college eligibility. But I think to not talk about the money factor would not be fair to the reality of the situation. But there's lots of other things that are, of course, important to them. They do want to build a platform for themselves. But I think people would be surprised, like, yes, are there a lot of cameras and stuff going on at OTE? But the super majority of the athlete's day is about education and about basketball. And I think that there are definitely, when you're not at OTE, there are actors around you that have different incentives, to your point. Maybe there's that coach that just cares about winning their high school championship because they're not going to see you again. And we make sure that it's ultimately about the process of, making them into full human beings, both on and off the court.
Megan, Zach talks about, the idea of kind of redesigning the incentives in youth sports. From your vantage point, working with girls and LGBTQ athletes, what's the value system youth sports should be orienting around? And where do you worry that both the traditional model and the new professionalized pathways risk drifting away from what actually keeps kids, especially marginalized kids, in games and playing?
Work hard, have fun, be a good teammate, and dream big. Like all cliches, but the only things that matter. And the dream big part, I think, especially because it's okay that you're not going to be a professional athlete, but you want it really bad and you love it. Like, that's okay. I think that's really important to have little kids' minds like know that, and also guide them in a way that doesn't make them feel like they're a failure if they don't have it. I think I think honestly, for sure for, little gay kids or, little black hockey players, like see it, be it. If the world around you doesn't always mirror that, I think it's really important to have a space where you're celebrated for just who you are, but also like just kids in general. The pressure on kids with, social media and just so much external input is really difficult. So sports is always this place where you can use your body fully. I think there's something really important about like the trying your hardest isn't just like, oh, that's a good value. There's something really important about running as hard as you can and trying as hard as you can, because you're not thinking about what you look like or what it looks like or what other people think about you. When you're in the moment sprinting with other people, there's something like deeper about that. And then the teamwork piece, like, it's fun. Sarah, like, had fun with her teammates. And, like, Sarah could have played on any team in the world before she went to UConn because she's that good. But, like, what's that gonna get her? She's got her whole career to be in the business of it and to have those pressures on her. So it's important that you're joking with your teammates. It's important that you have a teammate that, like, annoys the shit out of you. And you're like, I don't really like you, but I need to learn how to respect you and how to understand you and how to, some of my best teammates ever who I had a really strong relationship on the field. We don't have a strong relationship off the field. That's okay. God, welcome to life. You're going to work in an office, or you're going to work with people, or you have family. Like, these are universal things. And I think those are the most important thing about sports. Everything else will take care of itself whenever it takes care of itself. But those are the things that make it worth it. Those are the things that keep kids in sports and will help to, because I know parents, rightfully so, if I was a parent, I'd be absolutely terrified to have a child right now with social media and everything they're seeing, and, you know, how do we guide these kids? Those are the things that buffer against all of the rest of the craziness that is happening. Those are the things that build self-confidence, resilience, a sense of self, an ability to judge for yourself and develop the skill of, did I play well or did I not, and what does that mean? If you can't do that for yourself at every level, I think this a lot about professional athletes even. If you don't know how you played and you have to go to social media or have someone else tell you, we need to work on, like, our sense of self. The people that matter is, like, yourself, your coaches, because they're the ones teaching you, your teammates, that, you know, your family, that tight group. So if you need to go online to see that you did amazing, or to see that you did terrible, they're actually both the same to me. I think people talk about the negative more, but the influx of fake positivity, or just like, I'm gonna ride for you no matter what, that's just as bad as you're horrible and getting called a name. It's the off kilter and the lack of balance with, like, the being able to understand yourself and to judge yourself in that way and have that be accurate. So for me, those are the most important. Those are the things that we should be focusing on, that should be part of the pillars of the education around sports. And then, like, yes, we need to, like, do drills and have competition, and it's important to compete, and it's important to let kids, like, let that out and feel what that feels like, and to build an understanding around it that's healthier moving on into life than just like, oh, I won the game or tournament, or I didn't.
Allison, from both your perspective as a parent and a front office executive, the sacrifices you made of travel and living in different cities, what do those reveal about the structure of the youth sports system today, and what would a healthier, more sustainable model look like for families who don't necessarily have the same resources?
Yeah, the travel aspect of youth sports, specifically basketball. I imagine other sports like soccer, volleyball. I talk to parents all the time about the high costs of competing with a travel team. And I was on a call the other day with a woman who is the head of a EYBL team in New Jersey. She has an all-female staff. I don't think we even talked about the coaches, like the lack of training for coaches as to why there might be a barrier to entry to sports, or just negative experiences with youth sports. But the travel costs are real, and I remember as a young player having to take, you know, long bus rides places where you build community amongst your teammates, and it was so not about the competition itself. It was more about those things, and I look at my life today and all of the little steps, whether it's, you know, on the youth level, the collegiate level, and not even talking about abroad, where we spent, you know, years and years and years, you know, traveling and playing sport. It builds resilience. It builds. I personally feel like I can do anything because of my exposure to some of the challenges through sports, and that travel is one of them. But from a parental perspective, if you don't have the resources to dedicate to the pastime, it's a little bit difficult to participate for the kids.
Kevin, how do we scale solutions, not just for the elite athlete, but in a way that serves all young athletes?
Well, I think Megan touched on it, which is, there are fundamentals that you hope that a young person will have in their experiences as they grow through the system, right? And it's a personal journey. We try to say help kids create the futures that they imagine, not everyone else, right? From a sports perspective, we have taken the leadership that's out in the community. The Aspen Institute, Positive Coaching Alliance is doing some fantastic work in that space to really try to say, okay, so what are the areas that we can really truly tell stories around that will resonate with parents, teachers, coaches, and caring adults, not to youth directly, but to the people who have the ability to forward and advance that future that they imagine. And so we've looked at 3 areas that ESPN can invest in and collaborate with across the board, which is we're storytellers. We used to say ink by the barrel, right? So we are an industry of telling stories and digital platforms. So to be able to tell that story is most important. So I'm actually a producer. I'm a content producer to help tell the stories on youth sports. We also are talking about marketing, is that we need to position this collaboratively amongst all this group. I mean, this is the analytics conference, and so where are the collaborations on the pain points in youth sports? Let's get together and work together. And it doesn't have to be our brand, it doesn't have to be your brand, or et cetera, but we do have to have shared values and common themes about what we want to accomplish. The third piece is that we really need to put our money up or shut up. And so we've invested a substantial amount of money for us, which is, we're not philanthropists by trade, but we've just invested $5 million into rec leagues to hopefully get 500,000 kids at $10 a pop. And once we started to really talk to the leadership of YWCAs and Boys and Girls Clubs and police athletic leagues and you name it, they found the ways to introduce in their own communities, NRPA, how these young people can find the channel into having fun at sports. And so actually we're going to announce here pretty soon, what we thought was going to be 500,000 new kids is 1.1 million kids, because they know how to invest and get them in and get coaches to do that. There are 4 areas that we think, and the Aspen Institute and others have kind of boiled down into the prioritization. Coaching is the preeminent one, which is you need a mentor. You need someone you can look at and say, gosh, I don't have that at home, or I do have that at home, or I really need someone who has knowledge of. So our goal is like, well, if 99% of all coaches out there are volunteers, let's make sure that they're ready and prepared. So Positive Coaching Alliance, we're working with them to develop these assets that you go to their website, not ESPN's, but say here are the tools of trade for coaching a young 12-year-old girl versus a young 12-year-old boy. And what is the difference? And what is the sport? And where are they? And what are the pressures they exist? What are the socioeconomics in this day and age? I don't care what anyone says, you still have to look at vulnerability when you are a grant maker. You have to look at those that don't have as much as everybody else. And so that's the first thing. The second thing is multi-sport. I'm so glad you said that, because if you don't have the ability to move across functions, whether you're a fast twitch athlete, whether you are a synaptic thinker, a long distance runner, you have capacity to do that, adding those tools to reach your full potential. I think there was some research that the Women's Sports Foundation did that said 93% of female executives in the C-suite got their leadership capacity from sports. Right? And so let's take that and move that and replicate that and give more resources towards that. I was talking to Billie Jean King yesterday about that, to say where can we really invest to make sure girls have that leadership capacity. The rec leagues is important. I'm telling you now, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So invest in your youth rec league. The travel teams everyone should be in the ecosystem. But if 97% of the people are in the rec league area, to get them to the elite path, let's do a good job of telling those stories and showing that is the entry point. Whether it's just playing basketball at the Y, and then going to play, soccer or what you name it, whatever else it is, that's fine. And the last thing I just want to say is I don't want anyone to be confused when we say have fun. We're very intentional about what that means. If you open up that door and look at what have fun means, the research that's been done recently over, I think, of the last 3 U.S. Business News and Report, Fortune, and a number of stuff, they do this thing where they measure the happiness of youth, and they've done it since 1950. This is the most unhappy generation ever, right? For a number of reasons. So it's our job as citizens of the world and of our community and parents and teachers and coaches and caring adults to figure out where can we uplift them with the tools that we have, whether it's arts, whether it's sports, whether it's academics. But it's our job to bring the village together to be able to do that. So fundamentally, I just want you to know, when we say happiness, when we say fun, we mean youth mental wellness, social emotional learning. We mean making sure that there's cognitive abilities to find your joy in the way that you want to, and you may express it, or you may not be able to hit it, and so you need a mentor to get you there. So I just want to be clear, fun is really important. We can dumb that down, or we can academic it up, but the fact is if kids are dropping out if they're joining because they want to have fun, and they're dropping out because they're not having fun, we have a pretty clear analytics that we look at and say, what can we do for a bridging document there that allows us to be able to invest in that over time to make that change?
This was going to be a question for Allison, but I want to throw out to Allison and the whole group. About social media and personal branding, I hate that term, changing the way young athletes develop. And listen, OTE was built on this idea. I've always had a real issue with this idea of human beings aren't brands. Toothpaste is a brand. Detergent is a brand to me. People aren't brands. And I think, especially with young people, I think it can be confusing to think people have reputations and people have character. And when we start talking to young people about your brand, you're almost talking to them about this illusion you're creating. And to me, they don't need more illusions. And so I think that could be confusing. There's probably 20 athletes on this planet who have a brand. One of them might be up here with us now. I don't know what that number is, right? Like but who is?
I'll combat that.
But I mean, everybody knows who you are and what you've accomplished. And Allison, and when we're putting this on young people, I get really worried about, you've got kids talking to you about their brand, and I'm like, you don't have a move yet that we can call a play for late in the game. How about you have a go-to move that we can call in a game that you could score on before we talk about all the brand? And I think, I just worry, especially with younger people, if it is that term and that idea is, there's very few players on this planet, and certainly in the game of basketball, we know who they are, who have a brand. We could probably count them on 2 hands. And I think we've created a world where we think everyone has a brand and they don't. And I wonder if it doesn't hold them back from just being who they are and going out and achieving and not worrying about all that stuff and building good relationships and finding community in sports and getting better at it and doing well academically and all these other things. And I really worry about what's been lost in that.
You make a very good point, and I think it's one of the main reasons why we were so intentional about keeping Sarah out of the vast amounts of exposure that are out there. I remember when we were, talking to shoe companies about a potential shoe deal for her, and it took her a while. She just recently signed with Jordan brand, and it took her a while to land a deal because her social media footprint is so low. And we've gotten a lot of criticism about not leveraging a brand, but we're like, there's a trade-off with trying to build a brand, and we weren't willing to sacrifice that because there's a level of peace that we'd love to maintain for her, a peace of mind, and just tranquility about doing what she loves to do and having fun with her teammates. So I don't know what you guys think about that whole thing, but you make a very compelling point.
Are we getting a Wings poster? Because
Yeah.
that's good branding for Jordan.
Exactly.
Because Jordan's a brand.
I'll tweet that.
And Sarah
There
embodies
you go.
what that brand is because that's authentic to Sarah.
Very good. Yeah.
I mean, I think that the first thing I think about it is that the research is in and clear that social media for young kids before 16 is an absolutely not. We know that the harms are there and probably further than that, probably older than that. So that's the first thing. And I think that that is something that we're like, oh yeah, it's hurting them, but it's like you're not buying your kids beer like when they're 12. So it's the same thing. We know that. I think second, and how I'll combat me being a brand, being a person who is well known and who is marketable is different than being a brand. Sometimes it's hard to tell. But for me, I make decisions all the time that are detrimental to my brand and to my bottom line. But actually, I think that that's sort of the point. If you are making decisions about what to do or say based on your monetary incentive, you're a brand. If you're doing things based on who you are and what's authentic to you, you're a person. So I totally agree with you. I see it with kids all the time. They're trying to, and of course, when you're a kid, you're trying everything on. You're seeing how to do this. But what kids are doing now is play acting what they think is going to get them what they ultimately want, which is belonging and being seen. And so the calculus and where I feel like the screw really needs to be driven by kids and ultimately their parents with them is like when you come up to a decision, it's not, oh, what's this going to do for the brand? Is who are you? What do you want? What do you like? How does that feel? And so you have a sense of that. And then yes, if you go on to be a professional athlete, yes, there's brand deals and I am all about let's talk about the money because that's just there. We're not going to pretend like social media doesn't exist and pretend like the money doesn't exist and branding deals and NIL. Get it in the mix. There's a way to do that without having to make the incentives all about your bottom line. So you can be authentic and have a personality that people know and recognize and understand, just like we understand how Coca-Cola makes us feel, because that's a brand. We can understand how Megan Rapinoe makes people feel, but it's not because she's trying to sell Megan Rapinoe. It's because that's me. That's who I am. So the decisions that I make, or LeBron James makes, or Steph Curry, or Asia Wilson, talk about managing a whole personality in a way that is deeply authentic to her and it's resonating because that is Asia. It doesn't mean we get all of her. We don't, that's not realistic or healthy, but we get the version of her that she's comfortable sharing that is also her. And that's something that is real. So I think with kids, just teaching them that and not having it be you got to get on social media and do something you're uncomfortable with so you can get more likes and clicks so you can get more money. You might have money, but you're going to be rotten inside. That's you don't have anything if you just have money.
Yeah, I would just add that, the single biggest driver of brand is reputation. The single biggest driver of reputation is trust and authority and authenticity, those three things together. And so if you look at what is really driving, it is our responsibility to also educate what brand really means, right? It is not a logo. It is not the monetization. It is truly who you are authentically as an individual, if you're trying to brand a person, right? But also a product or a movie or a moment in time. There is a conditional opportunity that we need to be able to be very thoughtful about when we're talking to a younger person about what that really means. I also would hold accountable, as you said, there's a lot of players in the room that can affect what that means. And I am blessed and I love, and you see it all the time, but I cannot tell you how many times I've been in a room with an athlete, a young athlete, and there's an agent and a manager and a consumer goods product and whatever, and I totally get it because they've earned that. But what they're telling them is, if it was on social media, or a Real Housewives moment, people would be tuning in to say, "Oh my God, this is a travesty." Because it is not fair to that young person, particularly if they have this great opportunity ahead of them to create that future and live that future that they imagine. I just, when they say brand, I'm with you. It just drives me crazy because it's not fair to that individual, because that young person also isn't fully developed until they're 27. They don't really understand what all that means. And so after a while you really do, but that integrity piece, the reputation, we talk about it all the time at the Walt Disney Company. What drives our brand and brand love is, in fact, that reputation, and what holds you true to reputation is who you are as an individual and a human being.
Well said, and I want to try to get to at least one question here from the audience. We've got about 4.5 minutes, a little under 4.5 minutes left. Many youth coaches try to emphasize fun, teamwork, and life skills, yet the broader environment, other teams, parents, and leagues often prioritize winning. What tangible steps can youth coaches take to help shift that culture?
I mean, I think part of it comes down to incentives, right? And I think candidly some adults in some of these situations don't always have the right incentives. So I think that this is not an easy thing to change, it's a societal thing, but as opposed to getting really happy at the coach when the team wins, like actually praising the coaches when we see that these young men and women are actually improving as human beings. There's such a focus on winning as a society that, we talk about the vulnerability of kids. Adults are vulnerable to these forces as well. So if you are a coach and you're being praised every time you win and criticized every time you lose, like your incentive structure is gonna be like, okay, winning is the most important thing. And this is a collective thing. It's partially a media thing, but focusing on what really matters, which is the development of these young people, that's going to hopefully over time change the incentive in the coaches' heads. But there's like that quote, why think about anything else when you can think about incentives? And I think ultimately it comes down to that.
Try to get one more here. In many communities today, sports facilities are used primarily for organized leagues, leaving fewer opportunities for kids to spontaneously organize their own games. How can we create environments that encourage more unstructured play?
I think it's what you're saying. The incentives are really clear. No matter what's coming out of anybody's mouth, the incentives are very clear from top to bottom, is that we are going to be trying to win and go to the league, period. Whatever it is, whatever sport, at whatever level, not to mention how good the kids are or are not. So I think it's like, what is the incentive for, the person who owns the facility? Like, is it just like you got $10 free play on a Friday? I feel like that would fill up. I think there's a big community of kids and a big population of kids that want that. But if you're trying to, it all sort of goes hand in hand. If it costs $5,000 to play on the club team, then you have to have the practice thing. So then you're going to pay for the outpriced practice facility that has the court that so it's all the same thing. Whereas like, okay, what are we actually doing here? There's a way to make money for the business owner on kids who play sports, but there's a different way to think about it, I think. But you're exactly right. The incentives, people are going to respond to incentives all day over everything, because it's people's livelihoods, first of all, but it's also just how we're wired. So if we don't signal something different, we're not going to get anything different ever.
Well, and I would just add, the Walt Disney Company has the Wide World of Sports in Orlando, which is pristine, beautiful facility. But there is a commitment to social responsibility in every segment that we have to make sure that there's access and entry and equity as that happens. The $40 billion sports world of facilities is growing faster, and it's being invested in by private equity. It's being monetized. It is being monetized for a purpose. So we need to hold everyone accountable to give back in a responsible way to make sure that there is that access and opportunity for everybody, but also for the most vulnerable. and that they're prepared to be able to make that sustained over time, not episodic. Oh, we give you a grant and here's your one moment. That $10 to get in is great, but this mother, this single mother who's trying to make sure her kid has a place to be at whatever, and Boys and Girls Clubs and that's whatever, how can you do that over time? We need to think in systems and holistically over time.
Right at the buzzer. Perfect. This went fast. This was a lot of fun. Zach, Megan, Kevin, Allison.
I'm passionate.
This was great, and thanks to everybody out here. This was a really neat 45 minutes.
You chose the right panel, by the way. Good job.
Yeah, right? They're not saying anything over there.
Right?
No way. Thank you, everybody.
What type of analytics? Yeah. Interesting. Okay. We should talk, and then you should have this guy. Okay. That you were showing me yesterday. Let me answer your question, and then you guys can chat. I'm honestly not trying to like find out. We were literally talking about this yesterday. So, yeah, you should tell them about your question. Yeah. Okay, well, yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll see you later. Great.
I'm just curious.
You're in here, but yes, it's all the same area, but it's like so sorry, you have to go. We have a next panel going.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikiforos. I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it is my pleasure to introduce our panel, The Next Generation of Content, Unlocking Immersive and Interactive Sports Media. Our panelists today are Walker Jacobs, Chief Revenue Officer at DAZN and President at DAZN USA. Alison Levin, President at NBC Universal. Sam Schwartzstein, analytics expert at Prime Video Sports, and Andrew Hyde, Vice President of Software Engineering at Disney Entertainment and ESPN. Our panel will be moderated by Sally Pizarra, Executive Vice President of Global Insights and Innovation at Team Was. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and then we will have 5 minutes at the end for any questions you guys might have. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Sally.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. Hello, everyone. Come on in with your lunch. Come join us. This is going to be great. We're talking about the next generation of interactive viewership and all of the amazing content these folks are putting together. It's where you get this type of a bird's eye view, basically across the ecosystem of the future of interactive viewership and the way we're bringing sports to life in this very fragmented market. But I think we're going to talk about a lot of advantages to that too today. So get ready, dig in. We are going to dive right in because we think we could run over here and not get to Q&A. So let's get started. So the landscape has changed a lot in the last few years, really to focus on this concept of interactive viewership. And content in sports, live events are now being delivered in super innovative ways to try and meet the needs of fans. And going around the group to kind of get a sense check of how folks are feeling about this, what connotes or what really is a successful broadcast at this point? What are you looking for? Is it still about viewership? Is it about engagement? Is it about the entire ecosystem? Allison, start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I run the ad sales team at NBCU. So my perspective on this is coming from the marketer or the advertiser, and I think you hit on both components. Like, it's about reaching as many people as you possibly can, and when you reach them, engaging them deeply. And I think, from our perspective, some of these new innovative ad formats are here to support that initiative at a high level. Mm-hmm. So we just got out of Legendary February. I'm sure many in the market are sick of hearing us say that, but it was quite a month. Yeah. And when we just look at Milan, we had a lot of new products, some of them which came from Paris Olympics that we brought into that experience. So taking one example, like how do we reach as many people as possible that might not know about the Olympics or might not be Olympics enthusiasts? Mm-hmm. So one of the products that we had is called Live and Browse. So if you're going on to Peacock, maybe you're going to watch SNL, maybe you're going to watch Bravo, the first thing you saw was sort of a live feed that came on, and 8% of total viewership for the Olympics was actually driven from that. So that's one way that we increase reach. And then on the engagement front, and I know we'll talk about this a lot during the panel, but it's also sort of the new formats that pull people deeper into the funnel. So multi-view, watching a bunch of different sports at the same time. Yeah. Gold zone, which is essentially going from moment to moment to moment. Those types of executions, when a viewer watched more than one, significantly increase the engagement. So again, like from a marketer perspective, it's really about getting in front of as many people as possible, as many times as possible, and some of these new formats are helping us do that.
Yeah, how fortunate to have February and you can just try all those things at, the single largest event going on globally. That's fantastic.
I mean, Paris, and we talk about this a lot, but for us, the Paris Olympics was an incredible testing ground for a lot of this, both from new ad formats, but also from the advertising experience. So what are different ways to, let viewers experience different ad units? What are different ways that we can get advertisers and democratize access to these events? So a lot of the learnings that we got from Paris, we brought into Milan as well.
Yeah. Walker, tell us what you're seeing at DAZN.
Well, listening to Allison, I'm glad that so many of our assets are international assets. They took a lot of money out of the marketplace in February in Q1, that's for sure. I don't think there's ever been a single broadcaster or media company that's had that collection of assets that close together. So congratulations, you guys did an amazing job. Look, I think that in terms of how we think about success, ultimately it's viewership. We're doing a lot of the same things that Allison mentioned in terms of multi-view. We do fan casts. We do a lot of work with creators. We're really trying to push the edge with technology. But all of those are tools that are designed to help us drive more viewership. Yeah. And so, I would say from a metric perspective, it's total viewership. And then we sort of look at how each of these sort of secondary metrics around things like sentiment and whatnot actually translate to the different experiences we're creating and which ones are working and which ones aren't. And the key for us is to constantly be listening to the fans and the consumers, and let the data speak in terms of what's working and what's not working, and continue to iterate and continue to push the envelope.
Yeah. How fast are you doing that, right? The feedback loop is so quick now.
I mean, it's amazing. I started my career in broadcast television or in sports at Turner Broadcasting in, I guess, 2007. And sort of looking at where we are, I got to spend 5 or 6 years at Amazon as well. And so I'm glad to have you here as well, Sam. And launched the team that was selling sports on Amazon Prime Video. Watching the speed, not only with which we're innovating, and all of our companies are innovating, but the sort of real-time feedback loop of data, and how we couldn't have gone as fast then as we're going now because the tools are so much better.
Yeah.
And there's so much venture money has come into improving the tools. So many entrepreneurs have enabled that, and so it just gives us a much better toolkit to play with, and it allows us to go faster. But it's unrecognizable to what we were doing, 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Sam, we chatted a little bit, kind of coming into this, you're basically turning the NFL on Thursday nights into a live action video game, almost, right? That alternate feed I just heard about in the competitive advantage probably really is one at this point. Talk about what's going on behind the scenes. It's a massive effort to get there.
It's a 10-year anniversary of Next Gen Stats going into the NFL, providing RFID tracking chips on every player. So we know every player's X, Y coordinate, their velocity, their orientation, and then how they interact with each other. And that data has now enabled us to create these AI features that take you in closer to the game. I think it's great here. We're right next door to the Bill James room, and we are trying to do not the hitting game of baseball, but the hitting game of football. Yeah. And so why can't you be a 10-year NFL veteran and watching which player is likely to blitz? And that's our defensive alerts blitzing model. And being able to do that in near real time is enabled because we have the ability to use the Next Gen Stats data, but also the internal team at Amazon where we create all of our own models to help identify that function. So for us, it's measuring how much are fans learning, and the more you learn, the edutainment, how much do we make that learning fun, can take you deeper into the game, right? That's how we're measuring a lot of the success on Prime Vision. Is every year we're constantly looking at fan feedback, and you might see something on our show one week and it's gone the next week because it didn't work, right? We sunset probably about 3 or 4 products a year that we have on our broadcast because we are all constantly trying to think about what can that fan learn more about, and we're willing to take risks. Down from Andy Jassy all the way down to us is take risks, don't be afraid to fail, because we want that fan to get closer and closer to the game.
Yeah, and that feedback loop is so fast. Now turn it off, turn something else on.
I should get off Twitter during games when I'm going on, but I'll have buddies text me hey, what was that was going on? And it's okay, we can change them mid-game if we needed to.
Mid-game, if you had to. That's amazing, that's amazing. Andrew, tell us a little bit about what you're kind of building over at ESPN. So you guys have really kind of been the backbone of the shared sports moment for the last 40 plus years with live broadcasts. What's the biggest product shift you've seen in your time there?
Yeah, I mean, we're coming off one of our biggest viewership years ever. So the shared sports moment is alive and well. Let me just let you know about that. But we are seeing this internal shift so that we know that fans are engaging outside of just watching the traditional broadcast. So we're trying all sorts of new things, following the fan where they want to engage. We launched some really great features with our ESPN Direct-to-Consumer launch, and we're seeing awesome feedback. So we're trying to meet the fans where they want to actually be engaging, and it's been really great so far. I think the biggest thing is that we're looking to understand how the story flows from the broadcast, splinters out into Reddit, Twitter, to our applications, and how can we bring those fans back together for that shared cultural moment that we've been seeing throughout the years.
Yeah, and we know so much of that fandom is about connectivity and that shared moment. That's fantastic. So, I mean, not only with what you all are doing now, but your backgrounds and the fact that you've been across platforms, across networks, throughout this evolution brings an amazing perspective. Walker, back to you. So you've seen sports from Twitch to Amazon to now DAZN, as we just chatted about, and you oversee Team Whistle, right? So you're putting a significant amount of effort into this space and really enhancing fan engagement. What thing are you seeing that young fans are super turned on by, and what's a thing or two that maybe we're mistaken about?
Well, I think sports has taken on sort of a broader meaning than it did 15 or 20 years ago. I think in particular, our Whistle business and Twitch were two ways that I saw it, where it started to bleed into lifestyle and creators and sort of the intersection of pop culture in sports, the intersection of celebrity in sports, the intersection of lifestyle in sports and fashion and all of these sort of intersecting worlds where athletes became something bigger than just a performance on the field.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that's something we've really leaned into with Team Whistle. And so, you know, I think it's easy to misinterpret that and start playing around with the live sports broadcast and like misreading those signals. To me, it's just expanded the opportunity into new areas. And so, you know, we take the live broadcast, you know, it's pretty pure and we build around it.
Yeah.
Is I guess probably the best way to say it. And then we think about sort of how we invest and serve those fans, you know, the rest of the week.
Yeah.
When there's not a live broadcast to watch. And that's really what we're doing a lot with social, a lot with Team Whistle, with original series, where, you know, there's, you know, we did one with George Kittle and Claire Kittle. We did another one with Claire Kittle again and Kristen Jusick, which was much more of a wives and girlfriends lifestyle show. But it's like the football's right there.
Yeah.
But that's not really why people are watching. It just sort of keeps them, it keeps them engaged. So we've seen a lot of success with it. And it just, to me, it's just created tons of new opportunities and allowed us, like the tent's bigger than it used to be. So we have different kinds of people sitting around the table that would have been sitting around the table 20 years ago.
Yeah, yeah, that's fascinating. I think that's been a theme everyone has talked about. There are so many more people participating in all facets of the business, right? Media rights to the content and so on. So, Allison, you know, flipping to you, kind of coming off the February that you had, but also thinking about probably in the sense of what we're doing here, you and ESPN are probably the most traditional legacy businesses. But as advertisers are chasing fans across TikTok and all over the world, literally, because we just talked about it, kind of spreading out across formats, how do you see interactive tech playing a role moving forward for you? And are you looking to claw back attention? Are you looking to drive them to the big screen? Are you okay if there's engagement somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, I think to echo what Andrew had said earlier, sports is flourishing right now.
Yeah.
Right? You know, we had an incredible Sunday Night Football season. The NBA All-Star Game was the highest rated in 15 years. Milan, if you think about the finals of men's hockey, it was at 8 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and we had 26 million people tune into it to set their alarms. A friend of mine was skiing, was telling me people were watching it on the gondola ride, you know, as they were going up. We had a video that went viral, people on JetBlue flights, like all watching it. So it was this shared moment, and it's getting bigger. So I just want to say, like, that is absolutely happening.
Yeah.
But again, also to Mary Andrew's point, like, we are very focused and intentional about meeting viewers where they are and allowing advertisers come into that experience. Yeah. And so there are a lot of examples of how that comes to life. Like, one, as we talked about a bit, like, there are also Peacock fandoms and NBCU fandoms that we tie into this. So for instance, reality TV is a huge fandom. Bravo is a huge fandom for us. So for Sunday Night Football, we had an entire alternative cast where it was reality TV stars watching Sunday Night Football, right? So trying to bridge to that. But then beyond that, like, we have a huge creator initiative. We started it in Paris. We brought 20 influencers, YouTube influencers, over to Paris. We did it again for Milan. You had Kylie Kelsey, who had the show called More Milan Shit, like, just say it how it is. And she interviewed, you know, female hockey stars. Like, it just had this real viral moment. And then we have TikTok, we've got Meta. And so for Milan in particular, we had over 3 billion video views on social, right? And that was up 400% from the last Winter Olympics. But the power of that is actually, from a brand perspective, we don't care where they watch it because the brand captures it everywhere, right? And it's additive to what they see. And so if the big screen is growing, which it is, which we're seeing, and we're seeing growth here, it's just a win-win for marketers across the board.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Walker, do you have something to add as you're
No, I'm just nodding my head.
Okay, no. I wanted to make sure. Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. Okay,
I do think we are looking at how can we bring folks into our ecosystem, though, from the Reddits, the Twitters, et cetera. So like we launched our ESPN Verts product, which we've seen great success in, where we're showing native vertical video formats. And we've actually seen it changing consumer behavior, where normally you come in during the live events and then you sort of trickle off. We're seeing people stay around longer, come earlier, and really we're flattening the curve of the live events, which is something that we're really excited about.
Yeah, I totally agree. So like vertical video as well is a huge initiative to, and especially like if you think about some of these new formats like multi-view, gold zone, vertical video, it's capturing an even younger audience that sort of, that's the way that they're used to interacting, maybe have a shorter attention span. And so to your point, it's capturing them maybe in other places, trying to bring them deeper into the funnel with different ad units to increase overall engagement.
Yeah,
One of the things that you've just triggered for me is that a pretty material change when you start getting into vertical video and you're used to creating long form shows or shoulder programming or studio shows. You can't do serialized programming anymore. Like you can't have, episode 3, but the consumer's lost if they didn't watch episode 1 and episode 2. And so it's why you're seeing so many recaps if there is serialization in a storyline. So the consumer can immediately catch up quickly and know where they are. But really, you need to create content that's digestible and actually has legs that can stand on its own, because like so much of the incrementality we're talking about of new people that we're welcoming into this programming, that's how they're discovering it. They're discovering it on Instagram, they're discovering it on TikTok, and they're getting it in 30-second, 40-second, 50-second sort of bursts. And then, if they find something they like, maybe we can get them to come watch us even more. But even if they don't, it's still good.
Yeah.
And so it requires a totally different kind of executive producer. It requires, frankly, younger people that are the consumer of a lot of this content to understand how to program it for success. And I think probably most of our companies, it took a few iterations to figure that out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a few iterations, and I think now, kind of closing the loop, the one thing that has remained the same is we need a lot of money to make it all run and to put, an amazing product on the court or field or whatever. So let's talk about media rights. It's never been more fragmented than it has today, but there's never been so much money in play as there is today as well. So we know that at times these things can be a bit fundamentally juxtaposed, but what I'm hearing here is a lot of opportunity and thriving in creating these connections with fans, even with the fragmentation, because we have other facets of technology, other things that were kind of coming in. You described it before, Walker, coming in and surrounding the event. So let's talk a little bit about, how we maximize the value of these rights, but we keep an eye on what the fan might really want. And, is fragmentation going to become a problem if we don't, start looking at getting towards a bundle again? And we haven't had to talk about that yet, but maybe let's just talk about how we balance the two. And I don't know, Allison, if you want to talk about that, the future media rights at NBC.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's certainly true that rights are more fragmented, but the viewer and consumers are getting smarter and smarter every day.
Yep.
Like, sorry, Dad, if you're watching this, but he's not the most tech-savvy person in my life, and he knows where every single Giants game is. Like, the fan understands that. My 4-year-old, I walked into the living room the other day, and she had the Roku remote and was just screaming into it, Bluey, like she could do it herself, right? So all these generations of viewers have figured out how to find the content, and viewers follow IP, not delivery mechanism, right? You're not like, I want to watch a random YouTube video. You're like, I want to watch an SNL clip on YouTube, right?
Yep.
So I think that's going to continue to be the way, but of course, it's also incredibly important for us to have great partnerships with the league, who are great partners to us, great partnerships with platforms. So like Milan, we had 15 different Olympic hubs on YouTube TV, on Roku, and other places, to also make it easy for the viewers who are maybe have collision viewership, who are not intentional about getting there. So I think both of those things matter a lot. But at the end of the day, from a marketer perspective, again, putting my ad sales hat on, being in those moments, connecting with those viewers, there's nothing better than accessing that engagement.
Yeah, yeah. Walker, you've taken a bit of a broader view just from a revenue perspective at DAZN now, really kind of getting them to reframe how they think about it. So thinking about it more than just subscriptions, but advertising, partnerships, brand integrations. Talk a little bit about that, because I think that ends up being a product of what Allison's talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the media rights piece first, I mean, I think there's two aspects of that. There's discoverability, and then there's affordability. Those are two very different topics. And so in terms of discoverability, we're distribution agnostic. We spend a ton of time and energy making sure that our programming and our service is available on every smart TV, every streaming service, Amazon channels. We're in Xfinity's boxes. We integrate, we make our service available. We do a ton of QA testing. And that's not sort of a point of leverage in a negotiation, making our content available. It's sort of a base level part of our philosophy as an organization. You know, affordability, I think, is maybe the subtext of what your question was really about. Is like, how can consumers not only find all the content, but actually be able to watch it? We do play around a lot with windowing. We're trying to do a lot more sampling in front of the paywall. There's a good reason to do that, which goes to your question, which is it helps us drive ratings, it helps us drive viewership, it helps us satisfy our sponsors and our marketers. It also helps us get more consumers to sample our product, which is those are all good things. But at the end of the day, this isn't just a question of a media company determining how to price their SVOD service. It is, it's a much bigger ecosystem, and there's rights holders that are auctioning off their rights to in many cases, the highest bidder, because they have businesses to run. They've got players to play and salaries to meet and stadiums to build. And so the rights continue to get more and more and more expensive. We've seen incredible inflation on the right side. And so what's happened, the natural result of that is fragmentation. And so, you know, I think it's, what you're describing is a symptom of the economies that happen much further upstream than when we got involved. And so what we're trying to do is figure out how do we deliver the absolute best consumer product we possibly can at the fairest price point we absolutely can, and how do we diversify our revenue streams to the maximum to make the services available to as many people as we possibly can, and not go out of business.
And leave room for the technology and the investment and all the facets of the experience that keep them engaged and kind of drive them deeper into the sport.
Well, because when the next set of rights come up, the first thing they want to talk about is our investment in technology and innovation and the consumer experience and all of the things that we've been using that money to invest in to make the product better for fans. And so it's a dynamic ecosystem. Like, we love it. We think it works really well, but I do think that fragmentation thing that you're describing, you know, particularly for people that grew up at a time when there were 3 channels on the television and everything was available for free over the airwaves, it's a different time. And like, the sooner that we just accept that that's the reality of where we are, you know, and we see it in particular in European soccer, because those teams and those leagues are all competing with each other for the best players. It's not like the French league is French players and the English league is English players. And so in order for the teams to have a healthy enough finances to be able to get the best possible product on the field they can, they need to maximize their media rights. And that's what's financed. It's probably the single largest contribution to their P&L that's financing their ability to go get better players and put a better product on the field. So, you know, in a really weird way, and you kind of have to take the long way around the block, but like, fans paying for the SVOD service is actually what's putting the best product on the field for fans.
Right. And we'll never get one. Go for
Maybe
it.
going back to Allison's poor dad who couldn't find anything. I mean,
he finds all of it, even though he's not.
We actually see this at ESPN as an opportunity to better serve sports fans. So last year we launched our Where to Watch product, which doesn't matter if it's on NBC or CBS or anywhere. We're going to tell the fans where they can find it, and we've made an intentional step to try to do that because we think that the fragmentation is actually hurting sports fans. So while it's helping everybody's wallets,
Mhm.
it's hurting our
Yeah.
sports fans, which we're trying to, from a product perspective, take care of.
As quickly as you can, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're seeing the impact of it
Exactly.
almost immediately. So Sam, I think we're talking about then what technology are you investing in, how are you delivering it, with respect to kind of what you've done with next gen stats information. Talk to us a little bit about the things from an auto generation perspective where you might be applying AI. Like you're kind of behind the scenes thinking about what's the next best thing to put out there, and how are you letting those technologies
These
kind
guys
of guide or
get
speed
you-
it up?
Yeah, they're trying
right?
to get you the product, and then I actually end up delivering
That's right.
those unique products to the customers or the fans at home. And I think what AI has enabled us to do, our big focus is exposing that hidden game, like we said earlier. And a big process that we're trying to do is how can we vertically integrate production, engineering, science, all into one to ultimately deliver to fans the best thing that they have. This year, we launched a pet project of mine that I've been thinking about for years called Pocket Health, which is evaluating how much stress the quarterback's actually under. Because a lot of our statistics, analytics in football are measuring the quarterback, but they're a lot of the times contingent on the decision making of that quarterback. If you hold on the ball, you can get pressure and sack. So it's not as much signal on how good offensive linemen are doing as much it is the quarterback's decision making.
Yeah.
And so I had this way that I was taught when I played football at Stanford of how you'd evaluate. And so I went through and I actually annotated data for us internally. First time we made our own data set. And then we trained the model on that. But ultimately, the numbers and the analytics isn't as valuable as what the fan sees at home. Because we want them to learn the game. How do we take them, what I know from playing, what my teammates, my coaches taught me, how can we help them see that process? And so I had this little line that would tether the players, and that's how we'd evaluate in practice or in meetings. Hey, if a guy crosses this line, a little red rover, that player would be, there would be pressure on the quarterback, there'd be issues, so that's a loss there. So that's how we kind of went through the process, and that was the visualization. But this year we started internally rendering our own thing. So we moved from, if you're on Twitter looking at football stuff, you see the dots everywhere. Now we can do our own internal rendering testing. So I was like, well, what if we put a dot here to say, here's the safe spot, or here's a dot that shows the quarterback where he likely lines up. And we kept testing it over and over again, and it never really worked that great. Outside of testing, I go on paternity leave for 1 week. I come back and we got rid of the tether line. That dot that we were putting on the fields turned from 1 dot to 1,000 dots.
Yeah.
And that's what ultimately you fans see at home now. And that came from production, taking what I had worked on with science and engineering, kind of how can we actually visualize what the audience needs to learn? Not necessarily what a football veteran is teaching, but how can we learn new things? And that's kind of the thing that I love about my job is every year we have new projects that we work on and trying to help the fan figure out something about football. But I end up learning a lot about football myself and hey, where players can go. And now we have new ideas of how we can expand what we've done on Pocket Health to make it even further into what the fans at home want to see. And so we see that offering and that information that we're giving to customers makes people love watching Thursday Night Football, whether they've seen it on the halftime show or on Prime Vision where you're self-selecting for be a hardcore football fan. Fans now appreciate that. It was fun going to Super Bowl week and seeing all the fans who knew me as a pocket guy. You know, everyone's like, you do that weird pocket thing, right? I was like, yeah, you like it? He goes, yeah, I love it. So that was a fun kind of impact that you can visibly see from fans.
Yeah. And how much has the technology helped you speed up that entire process? You were talking about the renders and, and some of the stuff you even have just happening, auto-generate behind the scene, the defensive alerts, other things.
Yeah, we used to start with if-then statements, right? On, hey, here's how I evaluate who is likely to blitz. If there's 4 eligibles on this side and there's 5 to coverage players, that's how I would do it as a center. And then when we talked to our team in Tel Aviv about how can we, utilize AI and those tools better, they're like, we can speed this up, and I think we'll show you we're better than you, which my ego was a little shot, but they were. And I got to learn a little bit more about zone blitzes and safety rotation and its impact on coverage and blitzing, and that was awesome. But that was just kind of dots, and we didn't really know what it would look like the first time we did it until we did it live in a game. But now every year we're getting better with computer vision, but getting better with modeling, segmentation that helps us learn new tools, whether it's reinforcement learning, transformers, all these different new things that we can do. And every year we get better. Like Pocket Health would not have existed if we didn't do defensive alerts or even defensive vulnerability, which is one of our features that we shuttered, QBDI, another feature we shuttered, because we needed those learnings and also technology to catch up to what we can do.
Yeah, so we haven't even seen all the things that actually you tried didn't work, and
there's a
and
lot
now
of
there's a
stuff
great
on the
product
cutting
there.
room
I
floor.
bet.
In Silicon Valley, we call it the fumble brag. So we have a lot of fumble brags of things that didn't work out well.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. So, Andrew, back to you. We kind of keep coming back to the shared sports moment and the big broadcast event, because at the end of the day, the live action is really what we're talking about. Are there any non-negotiables in the big event broadcast that you guys are saying hands off? You're not going to augment no matter what technology is in play?
Yeah, I think for us, it's really the storytelling of the event, right? Like, as we're experiencing the event together collectively in this moment, the story is unfolding and the broadcast is really telling that. So what we're looking at is how can we maintain that storytelling, but also overlay in personalization and new different ways to experience it. But all of those need to ultimately enhance the storytelling that we're looking to, that the traditional broadcast is putting forth.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think storytelling, Walker, when you were talking before about whether it's the content with the Kittles and so on, that's next level storytelling. To your point, the tent popped open, you're actually able to bring that content in. It's a new form of engagement, maybe new for fans. Do you see kind of that continued expansion on the adjacent storytelling, even beyond the main broadcast?
Yeah, it's one of the biggest investments we're making this year. We've seen tremendous growth, and it's a very, on a relative basis, it's a very easy way for us to test new audiences, test new concepts, work with new talent, try to break new talent, and it's also very easy to stop doing it if it's not working.
Right.
And so like the commitment you have to make up front in terms of capital and whatnot, just the barrier to entries are so much lower than they used to be that it allows us to really move quickly.
Yeah.
And so, in particular here in the US, I think we'll probably do 4 or 5 new titles this year at least. But last year I think we did 5 new shows. Every one of them worked. Every one of them our partners loved, consumers loved, and for us it's new formats. And so, I think it used to be different kinds of companies that were doing a lot of this stuff, not companies of our size. But what we've realized is it's really interesting and really valuable, and so it's a big focus for us.
Yeah, that's awesome.
To actually build on also what Andrew was saying around storytelling, I think it's been a huge learning for us as well. So when you think about, the Paris Olympics, and it was such a big moment for us, and it was really like Olympics are back, one of the key differences versus previous Olympics, and again, there was things about location and others that, fed into this, but the biggest change was the storytelling component came back. So I think for a long time, we felt like all viewers wanted to see was live all the time. And we moved away from the storytelling. But in Paris, we had prime time in Paris. We did it with Milan, where we set those stories up and then showed them highlights, and it drew more people into it. Like, there was this meme that was going around. It was my wife was devastated about Ilya's crash and not doing well in skating finals. She had no idea who he was 2 weeks ago, right? Like, it's just this idea that they captured the whole entire country so quickly, and that's due to the storytelling that we brought into it. So it is critical. Like, when we talk about technology, it enhances personalization and helps us continue to evolve with the data. But at the core, we have to nail the storytelling component of sports.
And I think for storytelling, it's, what we're processing, defensive alert, pocket health, those are all massive analytical models, and they all boil down to a number. Ultimately, what the customer sees at home is a red orb for a guy who's likely to blitz. Dots that are colored, that are very easily to understand. You don't need, I do come on and explain what they mean, but you don't need me to come and explain if you're turning the game on at halftime or something. So these are models that are very big. I'm sure everyone in this room would love to see more numbers on the screen, but for the average fan, being able to just point their eyes, give them a guided viewing experience, that's the storytelling aspect of what we do, even though it really comes down to a lot of the hard science to get this ability to do it.
Yeah, just happening in different ways. Yeah, go ahead.
And so we obviously didn't have the Olympics on our air, but what we were chasing was the story around the Olympics. What's happening in the Olympic Village? What's happening with folks out on the town, pin trading, stuff like that. We found a lot of success with that, where we didn't have any coverage of the Olympics, but we had massive viewership spikes from it.
Yeah, and one of the biggest stories was the skier who cheated on his girlfriend,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
But everyone was so captivated by it. But again, all of that just helps to bring more engagement to the moment.
Yeah. Are there any technologies that we're limited by, in terms of, Andrew, sticking with you? Like, any limitations stopping us from further personalizing?
I mean, I have this dream of, instead of 20 feeds, or in your case, like 2 different feeds, we end up with one feed that I can turn on and off the various things. But what's stopping us right now is really the scale, the latency that would introduce, and then ultimately our production units that exist today, right? So from a scale perspective, we've been really, really good at delivering one feed to millions of people.
Yeah.
What we need to start doing is delivering millions of different feeds to one person. And that's really, really challenging from a compute perspective, from a cost perspective. So that's one challenge. From a latency perspective, every overlay that we add ultimately requires rendering. It slows it down. And if we're behind by even a few seconds, then that's going to ruin the moment for something.
Sure.
So we absolutely can't do that. And then the last one, we've spent over 40 years perfecting the art of the perfect broadcast. And I think where we need to get to is, how can we do these more personalized feeds without having any errors, without having any issues, any downtime? Because ultimately that just ruins the experience. So really the technology is there.
Yeah.
We just need to figure out how to scale it and get okay with it.
Yeah, yeah. That's super interesting.
We do a lot of personalization. The fan at home doesn't actually see it because Alex Durand, our coordinating producer, and Scott Carpenter, my producer, we are in all the production meetings from the main broadcast, and we're listening in. And on our show, you can see the safeties. So if Kirk Herbstreit wants to talk about safeties and how that rotation's affecting, we can instantly now show you and tag those players. I can provide statistics on what those players' locations mean that you might not be able to get. It's a little bit of a sneaky way to personalize it because the main broadcast camera angle, which is the highest rated show we have,
right.
It's still great, but there are some limitations. So we still personalize it a little bit based on the feedback we're getting from what fans want to hear as well as what Kirk is talking about.
Yeah, that's awesome. So how do you think about kind of having them, Allison, want to ask you about shoppability, given your experience at Roku. You're almost pulling them a little bit out of this very intense experience that we're talking about here. What do you think's going to work? What did you learn there that you would think gives you a moment to kind of create another point of commerce in this experience, but what could work here and what could be fairly seamless for the fan?
Yeah, I think even sometimes with all the buzz around commerce, we forget what the goal is. And the goal of commerce is to just sell more stuff than you would have if you didn't run it, right? So
just somehow we feel bad about talking about it.
No, but it is. Sometimes we just get into this loop of so what is the goal from a marketer perspective? What are we trying to accomplish? And that's it, right?
Yeah.
And there's no better way to talk to a consumer or viewer or to try to drive selling of stuff than massive reach moments with deep engagement. That's just the equation that works the best. So sports in and of itself is the perfect opportunity to begin with. When you think about the things that I think we've learned along the way that make that experience better, one is you have to have a close relationship with a retailer, if you're not one yourself, like Amazon, to make it as frictionless as possible and to better understand, did you sell more stuff? And then, the second is you have to tie it to content to make a viewer understand the connection and get excited about it. So for us, we have a really important partnership with Walmart Connect. We have a great partnership with Instacart. With Walmart Connect, we essentially, leverage the Walmart data, but more importantly, we understand how that campaign actually performed, and we run campaigns across live sports on broadcast and streaming to maximize the reach. And then we can see, did it actually drive people to go to Walmart, whether it's in that moment with a QR code or later, did they go to Walmart stores because that creative broke through. And when we see is actually the results are really, really significant when you have, for instance, a cowboy Gillette razor in a cowboy game. It makes sense intuitively, but those moments matter. Or Instacart for the Olympics, we have virtual concession where it's get these snacks delivered to you before you watch the gold medal ceremony or the last match. So tying these moments together, we've seen a lot of success, but it's not necessarily always just in that moment of your commerce, but it's actually because your creative spoke to that viewer, broke through, and got them to go to that retailer later and buy it.
Yeah, So you're coming alongside the storytelling, you're not interrupting.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's additive to it.
Yeah. We're getting close here, so we're going to do a little bit of a speed round, some questions for everybody. Walker, if you could invest in one technology in 2027 to improve fan engagement, what would it be?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think betting, actually. I think betting is the perfect application for live sports. I think we're playing around with it. I think bringing gamification, small wagers, for people that opt into it and are of age and are appropriate, obviously, but to be able to do fun things like make a small wager with your friends of what you think the next play is going to be or what you think is going to happen in the game, I think to make that more frictionless and to make it sort of more integrated into the core product would be technology that I think would be, I think it's something that you're going to see inevitably in the future.
Yeah.
And I think it's still very clunky.
Yeah. Andrew, what about you?
Agree on betting, but I'm going with my personalized telecast.
Yeah.
I think that there's all the right pieces are coming together that I think in 2027 we could get there, and I think it could be huge.
It's awesome. Sam?
More data. I think the more data we get from more experts can take us to the next level. Optical tracking data is coming to football. That's awesome, seeing what our NBA team's able to do with optical tracking data. And so just the more and more data we can get, my goal is to have every piece of information that the players on the field have, right? Yeah. And we do that in NASCAR. We're able to provide a fuel gauge very similar way that the NASCAR teams are able to do that. Even though there is no fuel gauge on a stock car, we're able to calculate. Yeah, we're able to calculate it in a very similar way and provide that fans at home, which on another network you can't see. So only data will help us get there, because the technology and AI and all this information, this hard science is going to get better every single year. So the differentiator is going to be access to data.
Yeah. Allison?
I would say ditto to what they're saying in the end, like betting, personalization to help get more of the casual viewer and younger viewer and deeper their engagement.
What smallest or niche sport do you think is going to have the biggest breakout year, biggest percent change in kind of awareness reach in 2027? What do you think?
Darts.
Darts. Oh, love that.
We have a big partnership with Matchroom, they're a boxing promoter. They do snooker and they do darts. And if you could see what's happening in the UK and Europe right now with darts, it would blow your mind.
Wow.
It is awesome. Many weekends. It does similar ratings to English Premier League football. Wow. It has exploded. There are also events. People buy tables and they go in costume, and it's a big party, and it's very, very entertaining on television.
Love it.
And streaming, and I think it's going to come to this. I think it's going to come to the United States, and I think it's going to be huge.
Wow, fantastic, Sam.
I think that there's going to be more technology to help us watch games that you typically can't watch. A great thing, NBC does a great job with water polo. I've fallen in love with the sport. It's pretty easy to understand. There's some rules I'd change, but that's just me. But I think that more technology to be able to see games in a different way. We have a virtual camera now in basketball that helps you watch the game. It's only more valuable to be able to get there. And I think some water sports that we saw what the drones were able to do at skiing this past year. And so I think the more we're able to take us deeper into those maybe more obscure sports from a different vantage point will help us get there.
Cool. Allison?
Flag football. And I think if you think for women's soccer, the first time women's soccer was played in the Olympics was just Atlanta, which is not that long ago. And it's crazy how much that's grown. And the NFL is, of course, putting a lot of focus on it. It's going to be at LA 28. I've got a 7-year-old who is excited about the idea of getting into flag football. So I think maybe it's in the next few years, maybe not just next year, but I think flag football.
Andrew?
I'm going with maybe not as niche as darts, but golf, specifically TGL. I think what they're doing with simulation, with data, with Tiger, with Rory, with their talent is something that's just going to revolutionize the sport of golf. And I think it's really incredible to watch.
That's awesome. Okay, one last thing really quick, just one event each. What are you most excited about? The next 2-3 years have unbelievable events coming at us. So biggest sporting event, thing you're most excited about. Start down at the end.
World Cup.
World Cup. Fantastic. Allison.
Oh, I'm pumped about the World Cup, but then I may add one more because he said World Cup. LA 28 is going to be such a big moment for us having the Olympics back on U.S. soil.
Sam.
Coke 600, baby, I'm ready.
Let's go.
Ever since I started at Disney, we've been dreaming about having the Super Bowl. We finally have it this year,
There
which
you
we
go.
are super excited about and can't wait.
Congratulations. Thank you, everybody. This was wonderful. I hope you all enjoyed it.
But we are, in terms of investment building, we are investing in social players, like which players
Oh, yeah. It's like a futures market?
Yeah, exactly. Predicting model for the future based on what happens. We have like 4 different variables per player per match per season. Based on that, we try to give we can have 5 players and we will give recommendation for the class. Now we treat like football players like financial assets.
Yeah.
We've developed like more than 50 metrics so to measure all that.
That's so smart.
We did like the back testing because
it's like Moneyball for soccer.
Actually, yesterday we were speaking with the
Thank you so much.
The guy who was the CFO, we were speaking with them, and he told us like, hey, you find this out in financial performance. This is Moneyball plus AI.
Yeah.
This is exactly
That's your pitch.
That's our pitch. That's
good.
exactly
I love it.
what we are doing. And right now we just finished the software yesterday. So
oh my God.
We already validated with around 10, 11 clubs, and we did like all the back testing, and we compared what the clubs did against what we proposed. We have like average difference of 20 million euros per year.
How many different clubs do you do?
300 clubs. We did for the back testing, and we have in our platform 600,000.
So why don't you send me an email and I can produce it for the right use it?
I mean, that should be like the best connection for us because right now we have like great software, but limited access to.
Yeah, I can no problem. Send me an email to Walker.Jacobs. First name, dot last name at the zone. Yeah, sure.
No, I am just reading on this. Thank you so much for your time. I really enjoy how long have you been there?
+1.
Thank you so much. turning on every piece of technology in our car. Just keep us in the lane, straight. What do you get? This was the main event for us. It was good. Yeah, you guys win. Nice to meet you. Yes. Thank you. Yep.
sick.
Nice.
That was cool. Looked at some posters.
Very cool.
Saw some people in the hallway. That's all of them. How's the fort been?
It's been great.
Holding it down.
I had this idea. I was like, oh, let me count when there weren't that many people. Like, I'll count the number of people, and then I can just add as they walk in. And that worked for about like 30 seconds.
So like,
and
how
then
many
like
are you
awake.
thinking are here right
now? There's definitely at least 100. Because when it wasn't that full on either side, there was about 35, and so plus the middle. That's my gut. Like there's 40 right now on this side. That's 40. That's got to be 30, 20 maybe. Yeah, so that's 30, that's 40, 70. So we're just gonna cut the middle.
I feel like it's gotten to like the busiest. It was like in the 400 range, I think.
I mean, it makes sense.
And then like sometimes it lives around like 200 to 300. It's just hard to know.
I know.
Well, you're sort of like guessing based on quadrants.
I mean, it's about to start. It's 129. So,
Gotta start opening some of the doors.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ben Seeley, and I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel today, Next Gen Fan Engagement, the Intelligent Experience, presented by Sportradar. Our panelists today are Bishad Bazadi, Chief Product, Technology, and AI Officer at Sportradar, Carol Corcoran, Managing Director, Sportsbook at FanDuel, John Jelly, Senior Vice President, Product and User Experience, Global Streaming at NBC Universal Media Group, Eric Rimsky, Vice President, Head of Domestic Fantasy and Betting at the NBA. Our discussion will be moderated by Joe Lemire, Senior Writer at Sports Business Journal. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit your questions via our Cadence app, and with that, I'll turn it over to Joe.
All right, thank you very much, Ben. Ben's been a great host all day. 3 panels in one day. Look, that's for Ben. So, questions. I know we said we'll save them for the end, but actually, I'll get them up here on the iPad as you send them in. So if it's relevant, I'll just work them in when it's timely. And I'm assuming there was a quota on the number of panels that could have AI in the title. That's why you don't see it here, but let's not beat around the bush. That's what we're going to be talking about. And maybe, Bishad, we'll start with you and come on down. I think it's a nice little level set for everyone to understand the viewpoint. They've seen your title, but what's maybe some relevant projects that you're working on, like as AI is moving from buzzword to real tool, what's something that is in the marketplace today that AI is powering?
No, thank you, and great to be here. So obviously, I mean, we have been using AI for a long time. There's a traditional ways of, traditional AI, meaning predictive AI and machine learning, which has been around for a long time. Sportradar covers, for example, more than 1 million games real-time data collection every year, and more than half of those are fully AI automated data collection. So that's computer vision plays already a key role for a long time in our business. And then again, for anything related to optimization, odds, and predictive types of analysis, we have been using it heavily. But what obviously changed in the recent years is Gen AI, and this is where we quite often refer to when we talk about AI here. And that also has been heavily changing everything we do at Sportradar from on one hand, everything internally in terms of, trying to get, operational efficiencies or more productiveness from coding point of view, for example, every single coder in the company is using AI. I have KPIs for all my engineers. They have to use AI. So we started from this year to enforce that. So they will get every single person will get scored on that front also. But then we use AI for not just making things more automated and fast internally, but also for new value creation. And new value creation could ranges from scaling, types of content that we generate, like insight generation, storytelling, how you can convert one match and one game to thousands of different ways to be presented, and which was not possible just to do that before. And this is, and I'm sure that we'll end up talking more about this kind of in direction of personalization or value that you can get from one game, or redefining the experience. Again, taking the ways that we were consuming video or stream in the past, and now you can augment it with all types of analytics or animations or insights. Just make people enjoy and understand the game in ways which was not possible before. We do some great collaboration on that front with NBC Universal and Peacock. So that's really about really reimagining what's there. So I would just say it's real. Certain new experiences take longer time to get more adoption. It's normal. When you redefine an experience, it takes time. It's also normal that some experiments will fail, but there's nothing as real as the impact of AI in our, for our company, but also sport, entertainment industry.
Gareth? Thank you. Great to be here. I think I would say, as a sportsbook operator, our goal is to deliver as compelling an experience for our customers. And AI is helping us do that in two primary ways. So the first one is perhaps the most obvious one, which is it's helping us deliver better features faster. And the example there is last year we launched Ace AI, which is a betting companion feature embedded in our search functionality that allows our customers to find stats, ask questions, construct a bet that suits how they're feeling in that moment. And we've seen that customers are really engaging with it. They expect to be able to discover bets and stats like this, and it's allowed us to meet the growing customer demand for that type of engagement and bet construction. So that's the most obvious one. It's an AI-powered feature that is in customers' hands. The second one is we're using AI to make everything better. We view it as an accelerant or an orchestration agent for all of the elements of our customer experience, whether that's pricing or merchandising or promotion or communication. We're now able to compress all of that work and get it in front of a customer much more quickly at the right moment, at the right time. And that's really magic. Speed matters in sport, and we're now, because of AI, able to get interesting nuggets and experiences to customers much more quickly than ever before. And the vision is we use that and build on it so that what traditionally has been a static product experience can be much more immersive and personalized to where that customer is at that moment and what sport they're watching, etc.
Yeah, so just to build on that example, I think the personalization element is really critical. I think what AI allows you to do is understand a lot about your customers, but also a lot about your content. So for Peacock, which has so much sport, so much entertainment, we're using AI to sort of scan all of our content to really understand everything about it. And how does that show up? Well, an example, just from Legendary February, which was this huge amount of amazing sporting events from the NBA to the Super Bowl to the Olympics on Peacock, we were able to understand there's been a moment, whether it's a gold medal or a touchdown or anything else, and using that to trigger and personalize the ad that the user would see next. So we're actually personalizing the content that's showing up so it understands what's happened, and then the advertiser in that example can bring something to life. But from a user standpoint, the big value is that personalized experience. A couple of years ago, we launched Your Daily Olympic Recap with AI Al Michaels, and we actually worked with Al to recreate his voice and then have a personalized highlights for you each day of the Olympics. And over the course of the games, it 5x'd every day in terms of how much people were using it. It was giving them a sort of update based on their interests, with their name being called out and their interests patterned throughout this experience on their phones every day. And so we've sort of learned from that, and we're doing much more in that area in the months to come. The third example is obviously a partnership with Bershad and the Sport Radar team, is using AI to understand a live game and then put real-time graphics over the top of the game. So in Performance View, you can see an NBA game like never before, where you can see real-time, this player is going to pass the ball to this player. The chances of them scoring from that spot are this. All layered on and as an optional layer that users can opt into. And we've seen already that a quarter of all of our viewers on the NBA are using that experience. And it can go up to 40% on some days. So we see that these kind of AI-enhanced experiences where we understand the content in a new way can create incredible customer value. And so we're using that learning to do more in this area.
Thank you very much for having me. It's exciting for me to be on this panel with some of our most strategic and most influential partners. And so for the NBA, we are literally capturing millions of data points in every single game. And that's happening in real time. And so from the NBA's perspective, AI is the single biggest game changer that we are faced with from a technological perspective. In the history of the league, we look at ourselves as being ones that have been at the forefront of innovation, technology, globalization, and AI has the opportunity to just supercharge that in a way that we've never seen before and to pull the league even further into the future. And so from the standpoint of just even the representatives on this panel, taking and capturing that amount of data and then having somebody like Sport Radar to be able to process that for us and then put that in the hands of FanDuel and NBC, where our fans are engaging with our product, whether it be through television or through their betting apps, that data is underpinning a lot of what we're doing, and the personalization that everybody mentioned is really coming through. And we believe that this is just going to be a huge benefit for everybody who wants to consume the NBA game, who wants to do that in a personalized way, but also continue to emphasize the communal nature of watching sports together.
In your purview with fantasy and betting products, was there like a good turning point moment where you're like, all right, like AI is here?
I wouldn't say there's a specific turning point per se, but just to build off a little bit of what Carol said, when we started to get into sports betting back in 2018 with the repeal of PASPA, we were very focused on the fact that, sports betting was being unveiled on a state-by-state basis. There were some people that weren't necessarily interested in sports betting or receiving sports betting advertisements. And so the NBA has already had this focus on an opt-in experience for our fans, of only serving betting content to fans who have explicitly opt in to receive that. And that could be through our social media channels, or it could be through alternate telecasts and things of that like. And so what we've been able to use through AI technology is just a better targeting mechanism to figure out who those fans are, to broaden the population of people that we're able to serve these advertisements to and do it in a responsible way. Sport Radar has been integral in terms of our sort of back-end integrity requirements, working with our commercial operators to make sure that we're sussing out any abnormal or aberrational betting activities, but being able to then target and bring personalized experiences to fans who are interested in betting and not spreading that broadly across our community to those aren't has been really impactful for us.
Mm-hmm. What's an AI pilot that didn't work? We're pretty confident that nothing is going to be 100% here. What's something that maybe you tried and then you learned from and moved on?
I'm happy to actually, I can use your win example as a, so I have spent actually lots of my years of professional life working on conversational experiences. And it's not true that, people, when they go on a website, primarily they like to talk to chatbots because, or it wasn't true, let's say, and mostly because those chatbots are typically, they have limits, they work to certain levels, certain not, and it's not necessarily the optimized, experience that you would have. So sometimes I think a fair example is that when you try to use a tech and what tech is enabling you, simply not to solve the real user problem or fan problem, but just to build something smart or cool out of it. And then you realize that, no, this is actually, when you look at the bigger user experience flow, it's not optimized for that. And that's one of the examples examples that, when you want to, when you have an app or a website and you want to combine conversation into it, it's a very tricky way to do it. It's a great place that you put it and search. I like it. But if you say that most of the things I want to do here, I need to first talk and then scroll and then talk and then microphone opens and closes. There's complexities there, and you can have lots of, we did lots of iterations on that.
Yes, well, actually, that's a great point. I think when we were thinking about how could we create this overlay, no one had done it before for a basketball, and the reason quickly became clear. This is a small court. The court colors can change. The players are coming on and off.
They're very large too. They take up a lot of the screen.
Yes, it takes a lot of the screen, but it's very fast. And so when we did some tests, sometimes the predictions were wrong. The AI wasn't recognizing the court correctly, or it was kind of putting the graphics in the wrong place. And so it was a lot of iteration to get it, to train it, and to refine it and work out, okay, there's too much information coming on the screen right now, overwhelming. How do we dial that? How do we dial that down? How do we dial it up? And for us, it's all about, we have one of the best streams of sports out there. And so both in terms of latency and in terms of quality. So anything you're doing on top of that has to reach that bar. And so a lot of the kind of refining we did through the summer league games into the beginning of the season, we only rolled it out when we felt like it was really meeting that standard. And so we got a lot of feedback from consumers and internally to really validate this was going to be an additional layer, an optional extra, but an additive experience to the main broadcast, which is, we know, has got so much, partnership that we work with that production team to make sure it fits together. For example, the way the score bugs show up moves around sometimes. And so we had to train Bershad's AI to recognize when certain graphics were showing up so that the graphics we layered on top didn't overlap, or they didn't overlap the basket. So that kind of thing, I think, is the test and learn and iterate that we have to do with anything with AI.
I agree. I'd answer the question a slightly different way, in that it going awry or not working is kind of the point. What AI has done is allowed us to, all of us, to massively increase the velocity of things you're trying and ideas you're generating. And it's kind of the point to have them go wrong, and then you iterate, and then you get to market much more quickly. So it's just has compressed idea to production so quickly.
I mean, in some sense, if you don't have failed experiments, or you're not pushing the boundaries, so you have to have, go crazier, try some of the things which feels harder, and then initially might not be optimal, but then with iterations, eventually you will have higher chance to get there. Maybe I think because we talked about, I could also talk a bit about the tech behind it, which I think I'm actually quite proud of what we did. So when we talk about AI, we either talk quite often, we talk about using some of the large language models provided by some of the big tech and applying it in, for example, operational optimizations and trying to make things more efficient and so on, or content creation. In this case, we actually created a new foundation model. So we took all the data that we have, tracking data, deep data from NBA, and the works that we do with Eric and his team to create a model which can basically take, which has been being trained for several months on billions of data points from thousands of games, millions of data points from every game, and you take a state of a basketball game, and this model can kind of predict what might happen in the next few seconds. And that's very similar to how ChatGPT works in a totally different world. ChatGPT, the transformer, tries to predict what's the next word, and this model is trying to predict what's the next few seconds of the motions and how things changes. But the intelligence of the game is inside this model. So this means that different basketball players' behavior is very similar to how they behave in reality. Someone, when it gets closer to another player, turns their head towards the referee in a real game, and they do it also throughout this model, or how a team is moving. So the intelligence of the game is there. And now you can generate lots of different products, and we together we brainstormed a lot. What are the useful things that you can put out of this? Is it the probability of what might happen in the next few seconds? all those types of what-if moments. What is the best pass from this point? What is the value of a pass? Because you can, for every pass, you can say how important that single pass was. When the number of passes is not the most important, the most important decisive passes are the most important. And of course, deploying it all types of animational things. But I guess the meta point here is that I think what did work, I guess, well here is that to be a bit bolder and go, not just for the out-of-box, commercial LLMs that we get there, but really, invest. But now we have this foundation model, which can be used for many types of applications, including what we do with Peacock Performance View.
We've already got some good questions coming in from the audience. How many current viewers come from generations that are more hesitant about technology and change in sports viewing? So how do you implement these AI-driven fan engagement tools that add value without alienating, presumably older generations?
Well, I can take that. I mean, I think we try and think of these as layers and optional extras. Like, we know that traditional broadcast is so great, and many users really love it. And what we want to do is augment it and make it even better. And so we are rolling out a toggle, for example, so you can turn Performance View on and off. That makes it really easy to do. And I think what's interesting is that we even want to take this sort of experimentation culture that you were talking about, Bershad, and apply it to TV. So we're going to be, there's a bit of news, but we will be bringing Performance View to the main NBA broadcast on Peacock and on NBC, so that during that main broadcast, you'll actually sample between two breaks. We're still working out the details of how it will work, but you'll sample that experience in the main broadcast as well as on Peacock. And so that's an example where we're going to show something new to consumers who maybe wouldn't have thought of trying it out. And by showing it on the main broadcast, we can draw them in to then continue watching it on Peacock whenever they want. So I think these ways of sampling and getting people comfortable with some of these new experiences are important to really expose the value.
A lot of people didn't like the yellow 1st and 10 line when that first came out, and now you can't watch a game without it, right?
That's true.
So what's still missing to unlock that next level of personalization? We're working toward, sort of we've gone from one to all to one to many or one to some. What do we still need for one to one?
From my perspective, when I think about this, it's about sort of the interoperability of everything living together. We've solved for latency in a lot of instances, but there's a lot of disparate experiences that are happening across different rights holders or across different technologies, and bringing these technologies all together into one or a few seamless places to make it as engaging for fans as possible. We know just from watching other industries that people are going to be utilizing natural language models for search, and we want fans to be able to find whatever it is that they're looking for in whatever medium that they're looking for, and that people are no longer going to be clicking through menus to find different, backgrounds and stats. They want to be asking specifically what they're looking for in their instance. And so to the extent we can bring as many of these functions into one place as possible, I think that's just going to lead to a more engaging and stickier fan experience.
So I would say I think there's an expectation which is changing across all industries and customer experiences. So I think and sports and entertainment cannot be behind there. You have to match that. I would not say that ultimate full personalization is necessarily the best, while we talk a lot about it. But I think it's you certainly want that your app experience to know you. It's a little bit if you go to talk to a human assistant and each time you need to remind what your preferences are. The best human assistants are the ones that they know you and they do exactly things the way you want and they show you things. But it's but if the game in particular in this case, if you personalize it so much that we cannot talk about it because what I watched or the options that I saw is very different that what John saw, then that we lose some aspect of the points. And I think from improving experience point of view over time, also not having millions of different variants is of experience is better than if you have fewer. So you want it again. So you might want to have in this case you guys have two modes, right? Or maybe you might have more and you might have even some controls there. But if you make it too many, it gets harder to study the data and analyze it what's next and what we learn and so on. So I think that's the A/B testing gets harder, to say a different language.
And actually, we see a bit of a tension because I think we all feel somewhat overwhelmed by the number of choices. We love having the choices, but we also feel overwhelmed by them. So I think personalization is great to help kind of focus you in on the things that, as you're saying, we most think you're likely to watch. But then we have to remember, sports is a communal experience. And the other thing that consumers tell us is that they feel lonely. They feel so connected on all of these devices, and yet they feel lonelier than ever. And I think sports' great value is bringing people together around a communal experience. And so I think you can create options and layers and things that add value that are different. Another example of that, we launched Rinkside and Courtside Live in the last few weeks, which was, again, having the main broadcast always there, but allowing you to look at other angles of the game. One of the best angles of the game was being able to see the coach's reaction whilst you're watching the figure skating in the Winter Olympics and seeing their face and reacting. So you were personalizing the experience to you, but you were still all the while watching the main broadcast that everyone was seeing. So we think there's a way to find a kind of happy middle between those customized, personalized experiences and making sure that everyone's still getting that best broadcast experience.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think personalization is going to be powerful, but there is a lot of hype about it, and it's an ends to a mean. It's not personalization for personalization's sake is not what's going to win the day or excite customers. You want them to be able to do what they want, find what they want, have the experience they want quickly and easily, even if it's slightly unusual or atypical. But sports and consuming sports is fun, it's magic, and we're lucky as a sportsbook operator to be this kind of participatory layer that the fans can use us to engage in and participate in the game and get feedback. But that is, although you could be on your own, it is a social experience because live sport, it's a communal experience to use your phrase, because live sports is one of the few things that's left as appointment viewing, and you got to achieve both. You want to make it easy for customers to do what they want or fans to do what they want, engage in the way that they want, but it needs to be still tied to the same communal experience that is part of the fun of watching sports, which are group chats or whatever it is. Like that's threading that needle, and whichever operator does it the best, I think will be very successful. And what's useful or powerful as the participatory layer is every other piece of the ecosystem, whether it's the content themselves, the games, or how they're brought to life with the broadcasters or the data. As each of those things gets better, or even if the operator experience gets better, the whole thing gets better. And it's this flywheel of improving experience.
So here's what I want. I want to turn on NBA League Pass. It knows my fantasy basketball team, and so anytime one of my players is on the court, they're like highlighted in a certain color. How far away are we from that?
Eric?
I know. I was pointing to you.
Wednesday, I think.
I think you're tapping into an aspect of the communal experience, which is making predictions. So one of the features we've been experimenting with is an ability to actually, whilst you're watching, make predictions that are a bit like halfway between fantasy and kind of bingo. So you can see who's gonna perform well in this game. And what we've seen actually is what's so great is that everyone's making their own predictions, but we're also able then to bring those rising to the top of that leaderboard on air, so they feel that sense of clout that they're able to say, look, I'm actually the most knowledgeable person watching this game right now. So I think there's a nice way of finding, that feeling of, your expertise and your customization of this is the card I'm going to pick, but at the same time bringing it back to that kind of communal moment.
I think it's interesting because we know through the fantasy and betting audience that they over-index in terms of engagement. They watch more games. They are more likely to follow the NBA's social media channels. And so to this push and pull between personalization and community, it's very interesting as we think about these types of products that are going to help to bring sort of cohorts together in a shared experience. And we've thought a lot about how gamification can play into the NBA viewing experience, because we know that makes it a stickier product. And so we've been doing a lot of testing and thinking a lot about how you can import your fantasy lineup, so hopefully soon, or even your bets through bet tracking and things like that, in order so that you can follow along with the things that are bringing you into the game alongside the game in one experience.
Go for it.
No, I think, and I guess you can have all those types of experiences more more natural also, thanks to AI these days. Meaning that you can transform predictive and probabilities and odds into sentences, into reminding that, hey, in this soccer game, so I have to use soccer, in the last 10 games, this Mbappe scored a goal in the second half, so you might still want to do something, or explaining why this odd or that number is somewhere, or why this prediction makes sense, and so on. So the communication of that experience can be changing thanks to AI these days.
Another good audience question. Where does your AI team sit organizationally? Is it in data, engineering, product, some sort of hybrid model? And what governance made that structure work?
So maybe I can start. I have a triple title. There's a reason for it. But no, I think I would say if an organization wants to be go all in with AI, you need to have leadership push from top. It can't be that there is one organization, one team inside, which is just AI team, and all the AI development happens there. And I think, again, remember, the most important thing is that what Gen AI did made AI available and accessible to everyone, even non-engineers. So I would say every employee and every department needs to have their own, whether it's agentic developments, and understand and come up with ways that matters most. Obviously, when it comes to the customer experiences and the way that the fan experience the app, I guess you want to have consistency. You don't want 100 different experiences. The brand and the story and everything needs to get still consistent. But AI is everyone's job, not a person, or not a. I think the only reason that you would be having an AI officer or someone should be that to make it very clear that we're serious on AI. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I think the journey we've been on echoes there, that it's everybody's job. Maybe the technical experts need to live in the technical organization, but we've had an internal cultural tipping point because people have seen the success of teams who are leveraging AI and the impact on the customer experience, and that success begets success. And it can't be over in the corner. It needs to be everybody in certain team. You need to create competition within teams and showcases and kind of energy about we can do so many more cool things so quicker, and that's how you get it going.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, we have certainly got specialist teams. Personalization teams have a lot of AI expertise in a different way. We're also closely partnering with engineering teams that have embedded it throughout the experience that they're building, both in how they're coding it, but also in the sources and how it's powered. I think the one thing just to say though is that what's really important with AI, it's a tool, and we have to be sure it's delivering accurate information. And so I think a lot of the work we've been doing over the last year is just making sure that the right places a human is in the loop, a human is correcting and checking, and that we bring the quality of the metadata that comes from AI to the standard that we would expect from a human tagging it. Obviously, the great thing about AI is you can expand what you can understand about the content, not only this genre, but it's this mood, it's this location, it's this kind of scene, it's this emotion. And that does unlock, I think, a lot of potential things in the future on top of it from new experiences. And so I think of it as a kind of a key layer that we're building into most of the experience, but you still have to really be thoughtful about where you want to use it or not to make sure it is actually enhancing the experience as well.
At the NBA, we have a centralized team right now that's focused on artificial intelligence. But I think to everybody's point here, how you manage the technology is really what's going to be important moving forward, and that's what leads to us being more efficient operationally. I know there's a lot of students here, and I think we'll get to this later too. But having the ability to not only manipulate AI, but to be able to understand and to deliver the results and read those out to others within the organization is going to become critically important. And so for people who are starting to think about the sports industry or getting into technology, being able to work with AI, being able to express the results and showcase how they're meaningful for an organization, I think is just going to become increasingly more important over time.
And I think it's a culture change, which takes time sometimes. So it's an ongoing effort. So and I like that you said that you share wins, you share practices, some of the product managers, at the time, in the old times, needed really, for a typical project, 5 engineers, 3 months for an idea that they have. I need a designer. But these days they have to learn that they can actually themselves try to build a prototype in a few hours, something which takes 5 months. So that's that whole notion of lots of ideas which was not tried before can be tried now, and it's a very different mindset. And but it takes time, because each time you want to change the way people work for many years in an industry, there's a friction. People don't want change in general, so they have to see how cool it is, how valuable it is, and we're trying to share a lot parts of our organizational thing is to really share and try to improve each other.
I think John's point is very important, that it is a tool only and an enabler, and the need for human intervention and oversight will remain. From the FanDuel perspective, as a regulated sportsbook operator, the tolerance for mistakes is low from our regulators, so it's crucial that we only put experiences in front of customers that are, so our AI-powered features are assistive rather than making decisions, bet decisions for the customers. It's serving up an options of menu. And when it comes to our responsible gaming practice, or RG practice, we've got a lot smarter and better, and have been able to help more customers because of AI, but you absolutely need the human intervention and the human oversight as well, because the stakes are so high there. So it's a really powerful tool, but it's not a switch it on and leave the office. It's the human needs to be there all the time also.
Or not yet.
Not yet. Fair. Good points.
We'll stay with you, Carol. With FanDuel, a lot of hyper-personalized, real-time notifications. How do you ensure those notifications add value rather than maybe noise? Like, how do you make sure that it's driving user behavior, and how do you test for that?
Yeah, great question. I think we got to be customer first. I think the purpose of a push notification, or the purpose of our communication, needs to add value or be useful to the customer. And that's much more important and much more powerful than a bet now or a sell kind of message. And where we've seen great success is if you send a push notification to a customer that is timely and contextual, something that's happening in a sport that they care about, or a game that they care about, whether it's a player injury or some rare thing has happened, and it's not a bet now, that drives engagement in a better way with much lower risk of unsubscribe rate. So you got to treat the communication levers with care and continue to build trust. And if the contact is adding value to the customer and adding value to the experience and gets them back into the app and they want to, then it's working. So that's how we keep it in check.
I liked how you talked about it there. We sort of think of it as a flywheel, really. You've got these big moments that we have to celebrate and make work really well, but then we have to make sure we have the right hooks that kind of keep you aware of what's happening, something new that you're interested in, you've expressed interest, how do you come back? And then once you're coming back, we want to take you deeper. We want to create these immersive experiences where AI, I think, can really help build those experiences. And then ultimately, we want users to then become advocates for those experiences themselves. And that's where the kind of flywheel joins up again and gets people to come back in, because they start talking about it. I think we saw that actually with Performance View, where people were talking about, this feels like 4K. It's like, it's there's that expression where people say, technology that's sufficiently advanced is very hard to tell the difference between magic and technology. And I think there are moments we're starting to see with AI where it really does feel like magic. And I think that's what creates that fan enthusiasm that then draws people back into the platforms that you operate.
We've been partners with FanDuel since 2014, and to Carol's point, one of the things that is really important to the NBA is how FanDuel and this industry can be used as a driver of tuning, and that can be at the beginning of games. We talk about storylines leading into games and why this audience would be interested in it. But to Carol's point about notifying people when amazing things are happening, people are really interested in NBA players much more so than any of the other professional sports in the U.S. And FanDuel is a really important vehicle for us through those push notifications and other things to get people to tune into the games from the beginning, or if there's an amazing run or a comeback or something that's happening. And so it's an amazing way to contextually get people involved and watching our games, and it's a benefit to all of us to having them be that medium to enforce that behavior.
Yeah, I read a stat the other day. The most expensive real estate in the world, or in the country, is New York, San Francisco, and your Apple lock phone screen, right? It's just like that's important. And the sanctity there. There's another audience question, sort of a timely, that feels like prediction markets are being discussed everywhere. So how does Sportradar and this group view the emerging prediction market ecosystem? And with platforms like Kalshi offering live trading, reliable real-time data feeds are critical. Where does this group see their respective roles in that ecosystem?
Yeah, I think that could be a whole new panel on its own. I think so I'm putting, obviously the regulation side and all those discussions around that on a side here. But we at Sportradar, obviously, we know integrity of sports continues to be a very key aspect for us, and keeping the game and betting and everything related to that, or everything similar to betting, clean and safe is a key part. So we certainly are seeing, that our role to also help with the integrity aspects on the prediction market world as well. And we believe that the decisions need to be made by official data. When you want to decide whether a prediction question is settled or not, official data should play a role there. But again, this is a very ongoing, of course, discussion and topic. So,
all right. The streaming is far more interactive. It's no longer just like watching TV on your device. As you're looking through these features, we talked a little bit about understanding what's working. What KPIs do you use to measure that?
Well, our North Star is always engagement, and tied to engagement is frequency. So how often people are coming back, they're very, very linked, as you can imagine, in a streaming service. What's really interesting about interactive features is we can see that a customer who uses an interactive feature engages significantly more. And if they use 2 interactive features, they engage even more. And so we can see that there's a great value. If you're a highly engaged user, part of that engagement is now this interactivity. And I think on phones particularly, we have had multi-view for a number of years now. And we recently, during the Olympics, rolled it out on a mobile device. And we actually saw significantly twice the engagement on that device for the user base versus on TV. And I think it's because your twitchy thumb is roaming around and you want to click in. And I think that behavior we're seeing translate increasingly to TV too. So there's a sort of interactivity that's becoming, I think, much more second nature than maybe it was in the past. And so I think it's a very exciting time to be in streaming, because the expectation around participating, you used that word earlier, I think participatory entertainment is really where we're heading, where actually almost every one of our fandoms, from SNL to Wicked to Love Island, can become much, much more interactive. And I think that is a very exciting thing if you're working in product, to be able to start experimenting with these different shows and IPs and sports, and of course partnering with technology providers, but also the leagues on what's the way to kind of drive that next level of engagement. I think the NBA is a great partner in that, because they are very forward thinking in terms of what level of interactivity will kind of engage that younger generation. We do see, NBA audiences are younger, and I think there's even more awareness and willingness to try these experiences.
When we were looking into our telecast paradigm prior to the beginning of this season, and we eventually partnered with NBC, that was one of the things that was most important to us, was that we would have all of our games available in a digital environment, in a streaming environment, so there would be more opportunity for engagement and interactivity around the streams. And we've been just blown away by what Peacock and NBC has done, and so it's been a very beneficial partnership for us, and we know it's something that our fans are very much looking into.
How do you balance delivering maximum value to fans while meeting the needs of partners and sponsors for advertising and revenue? It just came in from the audience. And also, sort of another audience question that sort of combined it is, like, at which point do we start getting personalized advertising, as well, based on the data?
I mean, many of the experiences we create are brought in partnership with our advertisers. And actually, when we thought about the experience we wanted to create with the NBA, we wanted it to be deeply in partnership with production, so that it really worked and felt like it was part of the broadcast, but also highly integrated with advertisers. So all of those features I've talked about have all got advertisers as part of it. And the more native they are, the more you think about that from day one. Peacock's had ads from day one, unlike many of our competitors. And so we've been able to think very kind of carefully and deliberately about where is the right way to bring an advertiser into this that feels great for them and great for consumers. And so I think finding the earlier you start thinking about that, the better, because the more sort of native and integrated into the experience it can be.
We're getting down to the last few.
I think on your first question, I think I would focus on the fans always. I think long-term play is you focus on the fan experience, what's best for the fan like it more, fan spend more time on it, fan have higher passion on it, and I think that will translate to other numbers also. So
everything follows.
You can gain potentially short-term by optimizing whether it's in moment ads and so on, or show more ads or things like that. But it's a long play, and I guess focusing on fans is the right thing.
So fast forward 10 years. Well, 10 years feels like a little long for AI. But it's maybe even two feels like a long way away, but we'll stretch ourselves. If we get AI right, what does the fan experience feel like, and how do you know you succeeded? And like, what's the KPI that will keep you honest on that? Each person got about 30 seconds.
I'll go first. I think for us as a consumer app, we want the customer to power up the app, and AI enables it to feel and look and do exactly just what it wants it to do. And it does it in such a way that as it's consuming sport as well, it does it in such a way that the technology is kind of melted into the background. So it's a immersive, engaging experience that doesn't feel like you're engaging with technology, or you can feel the personalization.
I think it's the scale that AI gives you of knowledge of your content and your customers that creates incredible personalized experiences. AI Al, which I mentioned earlier, there were 7 million variations of that experience that you could get based on what we knew about you and what you input. And that is continuing to scale, right? As we create more content, as you create more understanding of users and of the content, the combinations just keep growing. And I think every time they grow, they become more relevant to you and hopefully make you feel more sticky to that platform and more engaged in the content.
To me, it's about what it means to be a fan and what the fan experience looks like. I think, and to John's point, the stickiness of the products is going to just go through just a dramatic change. And as a fan, you should have the opportunity to query whatever it is that you're interested in and learn more about the players, learn more about the game, have more personalized experiences around the digital products. Maybe a more tailored experience when you're viewing the live game, and making the experience of being a fan of the NBA the best possible experience that it's ever been.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything which was said before. I would say hyper immersive, hyper personalized, hyper smart, and focusing on the fans. I guess that's what's going to be ahead of us. And I'm already sure that in 2 years from now there will be big changes that we did not mention, and we will get surprised positively on this new experience which got unlocked thanks to ease of AI. So perhaps, John, we should talk about this. And
yes, we should. But I think the other thing is AI is also helping us understand what our customers think of these experiences even more. And so I think that's another piece of it. This is a loop. You need to get that feedback from consumers. We don't do this in a vacuum, or at least we shouldn't, because we really want to make sure that they're feeling this is actually helping their experience, making it better.
Fortunately, our Oscars music is going to play us off the stage now. So everyone, for Shad, Carol, John, and Eric, I'm Joe. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
sports fan is something. Machines keep busy, yes. Nice speaking.
Yeah, like I'm also down.
sure he's going to, but is it crazy if he was out for 8 games? He didn't bring it back. Yeah, I'll play him in Charlotte.
Unbranded?
Wow, yeah.
No water sponsor.
Hello everyone, my name is Judy Zhu and I'm a Master's of Business Analytics student at MIT Sloan. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce our panel, Elevating the Platform, Taking Sports Sponsorship to the Next Level. Our panelists today are Elizabeth Lindsay, President of Brands and Properties at Team WAS, Kirsten Corio, Chief Commercial Officer of the USTA, Maggie Schmerin, Chief Advertising Officer at United Airlines, and Carolyn Braff, VP of Sports and Entertainment at PepsiCo. Our panel will be moderated by Lou DiPaoli, President of General Sports Worldwide. This panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit your questions through our Cadence app. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Lou.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that, Judy. And as Judy just mentioned, if you could please, send your questions through the app, because I think this is going to be a fantastic session where you're going to learn a lot from this group. It's a very experienced group of people. If you're interested in the sponsorship space, there is roughly, but between all of us, over 100 years of experience between agency, brand, properties, league office background. So if you want to know about the sponsorship space, this is it. So one of the things that we talked about as a group is that the sponsorship space has changed dramatically over the years. And we're just going to throw this out to the group. Talk a little bit about how it's changed, in your opinion, what you've seen, and maybe where it's going. So if you want to start, Liz.
Well, first of all, case in point, I've been in this business for 25, 30 years old. There's 4 of us here that are women on a panel not talking about marketing to women. And that in and of itself is the change this industry needed. I will take one step further. Look, I think sponsorships are amazing. They were sort of treated 25 years ago as very one-dimensional in terms of it's about awareness and logo presence and the relevance you get by partnering with the right brand partner like the USTA. What it is now is more about taking that relevance in a direct straight line to revenue generation, and there's nothing better than the 3-dimensional of a partnership to collapse that time frame down into the fastest way possible to get from relevance to revenue, and that's the important part.
Great. Fantastic.
I mean, to me, in a perfect world, they're absolutely mutually beneficial partnerships. They enable the partner, the sponsor, and the property to expand their reach, expand their audience, in a way that sort of completes each other hand in glove. Now, oftentimes there's a little bit of an imbalance there, and one is seeking more affiliation than the other with the partner. But it's about so much more than what years ago we might consider just signage or a logo slap, or just brand impressions or logo impressions. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say we are all hand in glove here on the sponsor side, on the property side. We're thinking so much alike that we're wearing essentially the same thing. So, we really try to channel what our partner is needing and thinking, and I know they do vice versa. And wearing. Yes.
That's great.
Well, I'll add to that and say, we've obviously heard a lot about AI today, and there are some people that say, AI is a threat, AI is an opportunity for us. I would like to park that, to the side, and I think there's no greater opportunity or threat for a brand than relevancy today. So many brands do not matter. If you think about your day-to-day and truly the handful of brands that you would go to bat for, as a consumer. And so when I think about sponsorship today, it's about that cultural relevancy and what can we do together to truly matter to our collective customer.
Great.
I love that. I'll take relevance one step further to connection, right? So we're trying to connect with our consumers in places where they already are. We don't want to interrupt them with an ad or a logo slap, right? We want to be part of the places that are most passionate to them, and that often is sports and entertainment. So finding ways to authentically show up where they already are instead of trying to get them to go somewhere else, that's a huge shift for us.
Yeah, that's great. Now, Carolyn, you're with Pepsi, Gatorade, you have a massive portfolio of brands. How have things changed from your perspective on outside of what you just mentioned, but how has it changed from the last few years to maybe now that everybody's their own creator, basically?
Yeah, that's an amazing opportunity for us, right? So to be able to find the right people to tell the story for us that is the dream, right? Instead of having a brand tell it, which a consumer plus or minus if they care, having a creator do it for you. Now you have to do it in a way that feels native to their feed while also delivering our brand message, and that's the hard part. But we've been very scared to do that in prior years, right? We've been very nervous about giving away control and letting people talk about the brand without us doing it ourselves. And that's been a huge shift that we've made, is to actually put the mic in the hands of the creators and let them tell the story in a way that they authentically want to. So if anyone just saw the way we launched the Gatorade low sugar, no artificials, not all of those are traditional athletes, right? We leveraged influencers and cheerleaders and people who are just around the fitness space, and we gave them the mic to say, how do you want to talk about this product? Why is this relevant to you? Why do you care about it? And that is a big different from the days of Be Like Mike. So there's room for both of those, right? There's room for the very aspirational athlete, but then showing up where consumers are and talking to them in the voice of the creator, that's a big different for us.
Okay, that's great, fantastic. Now, Maggie, we talked about earlier how partnerships should create reciprocal value, right? Talk to me what that looks like from your lens, working for the world's largest airline, and I'm sure you get hit with a ton of proposals and like partnership opportunities. So what does it look like from someone who's sitting there in the chair making a decision where you're going to do partnerships or not?
Yeah, exactly. We look at it, I would say, through two lenses. Because we are an airline, we can play a really important role in oftentimes getting the team or the athlete there. So a lot of our sponsorships, that's how they come to us. We have a deal to fly the team to all of their away games, and so it makes natural sense to have that extension to be their official airline partner. But other ones, come about for completely different reasons. We have over 40 sports sponsorships in our portfolio, and probably the most unique one, we're the front of jersey sponsor for Wrexham AFC. Mm-hmm. That's Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney's football club in Wales. We are proudly the largest airline in the world, but we do not fly to Wales. And I can say here today, I'm pretty sure we'll never fly to Wales. So you might be asking yourself, well, why did we do that deal? Because it wasn't a natural role for us and, helping a team get to where they need to go. That, again, was about cultural relevancy and what you were saying. There's so many ways to tune out advertising in this day and age, but when you put your logo on the front of a jersey and that jersey is in the Welcome to Wrexham Emmy award-winning series, going on 4 or 5 seasons now, you can't ignore that. And so for us, it was less about the geographical destination and more about pop culture.
Pop culture and reach, makes a lot of sense. Now, Kirsten, the U.S. Open continues to set records every single year with revenue growth. So kudos. What's been your keys to success? Like, what's the secret sauce? Like, how are you making that happen?
It's a huge combination of effort, passion, and analysis. Analysis is a huge part of it too. How many people in here, just show of hands, have been to the U.S. Open?
U.S. Tennis Open, right?
How many people have had a honeydews?
Yeah.
Okay. So talk about cultural touchstone moment. Many of you might not be of age, so maybe that was an inappropriate question. But it's been a huge decades-long effort. And honestly, we're going to oversay this a bunch of times, but cultural relevance is at the heart of what so much of our investment is about, to ensure that the event is not just the most captivating and inspirational sport and entertainment event in the world, but that it's interesting and relevant to younger audiences and different audiences that may not be our core, so that we continue to be able to grow and attract and engage people all around the world in ways that may be tennis adjacent, may be entertainment adjacent. But one of the things we love to talk about when we're talking to our partners or our prospects or our fans, what differentiates us, we never have a losing team. We always have a winning team. We always crown the champions. We're always in New York City, which is a huge element of our success. We're celebrating our New York story this year as part of the thematic and everything that brings to life. Many of our brand partners are based in New York, and New York is an important part of their brand story. But we're really thinking about expanded audience and what gains us that expanded audience. Content creators are a big part of that. Music, entertainment, big parts of that. We look at our athletes as content creators and brand partners in a way. They are the best content creators and ambassadors for us. Mm-hmm. So how can we enable them to better storytell around the event and make it feel really cool to their audiences? And we look at things like expanding the duration of the event. So what once was a 2-week tennis tournament, it's now a 3-week entertainment and sports spectacular. Accessibility has been really important to ensure that those new audiences can get to the site and can be there in a sort of trial, low-risk way, low-investment way. So that Fan Week, our first week, we've been intentional about ensuring that that's free and open and accessible to the public. Our long-range goal is converting that to a fan who plays tennis, who comes and buys tickets, who buys merchandise down the road. So there's been a lot of intentional work, a lot of analytical work that's gone into what will drive that expansion and growth that will be more attractive for partners, for prospects, for media rights partnerships, and for the fans to keep coming back.
Yeah, that's great. So now we've heard from 2 brands and a property. So now we get to an agency. So talk to us a little bit about what your perspective is on doing partnerships and maybe where there's a gap between some of the potential clients and your clients.
Yeah. Yeah, I get the fun of sitting in between all these people, which is lovely. It's here's the interesting thing. Like, we talk about everything that Kirsten just said. Now, you have an exceptional platform with the USTA and the US Open, but this is replicated across tons of teams and platforms and leagues around the world. It's multi-dimensional, like what you can get out of a proper partnership. People used to be treating it very flatly with, okay, well, how many impressions did I get from the sign on the court? I remember early on having epic fights with this property about where exactly the sign was and where the TV was going to capture the best angle of a particular logo or a brand. And that's, with all due respect, kind of irrelevant right now. You have to look at the totality. When we talk about relevance and cultural connection, it can come from a number of different channels. It's not that one static logo placement. So it's understanding and having that dialogue of where the value comes. I believe in relevance. I 100% believe what you were saying. We talk about ourselves as in the business of relevance, but only if you can move relevance to revenue. For years and years and years, I had a client at Nike that we do all valuation work, and I would literally plop this down on his desk, and he would look at a report this big of all the data and analytics behind his partnerships and say to me, did I sell more shoes? That's it. That's all I care about. Did I sell more shoes? And so to be able to dimensionalize all of that from point A to point B, thank you for being a great partner and having all the assets and everything I can leverage. Did it sell more shoes? And that's where the breakdown in conversation happens, because occasionally, not with you, because y'all are good, but occasionally you'll get people who want to sell against an asset and not the resulting revenue opportunity if I utilize that asset properly. And that's the distinction that we play in the middle, is translating between those two extremes.
So well said.
Yep, that's very well said.
Thank you.
Now, this is the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. So let's start talking a little bit about, you mentioned AI earlier. Let's talk a little bit about data, right? And then what are the metrics that are important for each of you? And then how are you tracking them? Like, what tools do you use and what's really important? So I don't know if you want to start first, Carolyn.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. And the answer is it depends what brand we're talking about. Because what matters and is important to Pepsi when we take into account things like venue pouring rights and what is all of the concession opportunities that we have, that matters not at all to Gatorade, which cares much more about the sideline setup and those camera angles, and can I get a used by the pros drink moment in the middle of this broadcast? And if not, what am I getting when I create the highlight packages to make sure that we see athletes with the towels around their necks drinking the product? So we've actually built a proprietary tool to help us with this and to separate it out by brand. Our excellent partners at Genesco helped us with 55 different data sets across things like Relo and Nielsen and Circana, Creator IQ, kind of everything you can think of to help us put in and then weight them differently based on what the brand is after, all in service of driving sales, right? So we want to get to, and this was important because we sold more stuff. So the way that we use the data differs by brand, but that having that data as a base is critical, and we've actually split the data into two kind of parts of the equation. One is, should we sign this partner, yes or no? And we're able to equivalize out for brand Pepsi, no matter what market you're talking about, is the next best thing I should sign, a hockey team in Florida, or is it a baseball team in California? We can actually get to a number that tells us yes or no. And then once we've signed the partner, building that ROI engine and trying to get to constant currency across all of our advertising investments at PepsiCo, that's the holy grail, because that would help us decide if I have $1 more to spend on Pepsi, do I put it in a retail media network? Do I put it in an in-store program? Do I sign the next sports sponsorship? So that's what we're after, is to try to get to common currency.
Oh, that's great, fantastic. How about
Yeah.
United?
So for us, it's interesting because I think when you think about the theme of this panel and moving beyond just a logo, which again, slapping a logo on something and trying to equate that to sales is, very difficult. We've taken a bit of a different approach in recent years when it comes to awareness. Now, everyone knows what an airline does. We don't have an awareness problem. And at the end of the day, yes, we want to drive to sales. But a lot of you flew here. The airport's busy. Your flight was full. So a job that I have to do is to make people aware of more specific messages within United. The best example I have of that is that we no longer charge you a fee to change your flight. We got rid of this during the pandemic. Thank you so much. And customers hated it. We should have gotten rid of it a long time ago. It took a pandemic for us to wise up and do that. But a lot of people that we talked to on our research think that it was maybe a pandemic era policy, and we've gone back, to our old terrible ways. And so a new approach with our sports sponsors is to say, hey, this is super important to me and my customers, because I do think I can ultimately get more ticket sales if people are more aware, not of United, but of the fact that we don't charge you to change your flight. And so an example, a couple of years ago, we did what we think were the first ever local Super Bowl spots that were specific to each market. We took 5 of the NFL teams that we sponsor, and we have the rights to use their name and their logo and all of that, and spoke directly to that audience, hey Denver, hey Houston, and had this great creative featuring the coach from Friday Night Lights. But it was ultimately a no change fees message, reminding people that, we do not charge that fee to change your flight. So we've been really focused on that shift, the past couple of years, which has been interesting when we talk to a lot of the sports teams we sponsor with, because I think it's a different approach to what they're dealing with the other sponsors.
Yeah, absolutely. That's smart. Very
smart.
Yeah.
Kirsten?
Yeah, I'd say for us, as much as I love the emotional CMO who just has to have the US Open, it's not really a business strategy to hope to have more of those. So one of the things we've been very focused on is, how do we quantify the value that we're delivering for every partner? How do we quantify the value of the brand impressions? How do we quantify the value of the hospitality and the tickets? That part is easy. That quantification is relatively easy. There's generally accepted measurement tools that we all look at, whether it's Nielsen, Futures, YouGov. They're all part of the stable of tools that we utilize to measure the value that we're delivering for a partner. And they're using the same tools. So oftentimes we're speaking the same language, which is great. If we have 2 different metric systems, sometimes it's yours is wrong, mine is right.
Right.
But it's better when we're on the same page, wearing the same blazer, speaking the same language. But so those parts are relatively easy. What's a little bit more challenging is kind of the softer assets, the softer touch elements of it. The value of the IP adjacent to the partner IP utilized in targeted advertising. So in your case, when you're looking at, did you say the Bears were one of the markets?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Bears and United together, that there's a meaning there of those two logos and the IP of each together that should be more than 1 + 1. Mm-hmm. And in our case, having to demonstrate and prove that for our partners is a little bit harder to quantify and to measure. There are tools that can help you do that. There are agencies that can help you do that, but it's not as black and white as some of the other measurements, which is a little bit more challenging. The other area that our partners ask us for assistance with, and I'm sure you get this quite a bit too, and you guys are also asked this question of, what's the value of the hosting that I'm doing at this event? I'm hosting 800 people over 3 weeks. Yeah. And how do I know that there's value gained by the hosting of the prospects, the business partners, the vendors, all the business decision makers that are coming through your suite or that are sitting in the seats with you? What's the value of those conversations? And we know there's tremendous value there, but it's a lot of times it's anecdotal and it's harder to quantify from an analytical and data standpoint. So for us, I think that's a bit of a holy grail that we're looking to
just call me.
Okay, fine. But yeah. That's a piece of the overall partnership valuation and the data behind it that's going to be very important for the future of the renewals and the rights.
Yeah.
I would say it goes back to something you said, which is it matters to brand to brand to brand. So what's beautiful about a partnership or sponsorship is it's 3-dimensional, and yet we still try to make it very 1-dimensional. We try to make it about a CPM value, and And there's still people who are still stuck in the CPM value model, and I'm like, let's go beyond that. But because it's so three-dimensional, and because it's so multi-channel and cross-channel and gives you opportunities for all of these different places, I think some of the biggest mistakes people make is we keep treating it like this is a proposal they gave me, therefore. It can be bespoke. And you can take a brand who's launching a new, even an established brand like Pepsi, you launch a new brand, then all of a sudden you're in awareness building mode. But your Gatorade is not about awareness, it's about advocacy and trial. So if it really comes down to it, we look at things very simply. Take all the marketing objectives down into 1 or 3 things. You either need to be known, be liked, or be loved. And in the light case, it's a lot about understood. Be known, be understood, be loved. That's it. Where are you trying to go? And it's a pendulum. Sometimes you're in it, sometimes you're out, sometimes you have to reframe a brand, sometimes you have to relaunch it. It goes in and out. So to be able to customize that platform that you're buying to go for the objective that you actually have to achieve. I get a lot of brands who are very well known and established. I'm like, why do you have so many signs? Well, because it was in the package.
Right.
Yeah. I don't care about, if I'm a very well known brand that's bought at a concession stand, Gatorade. I don't care about the sign on the wall. I can care about the contextual relevancy of right next to the register reminding you, by the way, you can get a Gatorade here. That I care about more, not the flat signage, it's the contextual signage. So to be able to look at a partnership proposal from a metric that matters is give back the stuff you don't need, double down on the stuff that actually takes you from relevance to revenue, and build a custom bespoke package. I think the next thing that's coming with that's been in the works for a while. I think the next thing that's coming that we're involved in very heavily as a company and very, very excited for is audience specific. I started this by talking about women. I think one of the biggest disservices we do to women's sports is we attempt to measure it by standard metrics that were developed for men's sports. And at the end of the day, which is reach. It's all about reach. Eyeballs. It doesn't get as many people. First of all, I'll argue that. Go to some of the games recently. But what I'll tell you is there's a difference in women's sports. There may not be as big a reach as men's, but there's much higher avidity, advocacy, involvement from the consumer. Why are we measuring against this that doesn't matter? I don't care if I reach 1 million people. I care if I reach 100,000, they're gonna buy my damn shoes. And so let's put our metrics around that as opposed to the antiquated, old way of CPM value, and people hold on to it like it's their little bubby, they're gonna not let it go. Be very audience specific and asset specific, and you're gonna get the most value out of the deals.
That makes a lot of sense. So I come to that point, what data points or data sets, what would you like to have access to that you don't have access to now if you want to work back in reverse?
Well, we're data nerds at TMOS. We really care about the data, so we pretty much have access to all of it. We buy it all, and when that doesn't exist, we build it and launch our own set of proprietary data. Right. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I wouldn't have. I think probably less about the data set and more about the open communication between the brand and the partner. People own their data, and I understand their government regulations and GDPR and PII and all the stuff that you have to be very, very cognizant of, and we are. People own it and hold it like it's the secret to the universe. And if you actually just share what you can legally share, obviously, if you share, good things happen for both partners. So I don't think it's necessarily a data set because we pretty much have it or invent it. It's that open dialogue between what do you know about your consumer, what I know about mine, and how do we help each other? Because the other misconception is this is one-way street. I bought it from you, I sold it to you. And I'm like, nope, we're in it together. And I will help raise your relevance as much as you help deliver against mine if we just talk to each other about the audiences and how we can connect together.
Makes sense. Kirsten, any?
I was just going to say that on that point of I have my data set, you have your data set. I think it's really important for the relationship development to offer I'll show you all my cards. I'll 100%. Show you my data set. Here's what this is where we're making decisions. This is 100%. The data that we're seeing. Show me what you're seeing. Maybe there's something for us to learn there that can help improve the relationship and help deliver against your objectives a little bit better. But not everybody wants to share for lots of different reasons. For me, it comes back to just quantifying business decision makers and outcomes. More of an ROI, ROO that can help us understand how can we improve on the value we're delivering to partners who are hosting on site? How can we make those stronger experiences that do yield revenue outcomes? And we're still working through that.
Got it.
I'd pick up on what they said. I think there's a massive opportunity to better utilize first-party data, and I would love if some of our partners, helped lead those conversations with us. We obviously sit on top of an excellent set of first-party data as an airline. We have to ping the federal government to confirm it's you when you buy a ticket with us. So arguably, we have better data than most brands out there. And if a team came to us or a league property and said, let's see what we can do, especially you see this trend, more and more people traveling, for sports, going to away games. I think there's real magic to be made because we know who's in seat 1A or seat 32B. And if we could combine that with the power of what the team, knows about that person as a season ticket holder or what have you, that to me feels like, the next evolution. And we're not doing enough of that, I think, right now,
That makes sense.
Does anyone do that really well?
I hate to say no, but I'm trying to think. I feel like we're all still in the early innings, of that. And I think everyone knows that we can do a better job, but we haven't had anyone yet really kind of lead us to the promised land. I think we're doing a lot of the leading on the brand side.
Great.
I'm already ideating on the away fan packages we can build together, right? That's
exactly.
so fun. Predictive analytics. I would love us to be better about that in the sponsorship space. I think we're really good at it on the media side. So we know if we put another dollar against this or against that across paid media, we're pretty sure we understand what that does because we have good ROI models based on past performance. We're not quite there yet on the sponsorship side to say, okay, if I pick this team or that athlete, what does that do for my conversion? What does that do for my audiences? Do you think audience specific? How do I go down that route? So I'd love us to get better about that.
Yeah, that's great. Great point. So I think, Maggie, you may have brought up earlier AI in passing, right? So let's talk about it, because I think in all of our news feeds every day, it's constant barrage of AI. How are each of you using it, or how do you plan on using it to try to help drive your business?
Yeah, it's really helpful for things like data aggregation, summarizing. We use it for not just who should we partner with, but then risk management, right? So if a brand like Mug Root Beer, which is a really fun brand, wants to tell a very specific story and we're looking for creators to go partner with on Mug Root Beer, it would take the one person whose full-time job is Mug Root Beer on our marketing team a very long time to comb through a bunch of creator profiles, right, and decide. But if we can tell AI this is the type of person that we're looking for, then the tool can spit back for us a bunch of recommendations. Then we have a different tool that looks back at 7 years of anything that person has posted and flags it for us based on a risk assessment that we've created. Now, it's not done yet. Then I need that human to go look at the risk assessment. So the AI speeds things up for us. It removes blind spots, right? Removes any biases that person might have as they're looking at these creator profiles. But I still need a human to look at those recommendations and say like, yep, this feels right for us. So to us, it's that combination of we can move faster, we can remove biases, we can make the team feel bigger, but we still want to make sure we're overlaying human judgment on what the tool spits back.
Great point. Got to always have that human interaction still to this point, right? Which I think a lot of people are missing. And how about you, Maggie?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's a tool in our toolbox, but we're not over-indexing. The airline is using it in big ways. From a marketing perspective, I honestly think the most interesting thing, especially for this room, is how we actually make our creative. We're not going to make a full-scale TV commercial using AI, but it's really helpful when you think about doing a production, a shoot with an athlete who has, maybe an NFL player. He has Tuesday off. That's it. We get him for an hour to take an aircraft out of service. That's a big deal and a big production, and it costs us a lot of money. So we're using AI more to do, volume LED stages and really build out sets. Have a couple of real rows of seats, but kind of recreate the rest of the airplane. And something really fun that we're trialing, actually, literally starting next week. We have a really good idea. We want to use a specific type of football player, maybe some O-linemen, in a potential advertising campaign. But we want to actually see if it would work. And the way that the aircraft is, obviously you have the aisle, you have the seats, you can't move those things, and so we're not sure if we could get the camera angle to make a really good piece of creative. So we're trialing some stuff with AI next week and some body doubles that we've hired that look like O-linemen to kind of figure out proof of concept to see if this is an advertising campaign we actually want to go and make.
Wow, so is this an open casting call? Is there anybody who wants to think they're
exactly,
as an offensive lineman?
If you played on the O-line in high school, come find me after.
That's fantastic, thank you. Kirsten.
Yeah, I mean, we're using it all the time. I'm using it in my personal life all the time. I'm using it for travel preparation, for lots of different things. But for business, I think for us, when we look at a new potential prospect, and it's not a lesser known brand, not an established blue chip brand, who are the people? How are they funded? Who are the investors? Are they going public? All the questions you might want to know about a potential partner before you engage with that partner, before you have lunch, before you meet with them. Tell me everything I need to know about this new property or this new brand. And all the time, we have to fact check it, because the worst thing you could do is walk into a potential prospect client meeting and start talking about whatever ChatGPT told you and be wrong. So it's great as an aggregator of information. It helps us get up to speed more quickly on what might be of recent newsworthy for our partners, or what might be happening globally for a different partner in a region that might be challenging for them. As just an aggregation of resources out there. So it's a complement. It's not a replacement, but it's definitely a complement, and it definitely speeds up a lot of the processes we would otherwise do manually.
Yeah, great.
100%. We are of the belief that institutionally we use AI. We're every day different agents for different functions of this data aggregation process. Two things that I know pretty clearly. Number one, it will disintermediate process, not people. There are people who are, like, in our industry, this is still a very personal industry. It's relationship driven, it's passion driven. So it will remove the process and allow the most valuable asset you have always, which is better and higher human capital thought, to focus on the stuff that matters as opposed to the process that fed into the stuff. So I firmly believe it will disintermediate process to free up the human capital, people, to do what we need them to do. The second thing, hot take in this room, that might actually not go all that well is we've actually always believed that data's actually the commodity. It's what you do with the data, how you interpret it, how you apply it, how you use it, that is the magic. Now, the commodity changes every minute of every day, and AI has sped up the types of data that we can have access to. So it doesn't mean it's not an incredibly valuable commodity, but what is the real hot take of it is what do you do with it? Yeah. And so that is like what we're using AI for, is to aggregate that information from as many sources as we can possibly get, and then help us from a starting point perspective along the processes we have put in place for the interpretation, analysis, and application of that data, which is where the magic and the revenue comes from.
Yep.
And that's how we keep focusing on the difference of it.
That makes sense. So efficiency, right? Yeah. It allows you to be more efficient for sure to this point. It's not going to be putting anybody out of a job just yet, right? Which is good. Let's keep it that way, because we need the jobs. Some questions from the audience here. So this is just open to the group. How do you view emerging sports? Is it worth the time and investment for a big brand to take a chance on a smaller property rather than the traditional big sports?
I'm happy to jump on that because of what Liz said earlier about engagement and affinity, right? So women's flag football, we signed Deanna Flores 3 years ago because we saw the people that are watching women's flag football and participating in women's flag football absolutely love women's flag football, and they are supporting the brands that support women's flag football. So I don't need millions and millions of eyeballs if the 100,000 that are watching come out and buy Gatorade and tell all their friends to buy Gatorade and get their high schools to switch to Gatorade. So we've seen that level of advocacy at the high school level. They see what we're doing. We've now partnered with the NFL to bring flag into more high schools and help with the sanctioning process. For us, it's about getting more girls playing and staying in sports. Flag is an amazing way to do that. But when it was small, it was an easy yes because of the affinity behind it and the passion around the sport. So as long as you can see that, the total numbers are less important to me than the affinity that we've got.
Interesting. And what other emerging sports have you invested in, maybe in a significant level?
So Olympic sports is also one that we look at. So we run the Gatorade Player of the Year program, the High School Player of the Year program that looks at 12 to 13 different sports. And every year we look and say, should we add another one, right? So cross country is one of them. Track and field is one of them. We've looked, should we add lacrosse? Should we add field hockey? And what we always look at is is the participation covering enough states for us to give an award in every state? So that's where that advocacy comes back to say, like, okay, we can only give out this award if it's going to be in all 50 states plus Washington, D.C. to make sure that we're driving equivalency. but we've been supporting boys and girls cross-country runners for 40 years since we've had this award there. And sometimes those cross-country runners turn out to be Olympians, and we invite them back into the family. Often with our volleyball players that are in Player of the Year, they're now playing in Athletes Unlimited, so a great opportunity for us to continue that relationship, or they become Olympians, right? But those are sports that we've been in, we've stayed in. Again, it's opportunities for kids to play and stay in sports. That's incredibly important to us and the Gatorade brand.
Oh, that's fantastic. And what about from your perspective?
Yeah, I would co-sign everything you said and then offer up, a slightly different approach what we have done. I believe in absolutely everything you said, but maybe we don't have the budgets to go as deep, as a Gatorade. So we've really focused on existing partners and other opportunities with them to just go deeper. So 2 examples: when we were the official airline of the PGA Tour, worked with them to provide golf to all HBCU colleges to get the teams to all of their tournament, and did a lot of great work, with those teams that otherwise were on, 16-hour bus rides or just couldn't even go, to the tournament because they couldn't, get there otherwise. Steph Curry is a partner of ours through our Golden State Warriors relationship, so we've been a founding partner of his Unrivaled tour and, helping out there. So again, we've taken the approach of, well, what's already in our wheelhouse, and then how can we go deeper there?
That makes sense. And then what about
We are tennis.
I was going to say, you're tennis.
We are tennis.
Have you embraced pickleball?
We are the USTA. We're the United States Tennis Association. We are not the USTPA. No, but look, my purview is over the U.S. Open, and we have more than enough tennis than we have more demand for demand for the tennis that we offer, and not enough space to offer anything beyond that. Honestly, if we had more space, more physical land, we would have more demand to fill more courts with more kids playing on court, more partners activating on courts. So tennis is at the core of what we do, and we want to ensure that everyone that comes out to the U.S. Open or that watches it or touches it in some way is inspired to play tennis. To the extent that any other sport helps them as a gateway to get in there, we're all for it.
Yeah, great, fantastic. And what about from an agency perspective, right? Team WAS, what's the emerging sports portfolio look like, or the thought process?
I would challenge the definition of emerging sports. You talk about track and field, you talk about flag football. I played flag football when I was in elementary school, and I'm not young. And so track and field's been around forever.
Yep.
So we have a tendency to call something emerging because it doesn't fit the traditional norms of how we distribute and measure it, i.e. reach. And all we've done on this panel is challenge the fact that reach is the only way to get from relevance to revenue. It's not. And so what does emerging mean? The one beautiful thing about where we are from an audience perspective, and this is where data comes in, is the human base of consumers has this proliferation of channels now to consume what they choose to consume. And if they can't find it, they can create it. They don't have to wait for you to advertise it. Then they'll create your own content for you. So at the end of the day, you've got this incredibly rich, incredibly robust set of tools available in platforms and challenges. So the audience self-regulates where they want to go and how they want to get access to their sport.
Sure.
So to call it emerging, in my opinion, means it's challenging. I would just say find the right audience and the right platform through which they expect their fandom, match that to your brand's objectives, and again, who cares if it reaches the traditional metrics of the NFL if high school flag football does it for you?
Yeah.
That's all that matters. So when people come to me and ask me my question about emerging, I said, what does that mean? Is where I usually start. Tell me what you need to accomplish, and we'll find you the platform to accomplish it.
That's fantastic. That's great. Well said. So here's an interesting one that, again, was probably submitted by a salesperson, my guess. When submitting a proposal to a brand or an agency, how do you stand out? What catches your eye when you get a proposal?
I'm going to say this on behalf of every brand here because you have all felt it. Here's the thing, guys. Can you double check your presentation? Because if I am Toyota and you submit me a proposal that says we'll help you sell more Hondas because you forgot to do a find and replace thoroughly, there you go. Use AI for that. Honestly, I joke, but I asked once. I was speaking on behalf of at the NFL Partner Summit. And we have roughly, I don't know at the time, more than that now, but at the time, 200, 300 people a year on the team that actively worked in and out of football. And so I just serviced them. I just surveyed them before I went to the partner summit. I'm like, hey, how many of you guys have gotten a proposal for a brand, one of your brands that you represent, that actually mentioned another brand? 67% of them. Oh my God. Wow. And I'm like, and of the 67%, how many of you guys have had it happen more than once? And that number popped up to over 80. So don't do that, right? And then the other one I would add, so that's what stands out in a bad way. What stands out in a good way, my favorite deal I ever did was actually from a team in Boston, came to pitch one of my clients and walked in without a proposal. He walked in with a blank notebook and he sat down and he goes, tell me about your brand. Tell me what you need to accomplish, and then I'll come back to you. And I remember whispering to my client, under no circumstances do we not do a deal with this guy.
Yeah.
Like, find the money, we're doing it. And that's a way to stand out, that you're, instead of what you have to sell, you take a minute to ask me, what do I need to buy?
Yeah.
Fantastic
totally
advice
Yep.
that, that salespeople need to know in general, but specifically in the partnership space. Don't come in with a preconceived notion like, I know your brand. Here's a deck that is going to be great for you.
Boston Celtics, by the way.
Yeah, ask questions, find out what their needs are. That's why they call it needs analysis, right? See what you need, then come back with something that meets your needs. So, what about you two? Same?
Yeah, I was going to say same thing, and I think even whether you use AI or good old-fashioned, desk-side research, we do enough speaking. A lot of people at United talk. There's so much out there about what's important to us, and our business strategy is rooted in 7 hub cities that we have, here in this country, where the majority of our flying is in and out of. Delta, American, they have different hub cities. So I am always shocked when I get a proposal for a team in a hub city from a competitor. That just does not make sense for me. We don't have the growth opportunity there. I can't get the credit card, hold members that I need. And so to do a deal, for a Detroit team, when that's a competitor's hub, just does not make sense. Just like Delta wouldn't do, a sports deal in Houston or Denver, where I call home. So I think really knowing the business before you come in, and it truly is an hour of desk side research to get you there.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, and be creative on when you get to that proposal, what are the assets that you have, right? Like I've already told this entire room I do not care about LED signage, so please don't put LED signage in anything great, right? But once you've learned what I need, right? Once we've talked about this is the cohort I want to reach, or here's the retailer I need to win in, or XYZ, whatever the thing is, think differently about what's in the partnership and then be flexible. The best partners that we have, we do many, many multi-year deals. Rarely do I do a one-off. And every season we go through what worked and what didn't, and then we change it, right? So we need partners that are willing to be flexible for us. We have to move at the speed of culture. The way consumers are consuming our brand changes. So we need to shift the soft assets in that deal in order to deliver better for consumers and where they're going. Partners that say, no, that's not in the contract, we can't do it, that's an easy walk away.
Interesting. Okay.
The other thing that I'll add too, because it's the same, all of our deals are multi-year, but I've been toying with this idea. I would be really interested in doing much smaller bite-sized deals as a test and learn. It's just getting harder and harder to move big contracts through legal and procurement, and they take so much time, where I think there's proof of concept. And a lot of times in sports, it's like, well, we have to do a 3-year deal or a 5-year deal. What if we just tried something for 1 season or 30 days of 1 season? I know at least where I work, if I do that and it's a success and I can bring people along on that journey, it's then going to move much faster through that long, complicated process. And that doesn't seem to be the mold that we all operate. But so I'm interested if any partner is out there and says, yeah, let's do something for 30 days and see if it works, or 1 season. I'm ready to give that a try.
So a trial
inbox for the next 24 hours.
I know.
I was just going to say, Kirsten, how do you feel about being the property on that side? Would you be willing to do a 30-day trial? Or?
I don't know.
That might be a little dramatic, 30 days.
I think the flexibility point is so important, because in these some of our deals are 10 plus.
Right.
Yeah.
And your objectives and what you need to achieve can change really many times throughout that life cycle. And we've got to be partners of, what do you need this quarter? What do you need next quarter? What do you need next year? And is what we're doing for you meeting those objectives? And so the contract's there as a baseline. We can always do better than the contract. We're always here to be a partner, and the best relationships are born out of that belief that we're here in service of the partnership, not in service of a contract.
Yeah.
And where that partnership evolves to is part and parcel of why we have such long-term deals. We have a team who really does have that approach and that attitude, with the help of agencies like Liz and people in the room that look at, have we evolved in a way that has continued to meet the needs of the partner, and enable the flexibility that they're going to need throughout that long term. But for a 30-day, well, it's so
I
tough
shouldn't
for
have
us.
said 30 days. That's too short.
The 3-week event,
One
like
season.
if we had a full season, I think that would make.
One
If we had
season.
like a 6 to 9 month season, I think that could make it more interesting.
I got it. Then from an agency perspective, what would you think of something like that, Liz?
Because again, I sit in the middle of these guys. I understand the business model. The difference between media and sponsorship is scarcity, right? In media, you have 17 different places you can go. There's only one U.S. Open, right? And there's only one NFL. There's only so there's a scarcity issue, which is why people are so protective about exclusivity and others. So I get the need to test and learn, but I also respect the properties who have to say, look, if I put it out there that United's my partner for a minute, then it's going to scare off any other airlines, and what happens if they don't come back? There's a balancing act to that and the practical reality of what it takes to run a business that is revenue driven, right? So the balance of that, whether I think there's ways to do test and learn in places around. I absolutely believe in ultimate contractual flexibility, and you guys are fantastic at that. But there's a balance between, at the end of the day, these are very heavily revenue-driven businesses, and you've got to meet both needs of being flexible and trial-oriented without sort of preventing yourself from future revenue opportunities.
That's fantastic. Well, as you can see from the lovely clock down here, we are out of time. And as you can tell, as the audience, we could probably sit up here for a few hours and talk about this topic. So, A, I wanted to thank you for the great questions, but B, thank the panelists here for a job well done.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I felt like I had to advocate.
Some stuff where it's like Greenwich has a beach and it's got, you know, 50 restaurants, a lot of different activities for kids.
Yeah, there's not many restaurants near us that were like, oh, a nice dinner, or like going to the city.
There's a very nice French restaurant, well, this is tough. A restaurant where it's okay, like I'm picturing it now. It's kind of near like it's like across the street from the supermarket.
From like Stop and Shop?
Yeah, Stop and
Okay,
Shop.
yeah.
Right. So that was pretty fun.
Okay. Now there's something else there.
What part of town?
We're on the mall side.
Yeah. So I went to
We're right by like DePice Street. That area. Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah, it was funny because I was looking. You don't usually see Tenafly.
Yeah.
I was like looking through the bio of your mom. I was like, Tenafly. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I have a younger brother. He's 12.
So that's about the age difference between my children.
5 years.
Do you play tennis?
I used to. I was gymnastics. I did gymnastics.
Yeah, exactly. The player has.
So doing that used to be like no time for any other sport, and now it's like over. Because now I'm stuck with that I'm like confident at. But like I started flag football.
Yeah.
So
In fact, I actually just got my daughter's flag football.
yeah, it's it's new to our high school. We're trying to get it in like the recreation.
Yeah.
Are they sanctioned?
I don't know.
I know New York is.
Because the thing is like right now, our sports are pretty much like club and small, like, you know, our kids are little, so it's not like the high school sport. So it's all like a bunch of little teams, you know, do like rec and whatever, and then we'll see what it is.
Yeah. Now it's just,
Wow.
I don't know, learning it and loving it, but
It's so funny. I tell people.
I think like, it has a lot of success.
Yeah. I spend so much time there.
Every single one I've been today, all these panels, I just
They all keep on talking about it.
I know.
I mean, it's a safer thing. So my son's doing it, and my daughter's doing it. And like, I think that's where things will shift.
It's great.
You know, like, and I'm also big part of it and everything else. So it's cool.
Now my brother wants to play tackle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just let my son wanted to do ice hockey.
Yeah.
He's gonna do lacrosse.
No.
Yeah, my brother was huge.
That was like.
Yeah, the boys lacrosse. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Quinn McCarthy, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our next panel, Setting the Edge, How Analytics Are Rewriting Football Strategy. Our panelists today are Karim Kassam, VP of Intelligence for Teamworks, Nick Caserio, Executive Vice President and General Manager, Houston Texans, Connor Barwin, Head of Football Development and Strategy for the Philadelphia Eagles. Our panel will be moderated by Mina Kimes, NFL analyst and senior writer, ESPN. This panel will run for 40 minutes with 5 minutes at the end for Q&A. Please submit your questions via the Cadence app. With that, I'll turn it to you, Mina.
Hello. Thank you guys for being here today, crossing many states, making it just in time. So excited about this panel. We're going to talk about player evaluation, development, scouting, in-game strategy, a lot to cover. And I'm going to start with you, Connor. We're going to talk today about the data used to evaluate both college and pro players from scouting perspective. And I was wondering if you were cognizant of any of that in your playing days, the metrics used to evaluate you and others, and how your understanding of that has evolved since you've crossed over to the other side.
Yeah. First, thank you for having me. All of you, thank you for being here. Excited to do this panel. My timeline's pretty interesting, I think, as far as sort of, data goes and performance tracking and all of that. So I came into the league in 2009. Obviously the combine, all of that was around and very relevant and very important. My awareness of advanced stats or any of that, early in my career, probably not much awareness. And I don't know how much that many people were really talking about it, how much, coaches were talking about it with players. But very interesting, I went from Houston to Philadelphia in 2013. So if anybody knows what was happening in Philadelphia in 2013, that was when Chip Kelly became the head coach. And I think that the whole organization was really sort of at the forefront of performance tracking. And I learned a ton from that experience. We did a lot. A lot of it was good. A lot of it wasn't very good. But we learned a lot. And it really, I think, sort of led the way for the rest of the league as far as really diving into some of this data and how much you can track on your players during practice, during the weight room, all of this to try to optimize performance. So I don't think we quite had it in 2014, but we learned a lot and really got a head start on it.
I'm thinking back to Chip Kelly and thinking the players could use their data to say, we're tired. Like we're out from that time, not that they had those tools available back then.
Well, they did ask us, and we told them we were tired. I mean, this is an interesting thing. I mean, one thing I as an example, first of all, just to sort of, paint a picture, when I was there, again, trying to do the right thing, right? Everyone's trying to get in there, try to do the right thing. We would walk in the summer, and you would go into the locker room, and everyone would lay down, and we would do the HRV monitor, which took minutes, and then sometimes it didn't work, sometimes it did. Then you'd have to go to the bathroom, and you'd have to sort of urinate into a cup to check your hydration. Then you had to fill out a survey about how you felt. And there were other things, and it was just a lot. What we were trying to do was the right thing, but there was just way too much friction. At that moment in time, everything has gotten a lot better now.
Nick, you've been doing this for over 20 years.
Long time, yeah.
What would you say is the single biggest change in how data informs player evaluation that's taken place in the last 5 years? Let's limit it.
Sure. No, appreciate you having me. Great to be back. Always great to be on the panel. I scouted Connor come out. He was a really good player. So, and at that point, when Connor came out, it was just you're going off of the metrics. Size, speed, looking at the tape. He had good test numbers. He ran well. So that's why he was a second-round draft pick. But to his point, Chip was really actually at the forefront of this. Because the NFL, and we've been behind. The league has kind of been behind. And there's been significant advances, I would say. I think more of just the implementation, the tools that are available, and it's really what you're trying to do is provide the resources and make them readily available for the player. And really what you're doing, what we try to do is educate them. Here's what we're doing. Here's why we're doing it. Here's why it's advantageous if you do this. Here's the measurements. it's really more of a conversation. I think there was always a stigma attached to, let's say, data and tracking some of the things, because at times the players felt as if there was a mechanism that we were monitoring and it was going to be used against them.
Right.
I think there's more of a meeting in the middle right now where it's more conversational, and players are very receptive. They want to know what their measurements are. They want to know where they stand, where can they improve, and then you can alter and cater their training specifically to improve, because in the end, players are looking for advantages on the margins. So our job is to provide that for them. And I think the implementation and just the acceptance of this space has become more pronounced. And I'd say more teams are setting their football structure up in a way you have a performance area and you allocate a lot of resources and a lot of manpower to it so that you can help support the players so they can optimize their performance.
And some of those metrics are for some players, it's advantageous to have more advanced metrics, right? Like we always think about the fear of having this data on you, but I would say sometimes for certain players, it's able to show things that don't show up in traditional stats.
There's an appetite for it, right? So there's on the training side, I'd say we're going to the off-season program right now. So we're going to be doing a lot of measurements, a lot of training, speed, power, explosiveness. Where do you stack up relative to other players at your position? And then when you get into the season, then there's going to be other tools that you might be able to utilize. And then when you evaluate your performance in the game, is there something that you can do that's going to help you and give you an advantage on Sunday? Because in the end, that's what the players are searching for.
Well, Mina, to your point and to your point, what we all know players really like, they really like data that makes them look good and that makes them play better. I mean, that's a fact. You just got to sort of get there with them. You know what I mean?
Karim, you went from being on this side of things, consuming the data, to providing it. You were with the Steelers, the Jags, now you're at Teamworks. I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked Nick. What's something that exists or has come out in terms of available data in the last 5 years that if you were to go back 10, 15 years, you would be amazed now we're able to know about players?
It's so much. There's so much more data now than there was 10 or 15 years ago. I think 2009, as Connor was saying, we were probably still in the box score era of player stats. You could get rushing yards per game, you could get tackles, completions, attempts, but very little. Nothing that you couldn't handle with paper and pencil math. And then by 2013, we were kind of in this play-by-play era where we knew for an edge rusher, was he rushing the quarterback on this play or was he dropping into coverage? Who was targeted? You had, it ended up being 100 times more data. And then in 2019, next-gen stats came and players were wearing chips on their shoulder pads and we know where everyone is 10 times a second. And in getting there is this potential now for the computer to know where everyone is on the field 10 times a second, how fast they are, how they're accelerating, and beyond that, how quickly they're changing direction, what's their COD ability, how violently are they collapsing the pocket, how are they creating space or limiting space in the run game. And we've been able to create a lot of metrics around it, partly because the data has become so much richer. And I think that the potential to really supplement, complement scouting, player development. I don't want to leave player development out here because we got Connor on the panel. We have a metric for edge rushers just called get off, and it's about how much displacement, how much speed, how much acceleration is an edge rusher developing in those first just fractions of a second after that ball moves. And one of the interesting things about get off in our analysis is it doesn't age the same way that a lot of other athletic abilities, football abilities do. It's a relatively flat curve, and that tells me that players can get better at it. So to be able to take a get-off metric and everything is tied to film. So to be able to take a Jalix Hunt, a rising pass rusher and say hey, you're a great player, but here's something that you could be a little bit better at. Let's look at the film of the best get-off and the worst get-off, or let's compare you to another player with the same body type that's been in the same situations and figure out how you can improve on it. Because we can see the data, because we can see players with data with such high fidelity, there's so much more potential than there was 10 years ago.
That's so interesting about get off because we're skipping ahead a little bit. I want to ask you about college scouting, but in terms of pro scouting, I was going to ask you about a player like Danielle Hunter, who just got contract extension, and why it feels like at that position, players are able to stay at their peak longer, right? It's the career. To me, their apex is a bit longer than it is to other positions. And I was wondering if, Karim, your ability to look at a metric like that over many years allows you to not just project who the player is now, but how long, if you see, a lot of players have maintained this get off for many years. So for someone like Nick, when you're looking at a player who's turning 30, I think Hunter is.
It's 31, I think.
Yeah, it's 31. Knowing that, though, allows you to anticipate not just who the player is now, but where he will be in a few years.
Absolutely. And what's also happened in the last 5 years is with advances in computer vision, the type of data we get from the NFL, that 10 times per second, player locations and speed, we can derive that from all 22 film. So essentially the same data we can get on college players and we can follow their entire careers. And of the football traits, we can't measure everything. We certainly can't see everything that a scout can see. But what we do see, we can age some of these skills independently. So whereas deep speed, the flying 20 aspect, that might fall off faster than get off, where a player into his 30s can still improve, maybe because they're lining up a little bit closer to offside, maybe because they're getting away with being a little bit offside. They're just able to move a little bit faster.
Defensive players are offsides, that happens.
Have you been able to use any of that in development plans for players? You work with players like Moro Jomo is an example that came up for me. Are you able to say, hey, like the analytics department or the research department, our team is telling me this. Have you noticed this tendency or benefit?
Yeah, I would say in our building, it is very much because of our leadership. It's all collaborative, so we're always working with the analytics department. We're working with the coaches. We're working with the performance staff. We use all kinds of data. I think what's really interesting in the NFL from a structural perspective is there's a ton of data every Sunday, right? And that's a nice benchmark for everybody. It's probably way too much data that comes out, objective and subjective data that everyone has to deal with. But on NFL teams now, there's at least 25 guys every week that don't play and don't get any data. So a real opportunity zone is those guys that aren't playing on Sunday. So a guy like Moro, when he didn't play much his rookie year, what are we doing? How are we using data to sort of motivate him, keep him accountable, show him he's good enough to actually be playing on Sunday, but his time hasn't come yet.
Right.
So there's really sort of interesting things you can do with data outside of what is getting captured on Sunday within your team on guys that aren't playing yet.
Just taking a point that Connor made, in order for this to work, there has to be an integrated approach, and there has to be, not to go back to like basic soft skills, but there has to be constant communication.
Yeah.
There can't be this siloed setup within the building. Well, the analytics group says this, well, the coaches think this, well, the scouting department thinks this. The more we help one another, the more we communicate with one another, then we can provide positive feedback, good information to the players so they can actually utilize, because in the end, we all have the same goal.
Yeah.
So it's our responsibility to help one another. I think sometimes there's a little bit of propensity to say, well, the data says this,
Sure.
but in the end, you have to integrate. The buildings that are more integrated are the ones that are going to have the most success. And I would say Philly is a very integrated building. I mean, leadership, Connor can speak to that with Howie and Mr. Lurie. And, in our perspective, we've got a lot of people that are involved in the process. And you have to be able to share ideas, and there has to be constant dialogue and communication, because that's the only way you're going to improve.
Well, I have a question for you about that integration and communication, because we always look at it from the perspective of the analytics department. How do we get better at communicating with coaches or in the media? We're going to talk about that. But what about on the other side, like from your end organizationally, when you're looking at coaching hires or promotions or just giving feedback to that side, how do you improve communication on their end, also in terms of receiving this data and knowing how to use it?
I think the reality is, you have to be flexible in your thought process. You have to be able to adapt. And you have to be, and I would say when you present information, for those of you that are going to eventually get into sport or wherever you're going to get involved, the big thing that coaches want, I speak to coaches, is just want something that's digestible and what's the actual application so that you actually have a basic understanding. To Connor's point, and there's so much data available on a weekly basis, right? What can we actually use? How do we incorporate it? And there has to be, you can't be rigid in your thought process. There's been a little bit of the old school versus new school. You have to be in this middle school and to be able to take information on both sides and be able to share ideas back and forth.
All right, I want to go back to player evaluation really quickly because we skipped over something I do want to hear all of your thoughts on, which is the college side of things. We are coming up on the NFL draft. Krim was showing me the tool that you use. The amount of data now on college players is so different from just a few years ago. Nick, I'll start with you here, though. Actually, we were talking backstage about one of my favorite players on your team, Kamari Lassiter.
One of mine as well.
As I recall, 40 times just okay, and I think that's part of the reason why he wasn't drafted higher.
That's putting it nicely, Mina.
Shredded the 3-cone, though. I was wondering, as these metrics change and we have so much data, if there are any that you find valuable when looking at college prospects, or if you feel generally the amount of data you have on prospects is much better and it allows you to evaluate players better than you did a few years ago.
Yeah, there's more available, and really you have to look at what's the player going to be asked to do and what are the skills that are important to that position and what metric is actually applicable to that. And I would say the one thing, I was actually reviewing the combine results, the 40 times I would say across positions, this was as fast collectively as a group. So why is that? Well, there's so much training that goes into it, so they're training specifically for these particular drills. But the reality is, a lot of the drills that they do, I'm sure there's a bunch of people that watch the combine over the last however many days. Raise your hand, a bunch of hands. Yeah, exactly. Like, I would say 3/4 of the drills are useless because they're not a real world application of what the player is actually going to do on the field. So you're trying to figure out on the margins, okay, what are his strengths, what are his weaknesses? You probably have basic metrics of average. Okay, if the player is above average in this, and then how does that translate into the actual player's performance? You mentioned Kamari. Kamari ran 4.65, which for a corner, that's a pretty slow speed. But time speed and game speed sometimes aren't the same thing. So where's the difference? But you put the tape on and he has football player traits. So how do you measure football player traits? So again, what is the player going to be asked to do? Is there something in the measurements that maybe is going to tell you whether or not the player is going to have some success? And it works both ways as well. So again, it's always going to be position specific, and you just got to figure out, in the end, it's the entire composite of the player. Testing numbers, their performance on the field, and then we're not really talking about the personal component, but that's as big of a part of the evaluation, just their overall DNA, their overall makeup, because a lot of times that's what's going to make a player into a good player, a great one, or if a player is not motivated to work, then he's not going to maximize the physical traits that he does possess.
I feel like Lassiter, if there was like a dog score that they could measure for,
on a scale of 1 to 10.
Somebody's got to figure that out.
He's got that dog in him,
Yes, he does.
Connor, I took the liberty of looking up your relative athletic score from what year was that?
2009.
Poor size grade. But,
Poor size grade?
Tremendous vert, broad, and short shuttle, all green. Did you?
I led every one of those at the combine.
I was just wondering, though, from your perspective, if you feel that any of that actually translates or matters.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it definitely does. I think it's a really, really important part of a really big puzzle. I think there's obviously sliding scales on this stuff, but without a doubt, those numbers matter. I think, talking about the combine, I think what I'm thinking about, you just wish everyone was doing more of all the drills. It seems like every few years, everybody's learning to optimize for something. You know what I mean? And I think this year, I don't know if it's true, but it felt like less guys than ever did sort of.
Right. So they're all it's the survivorship. They're all good. But there's like 10 of them actually running. Of course they're good. They know they're going to be good.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It really matters. It definitely matters.
Karim, we were talking about this earlier at lunch. One of the challenges with evaluation, both college and pro, which your company does both, is trying to interpolate data not just across levels, but across schemes, especially with specifically was complaining about watching a Tennessee receiver. And I was like, I don't know, man. I have no idea if any of this is going to translate, but he had the size and the speed and whatnot. I was wondering how you feel teams, especially in the draft process, can navigate that.
I think that's something that's really hard to do, and it's really hard to do in football in particular, right? So it's not baseball where essentially every team is asking their players to do the same things. That if you are 4 wins above replacement for the Red Sox, you're 4 wins above replacement for the Yankees, whereas you can have Tank Dell and Nico Collins. They both play the same position, but in a lot of ways, you're asking them to do very different things. So it's difficult to do. We do adjust for conferences and for level of comp in a lot of different ways, and then a lot of our metrics are designed. Now, Nick makes a distinction between kind of metrics and like the football traits that you really want to measure, and I think when the data has gotten richer, those things are converging. So if I think of our pass rush ability metric, we treat the pocket as a surface, and we look at how each individual player is deforming that surface. And so if you think of a stat like a pressure or a sack, well, that's going to depend on an edge player, but it's also going to depend on who's on the other side. It's going to depend on the interior line. It's going to depend on what the coverage is doing behind there and how much time you have. It's going to depend on the quarterback. And some of those things we can adjust for, but as we look at it as a surface, we can isolate a little bit better. What is that one player doing to affect the pocket, to affect the quarterback? And as that data has gotten stronger, I think we are at this place where we're able to measure some football traits in a high fidelity way, in a way that's stable from college to pro.
Can you think of something you wish we could measure for you two, that you wish, maybe from your playing experience, that you wish, if only we had a metric that captured, he was talking about affecting the pocket and responsibilities. Is there anything, or Nick, that you wish you maybe would put in a request for your data department to be able to measure?
I wouldn't say there's anything specific. Again, you have to look at the position and what the player is going to be asked to do. So again, one thing that you measure, let's say corner, covering a receiver, right? At the break point, right? What's the separation rate? What's the recovery rate? You know, and that's kind of a metric. Who's able to get in and out of their break? Then that's a measure of lateral quickness and change of direction, which goes back to there's certain testing metrics that maybe correlate with that. So again, I would say what you don't want to do is make it too complicated. You really want to try to keep it simple and just keep it specific. Is there a trait or characteristic that player needs to possess, the position that he particularly plays, that's going to be important for him to have success?
I'll go with the dog score that you want to come up with. That would be pretty good if we could do that.
Anybody wants to do a research paper on that? All right, so none of you guys are on the coaching side, but I think when most people hear analytics, they think about in-game decision making, which is obviously always a topic of controversy on television and after the fact. And it is something that we all think about a lot, and I think we have arguments and debates about it. It's very fun. Nick, I'm going to start with you. On topics like fourth down decisions, two-point strategy, what has been the biggest change, or maybe you haven't changed, in personally how you view that over the course of your long NFL career?
Yeah, I've had the good fortune. I've kind of been on both sides, so I can look at it through the coaching lens. I think a lot of those situations, honestly, you want to discuss prior to the game. What's your overall philosophy? Like, what does the coach believe in? Because ultimately, it's the head coach's decision about what he feels in the best interest of the team. Everybody has a book, and everybody has somebody in the press box, their game management coordinator, that makes a recommendation about, okay, if it's 4th and 2, here's a recommendation based on time, based on field position, etc. There's a little bit of a understanding the ebb and flow of the game, and I think sometimes you can't lose sight of that. You have to, the people that understand their team the best are the coaches, and specifically the head coach. So sometimes there's been over the last probably few years, a more aggressive mindset and a more aggressive nature because, well, this is what the data says we should do. But you still have to understand time and space and what's going on with the game. Look, in the end, this is a field position league, and the teams that control field position the best, those are the ones that are going to have success. So again, don't overcomplicate it. Like, do what's in the best interest of the team, understand the ebb and flow, and then ultimately the coach is the one that has to live with the decision, not the game management coordinator.
Right. Connor, since crossing over, I'll stop using that phrase, but to work on the other side, you have been part of one of the most aggressive organizations in football. I was wondering how that squares with how you felt about these types of decisions as a player versus now sitting and watching your team. Now it's been 6 or more than that, 7 or 8 years of being fairly aggressive and at the forefront of a lot of these things.
Yeah. Even the Eagles, like even when I was a player, we knew it was an aggressive organization.
That's true, yeah.
When you talk about sort of just philosophy, we knew that from the top. And now, not being a player, it's still the same. And Nick wants to be aggressive. The whole building wants to be aggressive. Obviously, it's been that way for a long time. I think a lot of the rest of the league, in some ways, just sort of now feels the same way. But all of those decisions, as you said, a lot of it takes place during the week. and you think about, hey, we're going to be in this situation, this is what we want to do, this is what we think is going to happen here, all of it is sort of baked in, where you get information from, the analytics department during the week, you get, information from other coaches during the week. We get John Ferrari and all of his information, and so all of that is baked into the game plan, but the game happens, injuries happen, weather happens, there's a feel for the game, and the head coach has to make the decision. So it's still so awesome. You know what I mean? That we're all don't know what they should do in a lot of these situations. And so it's just great. I mean, it's just great for the league in the NFL that, there's so much drama around all these decisions.
We talked about communication, about analytics across the organization, but I feel like this is something that's not covered enough, which is in-game decision-making and communication from the coaching staff to the players. Like, I'm always amazed when I read interviews with Lions players, and whenever they're asked about the aggression, they're like, yeah, we've been talking about this all week. They're all rowing in the same boat. How important do you feel that is, especially when you have an aggressive head coach, to make sure the players understand not just that you're doing it, but the why of it?
Yeah, I think that's really important. I mean, anytime a coach can sort of explain the why, that makes a huge difference because it instills confidence. I think the saying is like, it's a great coach when you know what he is going to call before you call it,
right,
or something like that. I mean, so I think, there's no time in a game for Nick to, poll a handful of players about what they think he should do. But for the most part, players know what he's going to do.
Right.
And when that aligns, it's a good thing.
Grim, from the outside, again, staying on this topic of in-game decision-making, what has impressed you the most in terms of watching some of this evolution, and where do you think the league has the farthest to go?
And that's a good question. I've appreciated from the outside, the increased aggression. I think as an analyst, there's a lot of math to support that, and then as a fan, it's made the game more exciting. I think my excitement is tempered a little bit that a lot of the math to suggest that this is a winning strategy was done in the 70s before any of us were born, or maybe Nick and I were in diapers, but before Mina and Connor were born for sure. So it's taken a long time, and it took Doug Peterson and it took the Eagles, winning and using aggressive fourth downs to an advantage to really make that change. And it's hard to believe that advantage wasn't there 5 or 10 years before. So I think the game management has come a long way, but it's also emblematic of how, in some ways, the league has been slower to adopt to analytics compared to baseball teams or basketball teams or other sports.
What would you say, again, just from game management, is the aspect least understood by the public? Go first.
I think what Nick and Connor have said, I think, is a big part of it. I've built some of these models, and what they'll show is, on average, when I was building them 10 years ago, on average, teams should be more aggressive. But there's big error bars. If you're calibrating these models, you don't know for any given situation what the right answer is. You might know on average teams should be more aggressive, but depending on the weather, depending on, maybe your center's ankle is nicked up a little bit. Maybe your offensive coordinator, he's already used a couple of 2-point plays and the play he would use isn't there. There's a lot of reasons that even if the math overall would say, hey, this is a go for it situation, there's a lot that's in a gray zone that I think the coach and the players have a lot of information that they're bringing to bear, and at the end of the day, as Nick and Connor are saying, they're the experts that have to make that call.
And you're making these decisions split second. Right. I mean, in real time. I mean, you probably have the head coach probably has about 2 or 3 seconds to make that decision. Or on let's say it's third down to fourth down, you have to pre-call and get the information to the offensive coordinators, because his play call on 3rd and 6 may be impacted on what the philosophy is on fourth down. And I'd say the reality is the area that's always this gray zone for all teams, not just the Texans or the Eagles, is the plus 35 to 40. That's always that gray area, right? Of, okay, do we go, do we not go? And, we're fortunate, we got a pretty good defense. So, okay, when you look at the percentages, the probability of scoring from the minus 10 to minus 15 versus the ball at the minus 40, it goes up. So that's part of the calculus. That's
right.
Part of the decision. It's part of the discussions that take place during the course of the week. But then again, you got to make them in real time. And then in the end, you have to have a feel and a sense of how you think the game is going and where do you think your team is to this point in the grand scheme of things.
But your model also knows you have an elite defense, right? That's something I think from the outside, talking about what's misunderstood, especially when you hear people complain about it sometimes during their games. They'll be like, the models don't know who's on. Yes, they do, right? Like, I think, would that be something like?
Well, he just made me think of, and I don't want to sort of open, I mean, I know people talk about this, but, you know, it's sort of in these decisions, everyone talks about it from the offensive side. Well, in that sort of gray zone, maybe, you know, what is the defense doing?
Yeah.
How aggressively are they playing
Yeah.
on those 3rd and 6s? You know what I mean? Maybe that's something, I don't know, people should talk more about.
It's got a lot of ideas for projects that you guys could do. Okay, I want to ask a few more questions to all of you, starting with the dreaded AI question. Every
What's
panel, I
that?
feel like, has to have an AI commercial. I'm going to start with an example. There's this commercial out there for Copilot that I'm sure you've all seen because it's run during like literally every NFL game, where it's like a hypothetical scouting. I think it's the Bucks in the commercial, and they're narrowing down players, and they're saying rule out all the prospects who ran this, you know. And then there's a part that always makes me laugh is they're like, now show us the best leader, and it's like, okay, AI is just Googling articles on leadership. It's not something. But there are things that are useful, I'm sure, in terms of not just calibrating and collecting data, but also sorting for departments across the league. Karim, I'll start with you. I was wondering if you could speak to whether or not you see value in AI tools, or if you feel like that's being a bit overblown at the moment.
I mean, I think the commercial clearly is overblowing, and like I don't think you can replace your scouting department with Excel today.
We're not picking players based
that
on
was
that
a big
commercial,
story at
so.
the combine.
So
Everybody's nervous.
there's a little ways to go that way, and it also depends on how you define AI. Like a lot of times people now think about AI just as language models, and self-driving cars are also AI, and AlphaGo is also AI, and we have one of the models that our team has created that I think is absolutely incredible is a run game model, and we built it originally because our partners were challenging us to come up with more metrics for linemen. That we can quantify a quarterback or a receiver or an edge player or a running back in a lot of different ways, but for offensive line, it's really hard. And so what we have is a combination of neural networks that go together, and we teach it a bunch of relationships, who's blocking for whom, who's engaged with who, and we feed it a couple million running plays. And it starts to see spatial relationships. It can kind of understand what a convoy is and where rushing yards are available. One of my favorite things that's sort of come out of it is that if a lineman chases really far across the field to make a play, even if like another linebacker or safety would have made that play, it gives really high credit. And coming from Steelers building, like big men running was like a big thing for Mike Tomlin. And we never taught this algorithm that like, hey, you need to have big men hustling. But what it found was that explosive plays happen when players are loafing, and so it's able to do this, and it's able to take something like running where box score stats kind of say, Jahmyr Gibbs ran for 18 yards as if like it was just him, but there's 22 people, and we're able to do some of that attribution and say, well, no, like Penei Sewell, he made a big block here, and Frank Ragnow or whoever it is came out and pulled on this play and created space, and we can give credit to all of the different players, whether they're carrying the ball, whether they're making the tackle, or whether they're just taking a block on in the hole and that type of thing. So that type of AI model, I think, is becoming more prevalent. We have a few of them that we use across sports, and as we get more used to this data, as more data comes in, I think we're going to see more and more of that.
His answer will be better than mine. No, I think the reality, look, AI is here, so we can't, like teams, people in our positions can't turn a blind eye. And again, it goes back to the application. I think probably, and I'm a novice at this, so I'll admit it, but I think honestly, it's just experiment with some of the tools. What's the application? What can you actually do with them? I think more of taking large pools of information, distilling it down into something that's digestible in a rapid pace. Those are the things where the advantages can take place. As far as building a model, I'll probably never be able to build a model, so I'm going to stay out of that business. But again, in different areas, in different departments, you're trying, like our performance team actually does, we can take a number of different articles and put them into a model, and it can synthesize, okay, what are some of the information that is there? Okay, then maybe how can we incorporate that into maybe some of the things that we're doing with our players? But the reality is it's here. So, I mean, all of us, and we've encouraged people in our building, you just got to play around with them a little bit, experiment with them, and just try to get a better understanding. But it's here, and it's just really what's the use case and how do you incorporate it within your overall scope organizationally.
One of the things that the machine learning tools I think have really helped us do is that as the data has gotten more complicated, the communication has become easier in a way that in play-by-play era, like we talk about EPA per play, we talk about yards per route run. Like these are great stats and they're important, they're nice ways to summarize, but within a football building, not everyone has a sense of what's good or bad or what are the strengths and weaknesses. And when you have this data that is showing you how players move and algorithms that can summarize that into football abilities, then now instead of talking about yards per route run, we can talk about change of direction ability. And instead of talking about completion percentage over expectation, we can talk about accuracy. And so some of what the AI does, even independent of creating any insights, is making it easier for scouts and coaches and analysts all to speak the same language.
It's coming, yeah. I mean, to add on to what they said, I mean, it's easy to think, for me at least, in football, structurally, there's offensive structure, there's defense, offense, and like teaching AI to sort of think about how to, run the right plays per those structures, and then you add all the players and what they're good at. Like you can see a world where, pretty quickly, there's at least sort of a tool that's sort of helping coaches or buildings figure that out. But the part that's, hard and somebody really, really smart has got to figure this out is on those plays, most of the big plays in the NFL happen because somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Right.
And sometimes it's on purpose, and sometimes it's not on purpose. You know what I mean? So trying to teach models that is probably really hard to do, but I believe there's a way people will get there.
Yeah, we were talking about this, like AI, the very premise of it is, okay, what do you do with all the data that exists? But with football, so much of the information, so much of the things that happen in the field are not, there's no database that expresses all of it, so there seems to be a limitation on what a tool can actually capture. Actually, Kareem, your point leads me to something else I wanted to ask, which is about furthering our discussion about public understanding of this broadcasts and media and how we could do a better job of conveying football statistics or advanced statistics or decisions or all of that. I was just wondering, from your guys' thoughts inside, where are areas you think broadcasts, studio programming, whatever, could improve in terms of communicating some of the things we're talking about to the general public? Like people, for example, players have been very divided over PFF grades, which are not really like advanced stats per se, but it's...
Divided. I think most players aren't divided. they don't like them.
Well, but what if you're like, Morrow probably had a great
like one
grade,
or two. The people that are ranked 1 or 2 like it. Yeah,
be thrilled, right? But no, that's an example of some. But maybe go left to right. Is there anything you think that media could be better at in terms of conveying all of this?
I think that media has a big role to play in sort of like advancing that analytic discourse. You've done a lot of work personally doing that, and I think like ESPN's got alt broadcasts now that are looking at stuff with a little bit more of an analytical lens. Sam Schwartzstein, Prime Video Group, has an alt broadcast that's doing that. Even as we, going back to our 4th down discussion, to have someone like Greg Olson on TV, talking intelligently about 4th down decisions and what are the pluses and minuses is a big change from maybe 10 years ago, where we get a commentator to say that I don't know why they would do it, and like maybe the answer is yes or no, but I don't know is not a very good answer.
They usually hate it.
Yeah.
Like most announcers just seem upset about
That's
it
right.
all the time.
That's right.
What about you? What do you think?
No, I think the media, look, you guys have a great job and you have a hard job also. I think the big thing as a fan, when you're watching the game, if you can provide something just to educate the fan about the rationale and the reason behind what a team is doing or not doing, just so they have a lens. I mean, that's the big thing. It's just all about education. It's all about communication. So, look, you guys have a hard job. So, I mean, we're not going to tell you, what to do in the media. I mean, you guys can tell us how to run a football team, but like, we'll leave it there.
What do you think?
Well, I mean, you've done a great job. I think this conference has done a great job. I think the media does a pretty good job overall. It makes me, this is sort of a big picture take, for and sort of not thinking about analytics, but I'll put it because the coaches make the same mistake, right? And I think sometimes analytics does this, where it's just too much information and it's hard for anyone to digest, right? We've all seen this. Well, coaches do the same thing. So when I was a player, you'd sit in a room and, a coach would take you through 100 play cut up, and he's lost the room by the 8th play. And what he's really doing is just trying to show all his players how much work he put in, and that he watched all these tapes. And but at the end of the day, the players don't really care. They just want to watch the 6 plays that you have conviction on because you watched those 500 other clips. So I think, to your point, it's just like, whatever the communication is, you need to put in all that work behind the scenes, feel really confident about what you're saying, and then have conviction and be right. You know what I mean? And if you don't know, then say that.
Yeah.
Be humble about it and say, hey, this is an experiment. We're trying to, be honest about that too. I think that's where, the communication can improve.
All right, we've got some audience questions for all of you. I'm looking at them right now. This one is for everybody. Even though you have off-season data, how do you adjust to small sample sizes at the beginning of the season? This is something that I struggle with as well, so I'd love to hear all of your answers on this.
Yeah, that's a good point, because you can't just, look, there's 17 games. What goes on week 1 is not, you can't necessarily extrapolate what's going to happen over the course of the year. You have to break the year up really into quarters. So you look at it in kind of 4-week increments. I would say from a team perspective, that's kind of, you're watching every game, but after 4 weeks, then you take inventory. All right, what are some of the things that we do well? What are some areas that we can improve? Can we make a change schematically? Is there a personnel change? Then you kind of go to the next block, because the reality is after about 8 to 10 games, every team is watching every game. So early on in the season, you just have to be careful about just jumping to conclusions and making extrapolations about where a team is or isn't. If you did that with our team last year, we would have been 0-19 or whatever it was, but it's a week-to-week really endeavor in this league, and it's just your performance that week is the most important thing, and then you figure out, okay, what do we have to do that next week, with that next opportunity to win the game.
You have thoughts on that?
We take everything kind of trait by trait, metric by metric, and some things when you're looking at stuff, when you're looking at player movement at that level, they tend to resolve pretty fast. So 3 preseason games, if someone's had 60 pass rush snaps, I can probably give a pretty good get-off measure. Other, it might take 200 routes before I can say with confidence what a receiver's change of direction is going to be, in a context-free, outside of the particular routes that they maybe happen to ran. So we do all of that, and then we also we have a projection system where we try to take, hey, this guy's only had 3 preseason games in the NFL, or only had 3 games with this team, but combining that with their entire history, what's our best guess at where that player is right now? We can get some, pretty good fidelity that way as well.
I have a question for you off of this. Again, going back to Jomo, I keep asking about Jomo, but he was kind of a small sample size wonder, right? Like their advanced metrics, relatively, like the question was, can he step up and replace like a Milton Williams, for example? Yeah. And our advanced metrics, like pass rush win, loved him. And I was wondering, from your perspective, when you have a player who you are betting on to expand their usage, but you're looking at a comparatively small sample size, you're considering who else is on the field, how you weigh that in terms of, okay, do we think he can take the next step in terms of playing more?
Yeah, it's a hard question, obviously. I think, one thing I've learned from Howie in our building, one of the most important things is you better really know the players you have in your building. And of course, Morrow had a small sample size, the sort of season before his breakout season, but I would say across our building there was a high level of confidence because of the way we practice and sort of the way we tracked his practice, and we've been tracking enough years to see what other players have done throughout our practice, that now we have this sort of data set that gave us confidence to say, he's done it in a small sample size on Sunday, but look what he's done here for the other 16 weeks. And these other players, what they've done, that makes us feel good about that.
Practice really is the missing piece for those of us on the outside, or you know what I mean? Because we just don't know what you guys are.
To Connor's point, we know our players better than anybody. So we're tracking them literally every single day, and they're in your building, and you're able to go through the process. So they may not play that much, but in anticipation, maybe you have to make some decisions about a player to move on from a player. You might be comfortable moving on from a player because you feel like you've done a good job with a player in the building, develop him to prepare him for the next opportunity, which I would say in the Eagles' case, they've certainly done that with, with Jomo.
And it's just, it's different than the other sports. We're not playing that many games, so our practices are different, than other sports.
This question for Nick, and then I think this might be our last question, so we're running out of time. Someone asks, do you use analytics to make game day roster decisions, i.e. is a 6 receiver worth more than a healthy kicker? As a Giants fan, how these decisions are made have always troubled me.
It's a really good question. You really have to figure out, okay, how are you playing the game offensively and defensively? You basically take 20 players the game on offense, call it 22 players on defense, and then your 3 specialists. So what's the role of the 6th receiver relative to potentially the 5th or 6th corner?
Yeah,
so,
you'll have to find that out in the playoffs with the going down to your 5th, 6th receiver. So
I mean that's going to happen. So
Yeah.
I mean we went to the Super Bowl one year in New England. I think we went with 3 active receivers. We went with Brandon LaFell, Julian, and Danny Amendola, and Matthew Slater was a receiver, but he's not really a receiver. So game day decisions are based on how you're going to play the game and who's available, and that's how those decisions are made.
Well, we have run out of time, but thank you so much, guys. This was incredible. I love hearing from all of you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Adam Beisman and I'm an MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure today to introduce our panel, Should I Stay or Should I Go? The biggest question in college sports today, presented by Team WAS. Today our panelists are CJ Leboy, SVP of Football at Team WAS, Arun Thadakara, Senior Manager of Football and NIL at Excel Sports Management, Dan Murphy, Staff Writer and Investigative and Enterprise Reporting at ESPN, and then Kayla Jennings, who's the Director of Basketball Marketing at Clutch Sports Group. Our panel will be moderated by Warren Zola from Boston College, and the panel will run for 40 minutes with 5 minutes of Q&A at the end. Please submit your questions through the Cadence app like you have for other panels so far, and I'll turn it over to Warren.
Thank you very much, Adam, and welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us on a hot topic. College athletics and specifically NIL clearly is something that's making news. It seems like on an hourly basis. I'm thrilled to have this panel here with us to discuss NIL, to learn a little bit, to figure out where college athletics is going. I'm especially pleased. I do have a favorite panelist. I apologize. I've got a former student of mine here, Kayla. So I really like the other panelists, but sorry, I got to hang up for full circle with my friends. Look, the college athletics landscape has been changing dramatically over the past 10 years. It's probably changed more than any other industry that I can think of, and probably as quick as technology has changed. I think this is the 5th college athletics panel I've done in the past 11 years. And if you ask me what the panel is going to be like if we did one of these in September, I would say I have no idea. It's changing too rapidly. There's a presidential roundtable today that President Trump is hosting. Charlie Baker is there, a whole bunch of high-profile athletes, commissioners, ADs, notably no college athletes. And so there literally could be news breaking at any point by Twitter or X about changes. When you think about college athletics, what's really interesting is how college compensation has changed. For a long time, the labor creating the demand for this industry wasn't compensated, or at least wasn't compensated at market rates. There was the pre-NIL window, which is sort of everything before 2021, the cost of attendance, the Ed O'Bannon and the Alston cases. June 1, 2021, NIL law was passed, allowing college athletes the right for their name, image, and likeness, the right to market, and that opened up the floodgates in many ways, and the Wild West. And then that lasted for a couple of years, and then in 2025, we had the settlement of the House case, which then once again changed compensation. It changed the ability for schools to have now a cap of up to $20.5 million last academic year, in addition to NIL. And our panelists here are experts in advising these athletes and helping them navigate what it means to maximize their potential and their financial strength. And the laws have changed in terms of access to college athletes. For a long time, no agents could represent any college athletes. You could have an advisor in hockey, a short-term advisor in baseball until you went to school, and then NIL came by, and all of a sudden you had a right to have someone to help you navigate that process. And then we had the House settlement, and now agents are not only on our college campuses, but in our high schools, and probably beyond. And that has created tension in the system. That has created the title of the panel, Should I Stay or Should I Go? The question about what's the right point for a college athlete to leave, what that means financially. There's this arbitrage where you may get more money if you stay in college rather than going to the pros. And we've got revenue sharing, we've got all sorts of stuff. So that's enough for me. You didn't come here to hear from me. You want to hear from our experts. I'm going to turn to Dan first, because you've been writing and investigating in this space. And I'm going to give you both a softball, but also an incredibly difficult big picture question in terms of, as this change has happened, are we better off? Are we worse off? What's your perspective as you've been covering this industry, which is very much an industry and a business over the past decade?
think a little bit depends on who you mean by we. Certainly, college athletes are better off than they were. The overwhelming majority of college athletes are better off than they were a decade ago. I think in the long, you mentioned those 3 eras that we've been through, the 4 or 5 year stretches. I think we still have at least one more iteration yet to go where we get to something that's even more professionalized than it has been. It's been a really slow evolution to something more professional at the top end of college sports. Mm-hmm. And I think eventually we're going to see that group, the very top end, have to split away and look different than the 95% of most of the NCAA. But in general, I think it's been a great thing. I think it's been overdue for a lot of college athletes. And right now we're in a period of turmoil where I don't know that the current system really works that well for anybody involved. Administrators, certainly. I think there are athletes that it doesn't serve well. But I think it's sort of rocky seas on the way to something better is where we are right now.
CJ, you've been recruiting athletes for a significant amount of time.
Yes.
And you've had to deal with the changing rules. And let's be clear, what the NCAA issues are rules. These are not laws, right? And too many people get them conflated because the NCAA does not write law. How have those rules impacted your perspective in terms of recruiting, the competition that's out there, what you're looking for? Has it radically changed? Or you're after the best athletes you can and the way you recruit changes a little bit?
I don't think it's changed the profile that we're recruiting, whether it's an athlete and their athletic prowess or their personality and their character. I'm sure AT would say the same thing, and Kayla. We would still try to identify the athletes that we feel not only mesh with our philosophy and our personality, but also want the resources that we provide. But what the system has created is, it's almost forced everybody to dig a little bit younger into the recruiting process, because traditionally, like Warren said earlier, at least in football and in the NFL, we couldn't even speak to a NFL prospect until they entered their draft eligibility year, which is 3 years removed from high school. Well, now we're talking to kids that are freshmen and sophomores in high school, which is a little bit crazy, but it's what the industry has created, or this system has created. There are though laws. There are state laws that some states try to govern agent interactions or representation. I don't think they do a great job of actually managing it or governing it or policing it, to be honest with you. But I think there's an attempt there, and there's been an attempt for a long time, even with NFL players. But I don't think it's changed the way we recruited. But I think it's brought, candidly, I think the benefit of it, it's brought a level of experience down to younger ages that allow them to really navigate which has become a very cloudy recruiting process. I think the recruiting process now is as cloudy and lacks transparency more so than ever before, certainly on the top end.
Is that something that you're finding in the sense of, there's opportunity for agents to become engaged. Sure. You're recruiting younger and younger athletes, and sort of there's two questions, and maybe AT, you've got a take on this, in the sense of, in the old days, to be an agent, you had to be certified by your union. So there was training and education and some level of, right, anybody can be an NIL agent. Now, they're not going to be working for your firms, but you happen to be friends with someone as a sophomore, you can rep them as an agent, and that's caused some issues. But my question is, are you finding that the players that you're recruiting across all sports, are they more sophisticated than they were because they know that they have to get engaged? Or are they just as doe-eyed, and even more so because they're now no longer 3 years out of high school, they're now, in high 15 school. Years old, yeah. And they're closer to their bar or bat mitzvah than they are the league. Yeah. Have you seen that change a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think the market as a whole is getting more mature. I think like the high school space recruiting, I don't think we're there yet, but I think we will get to a point where, look, the reality of it is like there are some athletes, parents, whoever it may be, like the first person that approaches them is who they're going to sign with, right? Like that happens a lot, and that's a game that some agents play of who's the first mover, who's the first to approach. I think that's a little bit dangerous of a game. I think you want to have real conviction in the players that you are going after. I think on the athlete side, as we've seen the NIL market mature, we're going to see the athlete market mature as well. All these parents talk, all these kids talk. They're all at the same 7-on-7 tournaments. They're at the same camps. They share these stories of, oh, I signed with this agent, then I went here, then I went here, right? Like, I think there's going to be an understanding as we see the sophomores, juniors, seniors in high school, maybe in 2 years, that, okay, now I get it. Like, the first person to approach me is probably not the one I want to sign with. Maybe I need a level of patience here to decide who I sign with. And maybe there's going to be not like a written standard, obviously, but, an industry standard of like, okay, is it sophomore year, is it junior year, is it senior year, that like most guys are kind of trying to figure out who do I go with as an agent. And maybe the metric is how far before my OVs, is it how far before signing day, like whatever it turns into. I think the market's only going to mature in that sense.
Yeah, and just to jump in there, I feel like we're certainly going to see so much of our clients particularly, get so much mature early, faster, because so much of our job is to educate them early. So like CJ and AT said, we're recruiting these, I work more on the woman side a little bit, but so girls when they're sophomores now. And we're preparing them at such an early age right away with us to understand what they're going to do and what they're going to have to do and show up as professionals as they get into college.
And I think, not to cut you off, Warren, I think the benefit of that is these athletes and families do have access to so much more information than ever before. But the problem is they have so much access to misinformation too, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's something that hopefully, the transparency from the school side, that we could all we can't do anything about it, but
there's only so much AI can teach them. But so Dan, let me ask you this question, because you're not recruiting athletes, so you can take a holistic approach, if you will. All right. So one of my concerns for the athletes, so they're younger, they're either being recruited or they're being approached by folks. The one-sided nature of some of these contracts that are being signed, the NIL deals, and I will use examples from none of the three of your firms, right? But it's not inconceivable that an athlete would give away rights in perpetuity to someone. They didn't even know what they were signing. They don't have a lawyer or a representative with them as they negotiate with an agency. So Dan, are you concerned with the ability for these athletes who think that they're informed and there's a lot going on, but who's giving them the counsel, the advice as they navigate this from experts who do this for a living and are just doing this every single day?
Yeah, I think it's a big problem. I think I've written a couple stories about groups that are pretty predatory in nature that will sign up athletes and wave a big check in front of them when they're 16 or 17 years old, and almost as like it's not quite a loan, but it sure looks a lot like a loan because they will get a lot of the player's earnings on the back end of it. There are some sketchy actors in what is a very unregulated market right now, and I think hopefully as we get further toward professionalization, that trickles down into the recruiting world and athletes are able to get that advice early on. But I think that's one of the places where government regulation laws can actually help in terms of things of limiting how long an athlete who's 16 years old can sign a deal for. Different state laws have weighed in differently on that, but there aren't a ton of places where I think you really want to turn to Congress to help fix college sports, but that might be one of them.
No comment. So let me ask this question then, if I may. You're out there, you're recruiting some younger and younger athletes. CJ sort of alluded to some of the state laws, and Dan did too, right? We've got the UAAA, which is among the weakest laws I can come together. There's an attempt to have sort of agent registration and that you had to sign up stuff, but that's been primarily a joke, and it was really intended to protect schools, so that if a student got ineligible and the school lost money, they could go after somebody. It wasn't really to protect the athletes, in my opinion. California's got the Miller-Ayala Act, which is also radically different and hasn't really been employed. Are there things that AT or any of you would say would be like, here's something that we think would be valuable to us in terms of some level of regulation or level playing field or to make things consistent? I mean, one of the things that I've known about the agent industry is there's some really good folks and some really bad folks. And the folks who are really good are happy to have an educated consumer and a sophisticated analysis. The folks that are, here's a couple of bucks, come join us and here's my one-sided deal, don't want that oversight. Is there stuff that you guys would embrace and say this is something that we need in this space?
I don't think anyone that's a serious agent or experienced agent would be threatened by some certification process. It's no different than the NFL Players Association or Major League Baseball or NBA or WNBA. I mean, to represent the athletes at the very highest level, you have to meet certain, requirements just to even take a test to potentially pass and then represent those players. I don't think it's any different on the collegiate level. These athletes are professional athletes. You could call the deal whatever you want, NIL, whatever. They're being paid to play a sport. That's what it is. And I think that a certification process will allow, to a degree, the entire industry to weed out some bad actors. You're not going to bat 1,000, but I think you'll at least ensure a level of intelligence or experience or sophistication or understanding of what the market is to protect these athletes. At the end of the day, you hit the nail on the head. This is a very predatory industry across the board. And I think the people that are making it bad are the ones that don't have experience, that haven't done it before. They don't have they don't even have the legal support to review a contract. They're just signing deals, sight unseen, getting these players tied up in language that is pretty egregious, and they have a hard time to get out of, and let alone carving their pound of flesh out of them from a fee standpoint. I think certification at some level, I think that's one step at least.
So I think that's one of the reasons why the entire industry, athletes, administrators, schools, would be well served to get to something that looks like a collective bargaining agreement, even if it's not official, because those work in professional sports because the agents are certified by the PA. If you have the schools themselves certifying agents, then all of a sudden you have schools who get to pick who they're negotiating against. And I don't think that system works unless you have a body who's actually only interested in helping athletes, who helps with that certification.
And also too, I think to your point, Dan, I think having a CBA, having a union potentially, would also bring transparency into the marketplace, right? Because a lot of issues arise when players are within the players' compensation, how they're paying, what the schools are telling them they can pay them or not pay them, vice versa. No school's being honest about what they're compensating their players. They lie to every single one of them. And then they lie to us, and then candidly we lie to them sometimes, right? But I think bringing transparency to this level of athletics, it's a critical step that has to be taken.
And it is interesting, right? Other than all the lying, right? This money has been changing hands for a long time, for decades. And, cash and carry Pyle was the first athlete in 1920 whatever to get money under the table. And so, this isn't like this short time period. This is a long sordid history of engagement. And what has happened post NIL and post House is that the NCAA has partnered with Deloitte on something called NIL Go, where in theory contracts of anything over $600 are supposed to be funneled through this, and this will somehow determine whether or not this is fair market value or pay to play. And that has not been met with enthusiasm or consistency or efficiency from some quarters. Cale, I'll turn to you. First of all, you're recruiting a lot of women's athletes, which I think is fantastic because this is now an opportunity to shift some revenue to women that haven't been represented. But when Clutch is dealing with some of these NIL deals, whether they're ones that you're working with, whether they are women or not, what's the approach for this Deloitte NIL Go? Is it something that you guys just sort of like it's this thing that you have to deal with and it's a challenge, or it's just part of the process?
Yeah, it's certainly new, but as we talked about before, like CJ said, we want to be by the book and do things the right way. So it's definitely something that's a must for us, and we've had conversations too. I just had a conversation with a brand the other day. They're getting ahead of it because a lot of the deals we'll do during the NCAA tournament are very quick turn. So they're like, can we get this agreement in place now before the tournament comes, so we can make sure it's submitted and everything's cleared by NIL Go. So I think, it's part of the process, and we want to make sure things are done right, so it's definitely a must on our end.
And just to be clear, Kayla's a Boston College grad, so she's not doing any lying. She's making sure that everything's done above board, so well done. I won't speak for others. AT, I'll ask you without putting you on the spot too much. Are there been times when contracts have come back, either from your firm or you've heard from others, that you think have been inequitable, that it's clogging up the system in the ways that it shouldn't, and it's not great for the athletes or those who are engaged?
I mean, I don't think the NIL Go system is possible to be equitable. I think a fair market value analysis of the deal is impossible. Like, that is an impossible task.
Whatever we're willing someone to pay for you is fair market value.
Which, I will express my displeasure with NIL Go because I don't think it makes sense, and
it does not make sense.
If you are negotiating a shoe deal with the prospective high-level athlete, there is going to be a range of hundreds of thousands of dollars in what one company will pay versus what another company will pay. Both of those are still market. The only thing that's market is what someone will pay you, right? So for an independent third party to say that X company paying you X amount of money is not within your market doesn't really sit well with me. I'm also unapologetically pro athlete, right? Like, we had a situation with NIL Go where we submitted a deal in October, so what is it? However many months ago, that just got rejected. And this athlete is already now out of college. So I understand the goal is to enforce the cap, and I get it from that standpoint. I think from how feasible it is to get thousands of deals sent in and really do an analysis of these deals and really say what's a fraudulent deal, what's market value, what's an associated entity, what's not an associated entity. It is a impossible task that has been taken on. And I don't know what the solution is. I would just say it's not working very well right now.
So we have a vote against the system, but no vote for how to improve it, or no.
They need to burn the system down. It's a terrible system.
And I think part of the challenge is that the NCAA, college athletics, the NCAA is us, meaning the member institutions. It's not a bunch of folks in Indy who are passing these rules. It's higher education industry overall. That they've been running the business for so long in a certain way, and then the court system, not surprisingly, came in and said, we got problems here. And now they've imposed a system that would never be anything that anybody would ever craft from scratch in terms of this is what we want. But this is now what we have that's legal. Not NCAA rules, but legal. And now it feels that for the past couple of years, people are trying to figure out what does that mean and what can we do and what can't we do, and it's been reactionary as instead of strategic, which is why we sort of have this presidential roundtable and discussions about antitrust exemptions and all that sort of stuff, and our college athletes, employees, all of which will come next year's to Sloan's conference. We'll talk about that in 2027. But we are now left with a system today that we're trying to figure out how to deal with it. One of the things that's become apparent is this concept of sort of market arbitrage, where the value for an elite athlete may actually be greater in college than entering the pros. That was never the case, right? Forever it was tuition, room, and board, then it became cost of attendance, and then there was a couple more dollars out of O'Bannon and Alston. But if you had a chance to go pro, you're going to make more money there, even at least in the major four leagues. Your minimum salary would be more than your cost of attendance at an institution, right? Now, because you've got access to the revenue sharing in NIL, it's often the case, and certainly for women's athletics, because the professional leagues don't pay as much as the other four, that you're better off financially, to say nothing about the value of education that many of us fervently believe in. I'll say all five of us, right? But just for financial reason, you're better off going back to school than going pro, which is just an absolutely crazy concept for those of us who are over X number of years old. But Kayla, specifically in the women's space where you spend a lot of your focus, how are those conversations with an elite athlete, a Juju Watkins, who clearly is going to be a professional basketball player and make a significant amount of money, but less than, in theory, she can make as a star at USC?
Yeah, it's certainly something that is a reality. I think, though, taking a step back, it is a good issue, though, on the women's side, because when I think back when I was younger, and I was a former college soccer player as well and grew up wanting to play professional, and there wasn't a roadmap to making money as female athletes. And now, thanks to NIL, there is. And yes, it's so true. We have clients right now that are making $1 million plus in college when their rookie contracts, it's not even close, and then not even the max contract right now in the WNBA. That said, we hope, and it's evolving right now because this can change in 4 days with the CBA negotiations going on and the WNBA, and I think that's credit to as well, college athletics on the women's side and that pushing and translating it over into the pros. But I think, so it goes back to, this is a great opportunity for female athletes because it gives them an opportunity to make money in college, but also build a platform. And that's how we look at it with our clients. This is, you get 4 years to build your platform, especially just across like marketing where I work specifically, and an opportunity to bring that over into the pros. And at the end of the day, pros is the goal for our clients. And we look at it sometimes as it might be a short-term pay cut for long-term upside. The WNBA, it's going to continue to grow. There's more global reach, visibility for our clients, and now they have that platform that's only going to get larger once they go pro.
CJ and AT, you guys are certainly recruiting athletes. Are you finding the same thing where, you're talking to someone, you're hoping maybe you're going to come out after your junior year, or if you're football or your freshman year of basketball, and you're having those conversations and they're saying like, no, thank you, I'm going back to school, or the draft is weaker because less people are coming out? Are you guys having those conversations? Are you okay with that, or is it that's just the nature of the beast in 2026?
Well, no, it's the nature of the beast. I think now, it becomes a math equation, right? You're just evaluating what your potential earnings can be, however you want to look at it, total dollars or year one cash flow versus, what you can make, staying another year in school, and what that additional year can provide you from a developmental standpoint. I think from the NFL side, as AT knows, there's a developmental issue in terms of the prospect talent going into the league, right? And I think NIL is going to continue to create that problem because, you're getting paid to come in, whether you're a freshman or a transfer or what have you. You're expected to play at a certain level right away. The time that they used to take to develop these young players they're not taking that time. They don't care, right? They'll move on. But anyway, as a player progresses into their draft eligible years, it's just a simple equation. If you're rated as probably a third round pick or above, depending on the position, the financial reward in the NFL is probably still going to be a little bit greater than it is in college. But if you're a third round pick and you think you can move from a 3 to a 1, and you're a quarterback and you can get, let's just say $10 million, well, you're probably going to stay in school a little bit, right? You're willing to take a little bit more risk. Now, I'm just using round numbers, but that's what I've seen. We just educate. Our job is to just educate them on the big picture, the short, intermediate, long term, the financial differences, get an understanding and alignment of their goals, and just provide that information so they can make that decision. And I do think that it's also a benefit too for the college standpoint, because players are staying in school longer. You have less underclassmen entering every year because, some guys just love being in college, and when you're making 6 figures or 7 figures, it makes it a little bit more fun.
Yeah, it's such an individual decision for every single guy, so every conversation is going to look different. There are some guys who are, maybe projected late firsts that'll be like, I want another year. I don't feel ready yet, right? Because it's more than the money. It's you got to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and say like, I'm ready to line up across from Justin Jefferson, across from Myles Garrett. Like, are you there right now? And like, sometimes that takes time. Guys aren't always ready in the present moment, and that's okay because now they're afforded the opportunity to go back to school, get paid at a high level, and then re-enter and go the next year. Obviously, the injury risk is there. I think that's why there's insurance that we put in place to protect that. But I think from the draft standpoint, and maybe we disagree a little bit here. I think it's a little more narrow from the NFL side of like when you want to go to the draft. I think like if you are a high-level college quarterback who is a projected late-round pick NFL prospect, going to school will probably get you more money.
No doubt.
I think in the other positions, unless you're a very late-round pick and subject to get cut, it might financially be worth going and entering the draft. But again, I think it's such a individual decision. Like it's hard to say.
I'll make a blanket statement. In professional athletics, it's usually, unless you're top 5, 10 in whatever league, draft, first round, it's really contract number 2. Yeah. That is the real money, right? And doesn't leaving get that clock started earlier because you've got a limited number of years to earn that money, and it gets you closer to contract number 2 quicker? Is there any sort of a discussion of that? And I know every sport's radically different.
The player still has to take the risk, right? Ultimately, whether it's basketball, whether it's football, whether it's whatever the sport may be, that players, whenever they start that clock, you're still taking on, like in the NFL, you can't renegotiate or extend your contract until after you play 3 full seasons. Yep. That's a lot of risk.
It assumes you're going to get the contract too, right?
Assumes you're going to get there, right? And so much can happen, good and bad. But you're right. I mean, there is value from an NFL side of being younger. I'm sure Nick Cassera would have said that in the prior panel. They want younger players. Once they creep towards 30, they think they're like, oh, they're dying, when that's not the case. But it's an individual decision. I think AT is exactly right. When you're ready and the stars are aligned and it makes sense, not just for financial reasons, you should go. But if not, the development part is important, and staying in school, now you can make some money and offset some financial risk at least by doing so, and hopefully develop into a better player, better prospect.
Dan, I turn to you as an impartial observer, but someone who's engaged. What are these new rules? What is this new landscape within college athletics? What are we doing to our Olympic sports? What's happening to the non-basketball, football, elite women's basketball, a handful of other individuals? What are we doing to the Olympic sports, the non-revenue sports?
So I understand the fear behind that question of, are we going to destroy our Olympic pipeline? I talked to conference commissioners and athletic directors 7 or 8 years ago when we first started having the NIL conversation about, is this going to destroy Olympic sports, and do we want that? And so far, I don't think there's any evidence to suggest Olympic sports are getting weaker because of this. In fact, I think most of our Olympic sports are getting stronger. I don't think the funding's gone away. The other thing I dislike about that argument is if you flip it around, right? Our Olympics are strong because they have largely been subsidized by football for the last 50 years. Is it fair to a college football player, mostly 18 to 22-year-old kids who are beating the hell out of themselves on a weekly basis, without their consent, to take money that they're generating and use it to fund our Olympic pipeline? We're the only major developed country in the world that doesn't put significant federal dollars into developing the Olympics. We can find better systems to do that. It's not fair to a college football player to make them fund that without their consent.
And to say nothing of the socioeconomic perspective of the athletes who are playing football and basketball
Mostly young black men. Yeah.
People of color who are then generating revenue to support lacrosse, golf, and tennis, swimming, etc. So there's been that argument in the years past for what are we doing here?
It's a really interesting history of why we do it that way. It goes back to the Cold War and the Russia state-led system versus the American values of individualization and not wanting the government to fund things. It's an interesting conversation. That whole topic is really, you can go really deep on that, but I don't know that that's if that goes, we need to find a different system for funding our Olympics rather than relying on college football players. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Excellent. I want to remind folks that we'll take some audience Q&A. You send them electronically, I think, and they'll magically appear on my iPad, and I will ask our panelists. So we'll be opening that up in a couple of minutes. So start coming up with questions for the experts. Kayla, do you think you were an elite soccer player not that many years ago? How do you think that your experience would have been different if you had been a player in 2026? If you and your teammates, what sort of conversations, would you have approached your social media differently? And I'm not talking about someone who graduated in 1973, folks. We're not talking about my year. We're talking about a couple of years ago. Do you think that your experience would be any different, better, worse, the same?
Yeah, I think it would be completely different when I think about back to when I was in college. It's a completely different landscape. I mean, the athletes now, just like CJ said, they're professionals, and they have to navigate essentially front offices in ways for sure. So I think my experience would have been very different. I'm sure I would have, even just on the women's side of the potential of making money, that would have been a thought more of really trying to think about what's my next step to go professional. On the branding side, I certainly would have handled my social media differently, and I'm sure I would have been working with an agent and getting expertise on how to handle that. And I think on our end, again, we're seeing this so early. We're recruiting when they're sophomores, and this is something that we're preparing our clients for. Once they get into college, they have to manage their time so much better now. They have, outside of just practice, study hall, they now have to do shoots, do appearances, manage their social media. So I think it's so important for the college athlete today to really have the right infrastructure around them, the right team around them. There's so much that we'll do to take off their plate, whether we're going to post for them, do a content calendar, and really help them manage their schedule. So there's so much help that they can have, but you really have to have the right team around you to really maximize your opportunities now as a college athlete.
All right, we're going to do a lightning round now. I'm going to start with CJ since he's furthest away. We're going to come to me. What is, in a couple of sentences, I don't want 4 pages of notes, what's the biggest misconception about NIL that the general public is under the impression of that you think is off? And each of you should be thinking about this.
The biggest misconception.
Or do you think that everyone's got a pretty good handle on the realities?
Well, I think the biggest misconception are these players are signing, marketing and licensing contracts versus actual professional playing contracts. They are professional athletes, period. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions.
So you're dispelling the concept of amateurism.
There's no such thing as amateurism anymore. The system has destroyed it. I mean, and candidly, Warren, it's taken it back to the older days where they where teams are now finding ways to recruit players outside of the system, right? There is a rev share. I know you're getting the 4 pages. You asked for 4 seconds, but there is rev share. There is, third-party deals. But I think these schools I know these schools have gone back to the under-the-table stuff more so than ever before.
AT, misconception?
I'm going to go off your last point. The misconception is that the cap means anything at all. The cap means nothing.
In terms of paying from schools to...
Correct. And it is a very soft cap. It is the softest cap in American sports.
That's right.
Yeah.
Dan, misconception other than highlighting the other 2?
Agree with both of you guys. A certain caveat, though, is that college sports is a monolith. 4 top-end Power 4 football players and some basketball players, yes, they are professional. The problem why this conversation is so hard to have often is because we need to separate most D3 athletes, even most smaller non-revenue sports, from those that earn money and not treat everything as the same, because they are dramatically different businesses.
There are over 1,000 schools in the NCAA. There are 100 and some odd Division I. There are 65 in the Power Four, if we want to call even all four of them Power Four. The experiences of a Division III athlete. I was a really bad Division III basketball player. No impact at all. Maybe I can get a couple of dollars from the local pizza place, but probably not. Kayla, misconception.
I'm going to go off what CJ said, but how that impacts me a lot is now so many athletes think they can get every brand deal in the world. So
uneducated consumer.
Yes.
Hopeful.
All right. Next question. College athletes, are they employees and should they be defined as such?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, depends on what you mean by college athlete. There is a small group of college athletes that should be employees. The field hockey player at Boston College, probably not. The football player at Tufts, probably not. But the folks you see on TV, absolutely.
Agree. Yes.
Right. You run the world and college athletics is your focus. What's one thing that you would come up with to make things better?
Oh my gosh.
I didn't say this was going to be easy. I don't care if it's a Friday afternoon and people are thinking about drinking. I'm a professor.
Me
I'm asking
personally,
questions.
I just wish when this all rolled out, and I think it all rolled out to sweep under the rug, sweep the conversation of paying players under the rug. I think that's why this got rolled out. We're dealing with lawsuits, dealing with this, the whole nine. I just wish at the very beginning they created a system with structure, and a system that could have been policed and governed appropriately, as opposed to creating this open-ended Pandora's box that just encouraged schools to cheat. Like, that's what I wish had happened.
All right.
Because I think it would have created candidly, I think it still would have created a system where these players would have profited, and they still would need representation, still maximize their earnings, but we wouldn't be dealing with the stuff. I mean, you guys know the stuff that these players have to deal with is crazy.
AT?
I would take some metric and separate the top group of football teams from the NCAA and collectively bargain for those athletes and create a separate league.
Absolutely.
Yeah, along those lines, I think governing by sport and setting up a cap by sport is a great place to start and making things make a little more sense.
I think taking everything they said, just creating more of a system of transparency overall.
Yeah, transparency. All right, we've got 2 minutes left. Last question for each of you. I'm fortunate to come back. Jess and Darryl say you didn't totally blow it. In 2 years, you're going to do the Future of College Athletics panel from each of you. And we'll start here and go back so CJ can think, and I'll put Kayla on the spot.
You've recognized I need more time to think. I appreciate that.
I also know I'll just cut you off when we hit that 2 minute mark. What's the title of the panel at Sloan Sports Analytics Conference 2028 as we think about where college athletics is heading? I'll take any of you.
Yeah, that's a hard
First person to answer. What's the hot topic? Is it collective bargaining? Is it Title IX? What do we got?
I think it's the Super League, right? What's the next generation of conference realignment going to look like, and who gets to play at the big kids' table?
We've got Super League. I got 3 more answers coming.
I was going to say, college athletics, do we burn it down?
Did we or should we?
Should we?
Should we burn it down?
Did we is probably a better way of phrasing it.
Did we burn it down?
Yeah.
I'll take Title IX. I think women's sports has continued to really grow, and as especially we see this CBA negotiations with the WNBA, hopefully it's going to just grow even more from there.
So we have one optimistic. We've got one, I'm bringing a torch.
That's right.
AT?
I would love to say collective bargaining. I just don't think we're there.
Yeah.
The title would probably be "Why Are We Still Here?"
That's right.
And
love that.
Why are we still here? Right. Are we still circling the drain?
Yeah.
Look, folks, where we go, I don't think any of us know, and you've got 5 people who have spent their life and their careers in this space. I don't know if we give you more questions than answers. This is certainly a fascinating space that is changing. Again, I have no idea if there's been any results from the roundtable today, and college athletics is radically different, or there's an antitrust exemption. But I hope that you continue to pay attention, ask questions. Why? Because the value of college athletics is critically important. It teaches transformative skills that you cannot recreate in the classroom. That's why all of us are fans of college athletics in whatever form we have, and I hope you continue to support it. Please join me in thanking CJ, AT, Dan, Kayla. On behalf of Sloan, have a great conference. Thank you.
When they sent me, I was like, oh, that's a freshman. So that was a good one that I had him because he was like easy on me. Yeah. And I don't like so when I started NIL just started my clutch. So I was working in it, and then I really shifted more to Reciprocal side. But now they have me. They recently crossed their university. Yeah. So I haven't been as I do, yeah. It's exhausting, but no, I love it. Jill's there too. Jill's, yeah, she's an assistant COO. We're trying to like bring other things. Yeah, I mean, I think that as long as she knows, yeah. And I think she definitely wants to. She'll probably do another year out there. No, he went to Columbia actually. Yeah. But no, he works in finance, which is nice. Yeah. Exactly. It would be a lot. Like I have friends that they date each other out or like I don't know, and this is nice too. I mean, this is personally like so it's nice to have that support.
Hello, everyone. My name is Danny Hoja, and I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel today, Making the Right Call, How AI is Reshaping Officiating Across Pro Sports. Our panelists today are Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations at the Philadelphia 76ers, Joe Martinez, Vice President of On-Field Strategy at Major League Baseball, Monty McCutcheon, Head of Referee Training and Development at the NBA, and Evan Wash, Executive Vice President of Basketball Strategy and Growth at the NBA. Our panel will be moderated by Saj Cherian, Head of Fanatic Ventures at Fanatics. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Saj.
Thanks, Denny. Welcome to Making the Right Call, how AI is reshaping officiating across pro sports. Today we are fortunate to have league and team executives at the NBA and MLB who are actively testing and deploying AI-driven strategies and systems that are fundamentally changing how games are played and officiated. Our power panel has a former NBA referee, a retired MLB player, as well as a former head of this conference and its co-founder. Before we dive into how they are rewriting the rules for baseball and basketball, let's understand how each got their start in sports. Let's begin with the good news for all the Sloan students here, and Sloan student leads like Denny, who helped put on this conference. You could one day be a league executive. Evan, as co-lead of this conference 15 years ago, how did you make the jump from running this conference to the EVP of Basketball Strategy and Growth at the NBA?
I did the exact opposite of what Daryl told me.
Oh, what did I tell you?
He told me never work at the league office.
I might have said that, yeah.
It's true, you did.
Bad advice.
No, I'm serious. That's what happened. I had 2 internship offers.
Yeah.
One from a baseball team and one from the NBA. And Daryl said, never work at a league office. They're corrupt. And
So you got there, and what was your path?
So I started on the business strategy side of the MBA. I was there for 3 years and wanted to shift my focus to the area I was more passionate about, which was the game on the court. So I was fortunate enough to form a group called Basketball Strategy about 12 years ago, and been doing that ever since.
Now, so Monty, I really want to understand, how does one become an NBA referee, let alone one who's officiated more than, I think, 1,400 regular season games and 169 playoff games? How does that happen?
It starts with a limited vertical leap and a love for the sport and a certain need for money, in my case, in college. And, I was able to start refereeing in the local area that I had small success at much smaller levels. And I immediately sort of found this desire of trying to overcome myself up against the competition and trying to get plays right, and had shown enough desire, but this was pre-internet. I'm of a certain age that the internet didn't exist. And my father says, well, it seems like you're really enjoying this. Why don't you write the NBA a letter and see? And that was sort of an epiphany to me. I wrote a letter to the NBA and got blue mimeograph set of rules sent back, but they listed a pro-am in Dallas that was run by a man by the name of Poe Bill, and he ran the Dallas Pro-Am. And from there, I went down and talked with him. He knew of a camp run by Hugh Hollins, a longtime NBA official, and I went out to that camp and started following the breadcrumbs from there.
Wow. Now, Joe, you were drafted in 2005, pitched for the Giants, the Pirates, the Diamondbacks, and the Indians. How did you make the leap from baseball to M&A and then back to MLB?
Probably not that well to M&A. I came out of playing and knew that there was a pretty big gap in my resume, right? I had gone to a great school. I went to Boston College. It's, no MIT, but we do all right. And played for about 10 years, and had the playing experience, had some kind of knowledge on that side of things. But I didn't know how to work. So I kind of worked my network. I actually connected with a former teammate from BC who was working at PwC as an M&A consultant. He thought I would be good at it as long as I worked hard and kind of swallowed my ego, which was very necessary. So I worked there for about 5 years and really, I think, learned how to work and kind of exist in a more traditional type of career. And then my pitch to the folks at MLB was, I kind of have this playing experience. I have now work experience. I think I make kind of a unique candidate to be there and be valuable to the organization in some way. And thankfully, they gave me a job and kind of staying around, which is great.
That's great. Daryl, now you co-founded this very conference 20 years ago to bring analytics into the mainstream. And you built your career challenging basketball orthodoxy, some would say. Did you ever imagine back then that we'd be sitting here debating replacing referees with AI?
No, but the referees have been marked safe from technology for too long. So I'm excited for. Mostly, I'm just trying to make it easier for Monty. Yeah. So.
That's been my experience as well, that Daryl has tried to make my experience.
Well, we basically have an impossible sport to ref, so why not have AI to have a go at it? So.
Hence your shirt.
Yeah. No one's thought of that joke before.
So let's get into it. MLB tested a fully automated strike zone in the minor leagues, but pivoted to the ABS challenge system for 2026. So Joe, did the players and fans have a vote? What role did they play in ultimately rejecting full automation in favor of keeping the human umpire in the mix?
Yeah, so I think in all the changes we've made recently, pitch clock being a big one, I think that anyone who's a baseball fan is aware of. And now with ABS challenge that we're doing this year, we use fan and player feedback really as what guides us in our decision making. Obviously you monitor gameplay and all that type of stuff. But anytime we asked players, we asked fans, we did the survey, we had someone else do the survey, and we asked them kind of how would you rank these three things? And one was a fully automated system, one was our traditional way of umpires calling balls and strikes unaided, and the other one was calling balls and strikes, but then allowing players on the field to challenge those calls. For whatever reason, that one always scored the highest, and it wasn't super close. And even though you'll get some support, and probably more in this room than some others, for kind of a fully automated system, and there's definitely a case to be made for it, it was always last. Like it would always score below even kind of our traditional system of no technology at all. So it kind of led us to the answer. So I think it was good. We have our own thoughts, obviously, on all these things. We're all like really big baseball fans too. But using that fan and player feedback is what led us to where we are now.
And so, Evan, the NBA's taken a slightly different approach with your proprietary Court IQ system. What's the philosophy behind the league's push into embracing technology and officiating, and how is it accelerating with AI?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's actually that different than baseball. We started focusing on this a few years ago as player tracking technology evolved to the point where we could track the players and the ball in 3 dimensions in effectively real time. And it unlocks a bunch of different capabilities, which include trying to automate some calls in the rule book. And so what we've piloted is thinking about all the objective calls in the rule book. So goaltending, out of bounds, shot clock violation, 2 versus 3 points. All the things that hinge on matters of time and space and not the expert judgment of our officials. Can we build a model to detect that either with computer vision, maybe one day with sensors in the basketball, and ultimately serve one of the 3 goals of officiating, which we think are accuracy, speed, and transparency. And so what we've got right now is essentially a review system where in the replay center, NBA referees who are reviewing a goaltending or basket interference call have data overlays and determinations on those calls for cylinder plays, apex plays, and backboard plays. And we'll just keep rolling out more of these as we build out the technology. But the idea, as Darryl alluded to, is can we get more of those objective calls right? And in doing so, can we also free up the human referees to focus their attention on the really difficult judgment calls so they get more of those right? And we think there's a double benefit to doing that.
So Monty, as a referee, how did you view the advance of technology onto the court? And where did you see the line between helping to officiate and then really changing the nature of the game? Like, where is that line?
I think the nature of the game is in Daryl and other stakeholders' realm. Officials implement the vision of our stakeholders through our competition committee. And so I think that for me, it's my role to be a translator of those historical reference points that Daryl and Evan are referencing as we're in an ever-changing technological world. AI, I think, is going to speed a lot of these processes up. And how do we preserve the things that maybe are not quite ready? And so for me, the most important thing is to remain open in the present moment to what a vision of the future can look like, and then stand up and voice the right pacing to get to those answers. And to Evan's point, we've taken an incremental approach so that we're trying to find, if we're too slow, then technology won't impact the game positively. If we move too fast, we can run into snags, then the technology is not trusted. And I think the pacing of receiving the help that we need as humans, imperfect humans, probably fill quite a few books up with my imperfections over the years. And so from that standpoint, finding the right impact that technology can play a role to assist the game and not kill the game is an important pacing attribute, I think.
Well, technology is exposing sort of the gray areas in the rule book, right? Like Evan, how would you code a machine to understand the intent of a play? Or do you have to rewrite the rules to match the tech?
Yeah, that is the challenge, right? So take a goaltending or a basket interference, which is the thing we're doing now. We might find that if you code it exactly as the rule is written, that a number of alley-oop plays, in fact, when the offensive player first touches that lob pass, the ball's in a part of the ball is actually in the cylinder. That's an offensive basket interference violation, right? The rule doesn't talk about the intent of that pass or that shot, and so you can't touch any ball in the cylinder. Do we want to then wipe those out with technology? Do we want to change the rule? Those are the conversations that need to be had. There's some that are easier, right? Obviously, like a toe on a line for 2 versus 3 points is a little bit less controversial, but there's going to be examples as we delve deeper into this where we're going to have to say, like, actually, is a literal enforcement of the rule as it's written in the rule book, in fact, what we want on the court? I had a referee, not Monty, a long retired referee once look at a travel play with me, and I didn't understand why it was not being deemed travel. And we counted the steps together, and the referee says to me, I see 3 steps. I don't see a travel. And I went to Monty, I said, Monty, come on. And he said, well, it's not that the counting of the steps, it's actually the interpretation of the rule. It relates to the gather, relates to the receiving of the pass. Was it a jump stop? Was it a, right? So there's like all this nuance just to a travel rule that people could disagree about. So not that we're going to necessarily do traveling through automated officiating, but those kinds of conversations are going to start to happen throughout the rule book, and we're going to have to navigate this.
The one thing I would add is officiating is only as good as its alignment with its stakeholders. And if you're going to change to more technology, then we need to have a consensus from our stakeholders that in fact they want the very corners of your box called technically to the rule, for an example. And if we can get that agreement, then technology then can maybe get us further down the road. But it's important that, and Daryl can attest to this, we don't always even have agreement amongst our stakeholders about what is good officiating. And if we're going to move to more technology, that's fine. You still have to agree on all those parameters about how to set the technology up to where the participants and the stakeholders believe in the outcomes.
Right. So Joe, Monty just referred to the strike zone, right? And you know, some call it, you know, an amorphous, it's a cube, right? In the rule book, it's an amorphous blob, maybe kind of, you know, closer, you know, to home plate. What happens when, you know, you try to build a rule book to make sure you get all those high corners? What does that mean to strikeouts, right? And how does that change the nature of the game?
Yeah, I think something Evan said applies here. It's, do you want to enforce the rule as it's written, or do you not want to, right? And what impact is that going to have on the game? Because when you talk about the strike zone, which designing the strike zone was probably the most difficult part of this, because the way that the strike zone had been called by umpires was kind of a living, breathing thing, right? It was a little bigger when the pitcher was behind in the count. It was a little smaller when the pitcher was ahead in the count. If the score was out of hand, it got really big, right? Like, and even though those were imperfect in a way, it was kind of a feature also because it managed the game in a way that I think baseball fans liked, right? If it's a blowout, like, call strikes, keep it moving, right? But, you know, using the system that we're using now, we had to define a strike zone that was going to be the strike zone on every pitch, in every count, you know, in every game situation. So we spent a lot of time on it. We tested a bunch of different versions. We're lucky enough to have minor leagues where we can, within reason, try some things out, provided, obviously always have an eye on keeping competitive integrity intact. But we found something that we think works pretty well. Umpires are still calling 85-ish% of pitches, even with challenges, and they're really good. They were actually the most accurate they've ever been last year. So we're pretty confident they're going to get used to this new definition of the strike zone and get very good at calling it. And obviously, the challenge system allows players to check them when they disagree with those calls. But yeah, designing that and kind of agreeing with everybody that that's the right thing. I don't know that we have agreement from everybody, but general agreement has been very challenging.
Did your accuracy go up because the umpires that were there improved materially, or was it through new umpires coming up and things like that? So.
I think it was a combination of the two. Our younger umpires are very good. And they come up through the development system with more evaluation tools at their disposal, which I think makes them more accurate from the jump, right? Where many of the more tenured umpires didn't have the benefit of having those when they were developing, and they were kind of learning their strike zones. But also I think that even our more senior umpires, got better. And some of actually most tenured umpires were some of our best last year.
Mm-hmm. Well, another question. Sorry, do the managers? Sorry, I'm just more curious. Yeah. Do they prefer newer umpires or older ones? Do you find they have a preference? Different managers.
This question means two things.
Mm-hmm. I'm just asking because we go through similar things.
I don't think there's a simple answer. I think managers like umpires who they believe are most accurate. I don't know if that's always based on results and some on perception. And I think they prefer umpires that have the ability to manage the managers in a way, right? And the players. So that is a skill, for all officials, I'm sure, right? You're calling the game, but you're also trying to manage situations and make sure that everyone understands what's going on, why certain calls are made. And the managers do definitely have better relationships with some umpires who I think are a little bit better at maybe communicating.
So Daryl, you've been called, or some have said that you're more of an officiating contrarian, who's always pushing the boundaries of technology. If the NBA were to remove the human element from officiating, or at least from the objective calls, how does that change the way you construct both your roster, or how do you actually, even your strategy for a given game?
Mm-hmm. Well, our job is to find an edge within the rule set that's given to us by the league. So, right now, teams, try to sort of get a sense of how the game's being called, because, take what Joe was talking about in baseball, which I think, we have a lot of fans of both sports here. The strike zone, feels like something pretty objective. And even you were talking about how it's different shaped and moves around. So it's like multiply that problem by 10 to 100 for our sport. I feel, and I hope I'm not insulting baseball, but I think our sport is damn near impossible to referee. We do as good as we can, and I think we do the best in the world. Because I've seen basketball in other contexts, Europe, and I think we do. So these sort of shifting how it's actually called versus the rule book is one thing, versus like the practice at the time of how it's called, or what you'd call the interpretation, I think, Monty. The teams are constantly trying to anticipate that, but it is a little bit of a moving target, just like I was shocked to learn in the last 5-10 years that the baseball makes such a big difference, and whether or not they rub the right mud on it and stuff. You tell me if I'm wrong, but the data is pretty overwhelming that if they stitch it tighter that year, the stitch is 1 millimeter higher coming out of Kentucky or wherever it's made.
Costa Rica, yeah.
Costa Rica, okay. It's the same thing, yeah. And so, that's the right question. So we actively spoke this off season, okay, we think where the league office is, and what fans seem to want, because there was sort of a shift to fans wanting the game, how maybe it was called in a different period, like a little more physicality allowed on the perimeter, especially things like that. We just sort of accept those, this is where it's going. We're like, okay, so what kind of personnel do we need to fit that approach? But then it does shift. So I think when there becomes a disconnect between teams and the league, it's when, it shifts too rapid. Because if it shifts rapidly, now we're trying to hit a moving target, basically. So I don't know if I answered your question, but that was...
No, it's helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if the AI is so good, what role does that leave for humans? I'm curious what our panel thinks. Darryl, I'm going to come back to you. Do you believe the game would be better off if there were no referees on the court?
Well, that's extreme.
That's why I asked you.
I would say eventually maybe yes. I think like if you were to just go back 100 years and be Naismith or I don't even, no one even knows who invented baseball. It's not Doubleday or whatever. But anyway, if you get the first, you'd just be playing with your friends. The first, you would not think about referees necessarily being needed. Actually, they're more needed in baseball because someone has to call balls, right? But you could do it with your friends.
Who would throw the jump ball?
What's that?
Who would throw the jump ball?
We wouldn't have. We'd have a possession error. It's a superior rule, and let's get to that, please. The fact that the poor referees fear doing the jump ball more than anything else. You tell me if I'm wrong, Monty. They're like over there practicing. They're like,
Sounds like there's been some
It's a trained skill.
Yeah. You might get landed on by a 300-pound
hierarchy
guy.
in each crew, right? Like, who's the best at it gets to do it.
Yeah, that's how our rule is written. Of course, we have the same human imperfections of ego as any other.
It's not easy to do.
And some people want to throw the jump ball that are not the best, and we try to train that out of them. And so,
John, why don't you do this jump ball tonight?
So I personally think that again, you have to decide what you want out of officiating. I think that in a physical sport, there is a role for a human element because I think that you have to break up the emotions of a game sometimes, and you have to stand in the storm, if you will, and you have to head off certain emotional flooding that takes place in a competitive environment. And our best referees are very adept at being able to see problems, talk people into a different flow of emotion, bring people down. In some instances, they may add to that, and that's our responsibility to hold them accountable to that. But I do think there's a role in the physical nature. I think the biggest issue for officials, and as our technology advances even more exponentially, with AI going to, I think, speed things up, and these things are going to be really difficult questions over the next several decades, is this idea of if you take the technology and it adds to the game, are you enhancing the game? And I think that we have a game that's played by humans and made decisions by humans, both in the preparation and in the in-game decisions with our coaches and players. And I think that there is a role for officials in managing certain situations, and as technology develops, taking more off of our plate so that we can focus on the things that our stakeholders require from us and take it as it comes. We want answers really quickly. We want to know what the future is going to hold. I think the biggest issue is to take it year by year, see where technology adds, where it subtracts, and then grow as a collective unit so that we can be aligned so that the focus stays on the players and the coaches and the franchises where it belongs.
Do you mind if I finish my answer real quick?
Yeah, go back.
I was just saying, when it's you wouldn't think of referees first. If you tried to implement it in basketball now, I think people would be really disappointed, even if it was done very well in the early stages of any sort of technology referee, because it would start to call probably what you saw, which was like, here's this strict strike zone, and it's so different from what people are used to. But I do think over time, as the technology improves, it could get to a place where it's better and start to call subjective calls. We have so many different, nearly impossible. They're literally just a choice. It's not like there's a right answer or a wrong answer on whether something's a foul. It's just we've decided that's a foul and that isn't. But there's really no right answer on a lot of these calls, block, charge, things like that. So I think we should get to doing something. We should start with the objective, which is what we're doing, but we should get to allowing it to call subjective things, and it's going to get things right and wrong. and then we should keep humans in the loop. And then as the technology improves, maybe there's someday where, a good example is in tennis where they have fully automated line calls. Do they feel better or worse than before when that wasn't the case? I actually don't know the answer, so that's like an open question.
It'll be interesting to me to see how AI and technology handles something as simple as the take foul. Because there are no instances in an NBA game for 46 minutes where that level of contact is interpreted as a take foul, as a foul.
Mm-hmm.
And yet humans understand that the circumstances now require that a agreement amongst its officials and the teams that we are now taking this foul. And how do we then incorporate that into a knowledge base? And I think only time will tell whether AI and technology can come up with answers for that. And I do think there are nuances to what all sports allow for in those kinds of knowledge-based, historical-based decisions that we'll have to try to incorporate. I would most certainly not predict against technology being able to come up with answers to those. I just think you have to take it in the pace that it comes out.
Hey Joe, what about in baseball? Do you imagine a world where there isn't an umpire at home plate?
It's hard to get there. The umpires behind home plate are doing other things rather than just calling balls and strikes. I think baseball's interesting too, and I've heard the argument, right? People have made this one. It's like, if you started with an automated system, would anyone ever argue to bring humans in and make it imperfect, right? Like, which is kind of ridiculous in some ways, but yeah, of course you wouldn't, right? But baseball, I think there is a broader question that we face with any changes that's like tradition and nostalgia and all these other things. So I think that would be a huge hurdle to overcome, to take umpires off the field, I think, in any position. I don't see us getting there. I think what fans are telling us is they don't want it to go there, at least not now. Who knows what that means in the future. But I think it's interesting to kind of think of those things for us to test them and see how they work, and continue to kind of give fans maybe options on what's next, and umpires as well, right? Like, if there's other areas where we can kind of augment what they're doing and help them do it faster, more accurately, easier, all that stuff, I think we continue to look for those opportunities. So we'll continue trying to come up with these ideas and test them. I think we will just continue to look to the fans to kind of guide us in what's actually implemented.
But I think tying those two things together, there's a missing premise from if you started with perfect technology that could automate, would the game be beautiful under that perfect technology? And if it's calling 50% more fouls than we call, and if players are moving around the court like robots, we had old ref, Joe Borgia, used to call the sort of perfectly officiated rule book the basketball ballet, where you can't touch each other because anything could be a foul. And so you're working backwards from, we have a game right now that is beautiful based on the way it's officiated. If it were possible to replicate that beauty with more consistency, more speed, more transparency through technology, then it's worth looking at. But you have to be cognizant of those things because there's a pretty good chance that it's not going to look the same, to Daryl's point. And even worse, it might not look the same at the start. And then Daryl's had a bunch of players over the years that have figured out how to find loopholes in our rules to make the game pretty ugly, and we react, right? All of a sudden, if you knew what's in the black box of that model and you knew how to move your head or your arm to get a foul call that a human might say, bullshit meter goes off, I'm not calling that, but the system is, now you're constantly playing cat and mouse on playing style issues as well. So there's a lot to think about as you get into those judgment calls that go beyond just, is it more accurate than a human?
Right.
So,
sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to ask, what has thrown off the players the most with the implementation of ABS? What do they, what bothers them the most?
System?
Yeah.
Some of it is strikes being called or balls or whatever. It's mostly strikes being called on pitches that you don't think should be called strikes, right? So for a long time, umpires would kind of reward pitchers for executing a pitch. A catcher sets up on the inside corner, you execute a pitch, he sticks it. Even if it's maybe a little off the plate, they're going to call it a strike most of the time. If the catcher reaches back across the plate because the pitcher missed his spot by a significant amount, but it's in the strike zone, usually that's going to be called a ball without any technology. But if you're using a fully automated system, if it went through that box, right, it's going to be called a strike. So I think that was a big part of it. I do think what Evan's saying is about.
How did you resolve it? Do you call it a strike now, or?
So if it was challenged, it'd still be called a strike, yeah. But it also requires, right, them being confident enough that it went through the box, even though it was caught funny or the pitcher missed a spot by a lot. So there's a little bit of a risk there. But the beauty thing is like a real concern, right? And I think that we've dealt with this too. Like the further you move towards like optimization, a lot of times the uglier things get, and kind of the less like artistic they get, right? Now we have players who are told where to stand on every pitch, and some folks are calling pitches from the dugout, right? In a big league game that happened last year at the end of the year. So there is kind of like that similar concern that the farther and farther you go in that direction, you may be losing some of like that artistic element and that beauty of a game that is probably what draws people to it in the first place.
Well, shifting gears a bit, let's talk about sports betting. With the massive rise of sports betting, the integrity of every single call is really under a microscope. Evan, what is the enhanced replay, and how much of your tech roadmap is driven by this need for, as you said, transparency, maybe even radical transparency for the betting public?
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about accuracy. I think the second piece just before that, that's also equally important, at least for us, is speed, right? That especially now, out of bounds is a replay challenge trigger, and we sometimes spend 2, 3, 4 minutes trying to figure out whose fingertips someone touched. Now, our fan data says that they want that. Fans want us to get that call right, even if it takes 4 minutes. But anyone that sat through one of those replays knows how interminably painful that is. And so part of the vision here, much like, I'm envious of the baseball replays that 13 seconds you guys are at, something like that?
For ABS Challenge, yeah, it's about 13 seconds.
Right, so like that would be amazing if every out of bounds replay was 13 seconds. And then at the end of it, much like baseball does, what we're building and we have for the goaltending is we call enhanced replays. And so that's the 3D virtual recreation of the call, because I think the biggest gap that we have with our fans is not just what was the call and was it right or wrong, but why was it right or wrong? And to be able to educate through that and clarify, like, that ball was past its apex, that is a goaltender, that ball was in the cylinder, that's a basket interference. And to show that in the virtual world with the graphics that clearly delineate right and wrong, I think just gives fans more confidence. Now, it's not real life, right? It's a virtual recreation of a play, but it's been accepted in tennis for years as reality, and we think that, and we're seeing it with our data that fans accept that as well. And so just combining those things, that we're getting it right and we're showing you why, I think it takes it to a whole another level of believability and trust from fans.
Okay. So Joe, how is MLB approaching the live pitch location data feeds to betting partners? To make sure that you're preserving the integrity of the game with this ABS system.
Yeah, so baseball has StatCast, right, which sends data to a bunch of different places almost in real time. But with ABS Challenge, we were concerned that people have access to this data in real time, pitch location data. They'd be able to know what the result of a challenge would be, right? There's all kinds of integrity concerns. So because of that, we've worked with our technical teams to actually delay pitch location by 5 seconds on every pitch. So everything else is still available, pitch type, pitch speed, things like that, but location comes a little bit after to give us at least a little bit of a buffer to make sure that any decisions that are made to challenge a pitch are made by the players on the field and without help from anyone else.
So Daryl, how do you balance this cold, antiseptic nature of a machine, right, with this, we're talking about the fan experience, this high stakes kind of emotional, sort of content of the game. And I remember, I'm a Sixers fan, full disclosure, and I remember in 2018, in the semifinals against actually Boston, Marco Bellinelli, it was like 1.7 seconds left. He throws he shoots a three, it goes in, they drop confetti at the Wells Fargo Center, and then they realized, wait, it was called a 2-point shot because I guess he stepped on the line. Like, how do we reconcile kind of those sort of competing nature in order to develop that sort of fan experience, a little bit of the ballet of the game? How do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, I guess the question is are you focused on the, you're always kind of pushing for technology, et cetera, and then, so that's on the one hand, but at the end of the day, we're also there to provide a great experience for Sixers fans.
Focus on winning versus overall. I mean, ultimately, we're an entertainment product, so that's the most important thing at the highest level. Generally, the teams take as an assumption, and it's generally very true, that a win equals entertainment but at the league office, I've heard Evan and others talk about it. One team wins, one team loses. So like they can't, like the what gets people to come to the game and those kinds of things are a big factor. But yeah, we tend to just, at least in the front office, we're just focused on what generates an extra win over some time period or extra championship odds over some time period. And we generally see it as the league office responsibility, and they generally, I think, have embraced it, especially recently, that they need to set the rules of the game such that when we're optimizing towards wins, and this has come up, I guess, with tanking and stuff like that, like as we're optimizing towards wins or championship odds, that it's still something that is a very good entertainment product for the fans. But we sort of live with the gravity of the rules of what we have and try to optimize within it. Yeah.
I think, but like the overturned celebration, like that's a real problem with officiating technology. And I think, again, right now, everyone wants us to get the calls right, and obviously no one, the fans of the Celtics in that case would not want to lose the game when they can see that his toe was on the line. So everyone's going to say, of course you should get that. That just puts pressure on the latency then, right? That like doing it a minute later is a very disruptive experience for fans, but if you did it in real time, we would have known it was a 2, they wouldn't have dropped the confetti, and we all would have moved on. So that just puts pressure to get the technology to the point where it's not disrupting the sport faster.
Right.
Well, I think the Premier League has a major problem with this. Like,
totally.
There's very few goals, and they're exciting. Obviously, other plays are exciting, but goals are one of the big exciting plays. And you are always waiting to see if something.
But it's the same with our last second shots. The Aaron Gordon play in the playoffs last year, like created a ton of drama, but that's not the experience we want. We want both sides to know exactly when that happens, whether that's a good basket or it was late, so we know who should celebrate.
Well, it's a big advantage for MLB. I've heard many people who are fans of MLB. One of the things they like is when a home run goes out, they know they can celebrate.
Well, they review, like, did it go above the line?
Well, that's it. But if it's straight down the center, there's nothing. But yes, if it's right on the foul pole, then you get some. But that is an advantage. Like for baseball, like it's very clear when you can celebrate. Yeah. We don't have many of the Aaron
when there's a
Gordon
question, there's usually like a pretty clear question too, right? And we get the fun like announcement after if it is overturned and like the home fans are happy. That's kind of fun. But yeah,
I'm a Mets fan. The old Citi Field that had like the orange line, you had to hit above the line on the left center field wall.
Yeah.
Those were tough.
So a final question for each of our panelists before we open it up to questions from the audience. So fast forward to 2031, we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of this conference. What is the one call that is currently 100% human adjudicated that will be completely automated by then? Evan, why don't you start?
Evan,
Well, if it's not all the objective calls, I'll be fired. So 2031.
Just pick one.
Out of bounds. Better be done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Monty?
Yeah, I mean, we're involved in the same league. I think that for us, out of bounds can be one of the most difficult calls because your mind is set to fouls on loose ball situations, scramble situations, and then the ball kicks out of there. If out of bounds was completely automated with an immediate response of an answer, you would be able to focus so much more on those fouls, take one more thing off your plate, and I think that would benefit NBA basketball to a very large degree.
People should know how hard our game is, though. On closely contested out-of-bounds plays, how often did we get it right?
Yeah. I think that that's one of the things that all officiating has to acknowledge, that Joe mentioned it about his umpires. They're really good at their jobs, and they've entered into a profession that, rightfully so, because we're all so invested in it, that we focus on a very small percentage of errors. And so I think that anytime you realize that, then the idea then is to be transparent to all the stakeholders who are having to work to gain edges, so that when you I learned a really valuable lesson. We weren't doing a good job with a certain type of play 2 years ago. And in my mind, I thought I was coaching our group up. And our group did such a nice job of making the adjustments that we needed to when we were coaching them up. Our stakeholders did not realize how big of an impact it was going to have, and then there were straight line pathway plays, and our group did a really good job, and we did that in season and without any ill will. We hadn't let everyone know, and there was a big change to our refereeing.
It changed the value of one of Daryl's players that he had traded for.
Well, that's between you and Daryl. But for us, this idea of transparency then becomes as big of an issue in these changes as the actual event, so that all of them have the information to treat equitably.
Just real quick, the crazy answer to your question, though, is we don't even know our accuracy rate on the super close ones because we don't have a definitive view of it. And that's what we need to build. So we've hired a team of world-class engineers at the league office to take ultra-high frame rate video, high resolution, add in sensor data from a chip in the ball to say we're going to detect light touches, plus the different angles, plus the 3D views. Like, even training a model as to which of 100 fingers grazed the ball is currently almost impossible. And so we need to build to that. But we can't even evaluate now because of how difficult that is.
Well, my take is Monty gets 100% of the calls right. And
he hasn't missed a call in 8 years.
And I can prove it.
Yeah.
You think I'm joking?
I've gotten a lot better since I've left
No,
before.
you think I'm not joking. At every second time slot, if there's an infinite number of calls you are not making that are correct. So you get 100% as the limit of calls correct at any given moment in a basketball game. So you guys, your accuracy is 100%. That is my take.
I knew I liked you, Daryl.
So Joe, one call?
Check swings.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we got to fix that.
What about you, Daryl? What about you, Daryl?
Oh, they have the best answers. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So now I want to also say, what's one call that never gets automated?
It's either fouls or travels. I mean, categories of fouls maybe, but there's a large bucket of truly judgment type fouls. Like, knowing whether a finger grazed a shooter's arm, could that be done in the future? Sure. But, did contact rise to the level of affecting speed, quickness, bounce, rhythm? I don't think we want to automate that.
Yeah, I think that fouls, Evan brings up a good point about travel. What are the human tolerances that we want our players to play each game so that it remains beautiful? You can set it up so restrictive that people do the things that you ask them to do under those restricted straitjackets, but is that a game that maximizes 6'8", 250-pound players that can play like point guards? And so I think that finding the right balance of that so that our players remain the highest focal point of their fan bases, I think that requires human intervention, i.e. officials, and I think fouls and travels are the two biggest issues. We showed a play to, I think it was coaches 10 years ago, I wasn't in this role, where we asked all the coaches, how many of these travels do you want called? And it was the opening possession of the game, and at the end of 24 seconds, they said there were no travels. To the letter of the law, there were 9. They were all 1-inch movements of releasing the ball after the pivot foot had been picked up by an inch. Like, where is the technology and how does that play a role? I think that humans do a good job with this.
Joe?
Probably box. I don't know, I pitched for 10 years. I work in rules, and I still sometimes don't know what's
Just get rid of the rule and fix it.
Yeah, I know Tom.
That's way too easy. Just get rid of the rule. You don't need
absolutely.
technology.
Why do we need the balk rule?
Deceiving the runner. It gets a little bit
step
complicated.
off.
Yeah, you can step off. But anyway.
What about you, Daryl?
Ones that will never?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, anything with a vision system is the same. So there's a chance for everything, I'd say.
Cool. Going to our audience, the question for you, Monty. How does the NBA decide to make in-season officiating adjustments? For example, the way fouls were called after the All-Star break changed
I
last
didn't
season.
submit that one, Monty.
Sorry,
I know your wife has both your phones right now. Right? So I think that there's a misconception about an interpretation change, which we try not to do in the regular season, and us coaching our group up based on a current interpretation that we are not doing well at as an officiating staff. In the instance that was referenced, we as a management team realized in December that we were not doing well on these type plays. In January, we accumulated the plays that we were not doing well and showed them to our staff and coached them up. The impact showed up in February to the league. And so I think that we owe a responsibility. The answer to that is we now, when we coach our team, our staff up, we send a transparent summary to each team about what we have coached our staff up to, where we are not doing well on verticality, where we weren't doing a good job on the straight line pathway plays. And when we coach them up, if we're not doing a good job on travels, and we say you've got to get better here, you can expect our staff to have more travels because we're coaching them up. We send that to the teams now on a monthly basis so that we are more transparent, and there's nothing wrong with that. If we can't explain our good work, then we shouldn't have the roles we have, is my view.
Well, if the AI was here, they would tell me that I'm out of time. So let's give an amazing round of applause to our panel.
Thanks, Joe.
Enjoyed learning that. Likewise. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, yeah.
Always. No fighting.
That was fun.
Will I say something?
Nice to fight.
Oh, okay. Hey, we have a quick announcement. Alpha Awards are normally tomorrow, but one of the winners is on stage. He's trying to walk away from me, which is Joe. Joe.
Oh yeah, quit running away. Oh, jeez.
So I'll explain. Every year we give an award to the best innovation in sports, and MLB won, not Joe specifically. MLB won for the automated balls and strikes. So
Awesome.
yes.
Thank
Anyway,
you so much.
good job taking us in a good direction. So. All right. Thanks everybody.
Oh, that was
That's pretty cool. You got some hardware on it.
There's nobody with this.